Section 1 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures, Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Why I Am an Agnostic, Part 1. For the most part, we inherit our opinions. We are the heirs of habits and mental customs. Our beliefs, like the fashion of our garments, depend on where we were born. We are molded and fashioned by our surroundings. Environment is a sculptor, a painter. If we had been born in Constantinople, the most of us would have said, "There is no God but Allah, and Mohammed is his prophet." If our parents had lived on the banks of the Ganges, we would have been worshippers of Shiva, longing for the heaven of Nirvana. As a rule, children love their parents, believe what they teach, and take great pride in saying that the religion of mother is good enough for them. Most people love peace. They do not like to differ with their neighbors. They like company. They are social. They enjoy traveling on the highway with the multitude. They hate to walk alone. The Scotch are Calvinists because their fathers were. The Irish are Catholics because their fathers were. The English are Episcopalians because their fathers were, and the Americans are divided in 100 sects because their fathers were. This is the general rule, to which there are many exceptions. Children sometimes are superior to their parents, modify their ideas, change their customs, and arrive at different conclusions. But this is generally so gradual that the departure is scarcely noticed, and those who change usually insist that they are still following the fathers. It is claimed by Christian historians that the religion of a nation was sometimes suddenly changed, and that millions of pagans were made into Christians by the command of a king. Philosophers do not agree with these historians. Names have been changed, altars have been overthrown, but opinions, customs, and beliefs remained the same. A pagan, beneath the drawn sword of a Christian, would probably change his religious views, and a Christian, with a scimitar above his head, might suddenly become a Mohammedan. But, as a matter of fact, both would remain exactly as they were before, except in speech. Belief is not subject to the will. Men think as they must. Children do not and cannot believe exactly as they were taught. They are not exactly like their parents. They differ in temperament, in experience, in capacity, in surroundings. And so there is a continual, though almost imperceptible change. There is development, conscious and unconscious growth, and by comparing long periods of time, we find that the old has been almost abandoned, almost lost in the new. Men cannot remain stationary. The mind cannot be securely anchored. If we do not advance, we go backward. If we do not grow, we decay. If we do not develop, we shrink and shrivel. Like the most of you, I was raised among people who knew, who were certain. They did not reason or investigate. They had no doubts. They knew that they had the truth. In their creed there was no guess, no perhaps. They had a revelation from God. They knew the beginning of things. They knew that God commenced to create one Monday morning, 4,004 years before Christ. They knew that in the eternity back of that morning, he had done nothing. They knew that it took him 6 days to make the earth, all plants, all animals, all life, and all the globes that wheel in space. They knew exactly what he did each day and when he rested. They knew the origin, the cause of evil, of all crime, of all disease and death. They not only knew the beginning, but they knew the end. They knew that life had one path and one road. They knew that the path, grass-grown and narrow, filled with thorns and nettles, infested with vipers, wet with tears, stained by bleeding feet, led to heaven, and that the road, broad and smooth, bordered with fruits and flowers, filled with laughter and song and all the happiness of human love, led straight to hell. They knew that God was doing his best to make you take the path, and that the devil used every art to keep you in the road. They knew that there was a perpetual battle waged between the great powers of good and evil for the possession of human souls. They knew that many centuries ago God had left his throne and had been born a babe into this poor world, that he had suffered death for the sake of man, for the sake of saving a few. They also knew that the human heart was utterly depraved, so that man by nature was in love with wrong, and hated God with all his might. At the same time, they knew that God created man in his own image, and was perfectly satisfied with his work. They also knew that he had been thwarted by the devil, who with wiles and lies had deceived the first of humankind. They knew that in consequence of that, God cursed the man and woman, the man with toil, the woman with slavery and pain, and both with death, and that he cursed the earth itself with briars and thorns, brambles and thistles. All these blessed things they knew. They knew, too, all that God had done to purify and elevate the race. They knew all about the flood, knew that God, with the exception of 8, drowned all his children, the young and old, the bowed patriarch and the dimpled babe, the young man and the merry maiden, the loving mother and the laughing child, because his mercy endureth forever. They knew, too, that he drowned the beasts and birds, everything that walked or crawled or flew, because his loving kindness is over all his works. They knew that God, for the purpose of civilizing his children, had devoured some with earthquakes, destroyed some with storms of fire, killed some with his lightnings, millions with famine, with pestilence, and sacrificed countless thousands upon the fields of war. They knew that it was necessary to believe these things and to love God. They knew that there could be no salvation except by faith and through the atoning blood of Jesus Christ. All who doubted or denied would be lost. To live a moral and honest life, to keep your contracts, to take care of wife and child, to make a happy home, to be a good citizen, a patriot, a just and thoughtful man, was simply a respectable way of going to hell. God did not reward men for being honest, generous, and brave, but for the act of faith. Without faith, all the so-called virtues were sins, and the men who practiced these virtues without faith deserved to suffer eternal pain. All of these comforting and reasonable things were taught by the ministers in their pulpits, by teachers in Sunday schools, and by parents at home. The children were victims. They were assaulted in the cradle, in their mother's arms. Then the schoolmaster carried on the war against their natural sense, and all the books they read were filled with the same impossible truths. The poor children were helpless. The atmosphere they breathed was filled with lies, lies that mingled with their blood. In those days, ministers depended on revivals to save souls and reform the world. In the winter, navigation having closed, business was mostly suspended. There were no railways, and the only means of communication were wagons and boats. Generally, the roads were so bad that the wagons were laid up with the boats. There were no operas, no theaters, no amusement except parties and balls. The parties were regarded as worldly, and the balls as wicked. For real and virtuous enjoyment, the good people depended on revivals. The sermons were mostly about the pains and agonies of hell, the joys and ecstasies of heaven, salvation by faith, and the efficacy of the atonement. The little churches in which the services were held were generally small, badly ventilated, and exceedingly warm. The emotional sermons, the sad singing, the hysterical amens, the hope of heaven, the fear of hell, caused many to lose the little sense they had. They became substantially insane. In this condition they flocked to the mourner's bench, asked for the prayers of the faithful, had strange feelings, prayed and wept and thought they had been born again. Then they would tell their experience, how wicked they had been, how evil had been their thoughts, their desires, and how good they had suddenly become. They used to tell the story of an old woman who, in telling her experience, said, "Before I was converted, before I gave my heart to God, I used to lie and steal. But now, thanks to the grace and blood of Jesus Christ, I have quit 'em both in a great measure." Of course, all the people were not exactly of one mind. There were some scoffers, and now and then some man had sense enough to laugh at the threats of priests and make a jest of hell. Some would tell of unbelievers who had lived and died in peace. When I was a boy I heard them tell of an old farmer in Vermont. He was dying. The minister was at his bedside, asked him if he was a Christian, if he was prepared to die. The old man answered that he had made no preparation, that he was not a Christian, that he had never done anything but work. The preacher said that he could give him no hope unless he had faith in Christ, and that if he had no faith, his soul would certainly be lost. The old man was not frightened. He was perfectly calm. In a weak and broken voice he said, "Mr. Preacher, I suppose you noticed my farm. My wife and I came here more than 50 years ago. We were just married. It was a forest then, and the land was covered with stones. I cut down the trees, burned the logs, picked up the stones, and laid the walls. My wife spun and wove and worked every moment. We raised and educated our children, denied ourselves. During all these years my wife never had a good dress or a decent bonnet. I never had a good suit of clothes. We lived on the plainest food. Our hands, our bodies are deformed by toil. We never had a vacation. We loved each other and the children. That is the only luxury we ever had. Now I am about to die, and you ask me if I am prepared? Mr. Preacher, I have no fear of the future, no terror of any other world. There may be such a place as hell, but if there is, you never can make me believe that it's any worse than old Vermont." So they told of a man who compared himself with his dog. "My dog," he said, "just barks and plays, has all he wants to eat, he never works, has no trouble about business. In a little while he dies, and that is all. I work with all my strength. I have no time to play. I have trouble every day. In a little while I will die, and then I go to hell. I wish that I had been a dog." Well, while the cold weather lasted, while the snows fell, the revival went on. But when the winter was over, when the steamboat's whistle was heard, when business started again, most of the converts backslid and fell again into their old ways. But the next winter they were on hand, ready to be born again. They formed a kind of stock company, playing the same parts every winter and backsliding every spring. The ministers who preached at these revivals were in earnest. They were zealous and sincere. They were not philosophers. To them science was the name of a vague dread, a dangerous enemy. They did not know much, but they believed a great deal. To them hell was a burning reality. They could see the smoke and flames. The devil was no myth. He was an actual person, a rival of God, an enemy of mankind. They thought that the important business of this life was to save your soul, that all should resist and scorn the pleasures of sense, and keep their eyes steadily fixed on the golden gate of the New Jerusalem. They were unbalanced, emotional, hysterical, bigoted, hateful, loving, and insane. They really believed the Bible to be the actual Word of God, a book without mistake or contradiction. They called its cruelties justice, its absurdities mysteries, its miracles facts, and the idiotic passages were regarded as profoundly spiritual. They dwelt on the pangs, the regrets, the infinite agonies of the lost, and showed how easily they could be avoided and how cheaply heaven could be obtained. They told their hearers to believe, to have faith, to give their hearts to God, their sins to Christ, who would bear their burdens and make their souls as white as snow. All this the ministers really believed. They were absolutely certain. In their minds the devil had tried in vain to sow the seeds of doubt. I heard hundreds of these evangelical sermons, heard hundreds of the most fearful and vivid descriptions of the tortures inflicted in hell, of the horrible state of the lost. I supposed that what I heard was true, and yet I did not believe it. I said, "It is," and then I thought, "It cannot be." These sermons made but faint impressions on my mind. I was not convinced. I had no desire to be converted, did not want a new heart, and had no wish to be born again. But I heard one sermon that touched my heart, that left its mark like a scar on my brain. One Sunday I went with my brother to hear a Free Will Baptist preacher. He was a large man, dressed like a farmer, but he was an orator. He could paint a picture with words. He took for his text the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. He described Dives, the rich man, his manner of life, the excesses in which he indulged, his extravagance, his riotous nights, his purple and fine linen, his feasts, his wines, and his beautiful women. Then he described Lazarus, his poverty, his rags and wretchedness, his poor body eaten by disease, the crusts and crumbs he devoured, the dogs that pitied him. He pictured his lonely life, his friendless death. Then, changing his tone of pity to one of triumph, leaping from tears to the heights of exaltation, from defeat to victory, he described the glorious company of angels who with white and outspread wings carried the soul of the despised pauper to paradise, to the bosom of Abraham. Then, changing his voice to one of scorn and loathing, he told of the rich man's death. He was in his palace, on his costly couch, the air heavy with perfume, the room filled with servants and physicians. His gold was worthless then. He could not buy another breath. He died, and in hell he lifted up his eyes, being in torment. Then, assuming a dramatic attitude, putting his right hand to his ear, he whispered, "Hark! I hear the rich man's voice. What does he say? Hark! Father Abraham, Father Abraham, I pray thee, send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my parched tongue, for I am tormented in this flame." Oh, my hearers, he has been making that request for more than 1,800 years, and millions of ages hence that whale will cross the gulf that lies between the saved and lost, and still will be heard the cry, "Father Abraham, Father Abraham, I pray thee send Lazarus, that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my parched tongue, for I am tormented in this flame." For the first time I understood the dogma of eternal pain, appreciated the glad tidings of great joy. For the first time my imagination grasped the height and depth of the Christian horror. Then I said, "It is a lie, and I hate your religion. If it is true, I hate your God." From that day I have had no fear, no doubt. For me, on that day, the flames of hell were quenched. From that day I have passionately hated every orthodox creed. That sermon did some good. From my childhood I had heard read and read the Bible. Morning and evening the sacred volume was opened and prayers were said. The Bible was my first history, the Jews were the first people, and the events narrated by Moses and the other inspired writers, and those predicted by prophets, were the all-important things. In other books were found the thoughts and dreams of men, but in the Bible were the sacred truths of God. Yet, in spite of my surroundings, of my education, I had no love for God. He was so saving of mercy, so extravagant in murder, so anxious to kill, so ready to assassinate, that I hated him with all my heart. At his command, babes were butchered, women violated, and the white hair of trembling age stained with blood. This God visited the people with pestilence, filled the houses and covered the streets with the dying and the dead, saw babes starving on the empty breasts of pallid mothers, heard the sobs, saw the tears, the sunken cheeks, the sightless eyes, the new-made graves, and remained as pitiless as the pestilence. This God withheld the rain, caused the famine, saw the fierce eyes of hunger, the wasted forms, the white lips, saw mothers eating babes, and remained ferocious as famine. It seems to me impossible for a civilized man to love or worship or respect the God of the Old Testament. A really civilized man, a really civilized woman, must hold such a God in abhorrence and contempt. But in the old days the good people justified Jehovah in his treatment of the heathen. The wretches who were murdered were idolaters, and therefore unfit to live. According to the Bible, God had never revealed himself to these people, and he knew that without a revelation they could not know that he was a true God. Whose fault was it then that they were heathen? The Christians said that God had the right to destroy them because he created them. What did he create them for? He knew when he made them that they would be food for the sword. He knew that he would have the pleasure of seeing them murdered. As a last answer, as a final excuse, the worshippers of Jehovah said that all these horrible things happened under the old dispensation of unyielding law and absolute justice, but that now, under the new dispensation, all had been changed. The sword of justice had been sheathed, and love enthroned. In the Old Testament, they said, God is the judge, but in the New, Christ is the merciful. As a matter of fact, the New Testament is infinitely worse than the Old. In the Old there is no threat of eternal pain. Jehovah had no eternal prison, no everlasting fire. His hatred ended at the grave. His revenge was satisfied when his enemy was dead. In the New Testament, death is not the end, but the beginning of punishment that has no end. In the New Testament, the malice of God is infinite and the hunger of his revenge eternal. The Orthodox God, when clothed in human flesh, told his disciples not to resist evil, to love their enemies, and when smitten on one cheek, to turn the other. And yet we are told that this same God, with the same loving lips, uttered these heartless, these fiendish words: "Depart, ye cursed, into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels." These are the words of eternal love? No human being has imagination enough to conceive of this infinite horror. All that the human race has suffered in war and want, in pestilence and famine, in fire and flood, all the pangs and pains of every disease and every death, all this is as nothing compared with the agonies to be endured by one lost soul. This is the consolation of the Christian religion. This is the justice of God, the mercy of Christ. This frightful dogma, this infinite lie, made me the implacable enemy of Christianity. The truth is that this belief in eternal pain has been the real persecutor. It founded the Inquisition, forged the chains, and furnished the faggots. It has darkened the lives of many millions. It made the cradle as terrible as the coffin. It enslaved nations and shed the blood of countless thousands. It sacrificed the wisest, the bravest, and the best. It subverted the idea of justice, drove mercy from the heart, changed men to fiends, and banished reason from the brain. Like a venomous serpent, it crawls and coils and hisses in every orthodox creed. It makes man an eternal victim and God an eternal fiend. It is the one infinite horror. Every church in which it is taught is a public curse. Every preacher who teaches it is an enemy of mankind. Below this Christian dogma, savagery cannot go. It is the infinite of malice, hatred, and revenge. Nothing could add to the horror of hell except the presence of its creator, God. While I have life, as long as I draw breath, I shall deny with all my strength and hate with every drop of my blood this infinite lie. Nothing gives me greater joy than to know that this belief in eternal pain is growing weaker every day, that thousands of ministers are ashamed of it. It gives me joy to know that Christians are becoming merciful, so merciful that the fires of hell are burning low, flickering, choked with ashes, destined in a few years to die out forever. For centuries, Christendom was a madhouse. Popes, cardinals, bishops, priests, monks, and heretics were all insane. Only a few, 4 or 5 in a century, were sound in heart and brain. Only a few, in spite of the roar and din, in spite of the savage cries, heard reason's voice. Only a few, in the wild rage of ignorance, fear, and zeal, preserved the perfect calm that wisdom gives. We have advanced. In a few years the Christians will become, let us hope, humane and sensible enough to deny the dogma that fills the endless years with pain. They ought to know now that this dogma is utterly inconsistent with the wisdom, the justice, the goodness of their God. They ought to know that their belief in hell gives to the Holy Ghost, the dove, the beak of a vulture, and fills the mouth of the Lamb of God with the fangs of a viper. In my youth, I read religious books, books about God, about the atonement, about salvation by faith, and about the other worlds. I became familiar with the commentators, with Adam Clarke, who thought that the serpent seduced our mother Eve, and was in fact the father of Cain. He also believed that the animals, while in the ark, had their natures changed to that degree that they devoured straw together and enjoyed each other's society, thus prefiguring the blessed millennium. I read Scott, who was such a natural theologian that he really thought the story of Phaeton, of the wild steeds dashing across the sky, corroborated the story of Joshua having stopped the sun and moon. So I read Henry and McKnight, and found that God so loved the world that he made up his mind to damn a large majority of the human race. I read Cruden, who made the great concordance, and made the miracles as small and probable as he could. I remember that he explained the miracle of feeding the wandering Jews with quails by saying that even at this day immense numbers of quails crossed the Red Sea, and that sometimes when tired they settled on ships that sank beneath their weight. The fact that the explanation was as hard to believe as the miracle made no difference to the devout Cruden. To while away the time, I read Calvin's Institutes, a book calculated to produce, in any natural mind, considerable respect for the devil. I read Paley's Evidences, and found that the evidence of ingenuity in producing the evil, in contriving the hurtful, was at least equal to the evidence tending to show the use of intelligence in the creation of what we call good. You know, the watch argument was Paley's greatest effort. A man finds a watch, and it is so wonderful that he concludes that it must have had a maker. He finds the maker, and he is so much more wonderful than the watch that he says he must have had a maker. Then he finds God, the maker of man, and he is so much more wonderful than the man that he could not have had a maker. This is what the lawyers call a departure in pleading. According to Paley, there can be no design without a designer, but there can be a designer without a design. The wonder of the watch suggested the watchmaker, and the wonder of the watchmaker suggested the creator, and the wonder of the creator demonstrated that he was not created, but was uncaused and eternal. We had Edwards on The Will, in which the Reverend author shows that necessity has no effect on accountability, and that when God creates a human being, and at the same time determines and decrees exactly what that being shall do and be, the human being is responsible, and God, in his justice and mercy, has the right to torture the soul of that human being forever. Yet Edwards said that he loved God. The fact is that if you believe in an infinite God, and also in eternal punishment, then you must admit that Edwards and Calvin were absolutely right. There is no escape from their conclusions if you admit their premises. They were infinitely cruel, their premises infinitely absurd, their God infinitely fiendish, and their logic perfect. And yet I have kindness and candor enough to say that Calvin and Edwards were both insane. We had plenty of theological literature. There was Jenkin on the Atonement, who demonstrated the wisdom of God in devising a way in which the sufferings of innocents could justify the guilty. He tried to show that children could justly be punished for the sins of their ancestors, and that men could, if they had faith, be justly credited with the virtues of others. Nothing could be more devout, orthodox, and idiotic. But all of our theology was not in prose. We had Milton with his celestial militia, with his great and blundering God, his proud and cunning devil, his wars between immortals, and all the sublime absurdities that religion wrought within this blind man's brain. The theology taught by Milton was dear to the Puritan heart. It was accepted by New England, and it poisoned the souls and ruined the lives of thousands. The genius of Shakespeare could not make the theology of Milton poetic. In the literature of the world there is nothing outside of the sacred books more perfectly absurd. We had Young's Night Thoughts, and I supposed that the author was an exceedingly devout and loving follower of the Lord. Yet Young had a great desire to be a bishop, and to accomplish that end he electioneered with the king's mistress. In other words, he was a fine old hypocrite. In the Night Thoughts there is scarcely a genuinely honest, natural line. It is pretense from beginning to end. He did not write what he felt, but what he thought he ought to feel. We had Pollock's Course of Time, with its worm that never dies, its quenchless flames, its endless pangs, its leering devils, and its gloating God. This frightful poem should have been written in a madhouse. In it you find all the cries and groans and shrieks of maniacs, when they tear and rend each other's flesh. It is as heartless, as hideous, as hellish as the 32nd chapter of Deuteronomy. We all know the beautiful hymn commencing with the cheerful line, "Hark from the tombs a doleful sound." Nothing could have been more appropriate for children. It is well to put a coffin where it can be seen from the cradle. When a mother nurses her child, an open grave should be at her feet. This would tend to make the babe serious, reflective, religious, and miserable. God hates laughter and despises mirth. To feel free, untrammeled, irresponsible, joyous, to forget care and death, to be flooded with sunshine without a fear of night, to forget the past, to have no thought of the future, no dream of God, or heaven, or hell, to be intoxicated with the present, to be conscious only of the clasp and kiss of the one you love, this is the sin against the Holy Ghost. But we have Cowper's poems. Cowper was sincere. He was the opposite of Young. He had an observing eye, a gentle heart, and a sense of the artistic. He sympathized with all who suffered, with the imprisoned, the enslaved, the outcasts. He loved the beautiful. No wonder that the belief in eternal punishment made this loving soul insane. No wonder that the tidings of great joy quenched hope's great star, and left his broken heart in the darkness of despair. We had many volumes of orthodox sermons, filled with wrath and the terrors of the judgment to come, sermons that had been delivered by savage saints. We had the Book of Martyrs, showing that Christians had for many centuries imitated the God they worshipped. We had the history of the Waldenses, of the Reformation of the Church. We had Pilgrim's Progress, Baxter's Call, and Butler's Analogy. To use a Western phrase or saying, I found that Bishop Butler dug up more snakes than he killed, suggested more difficulties than he explained, more doubts than he dispelled. Among such books my youth was passed. All the seeds of Christianity, of superstition, were sown in my mind and cultivated with great diligence and care. All that time I knew nothing of any science, nothing about the other side, nothing of the objections that had been urged against the blessed Scriptures or against the perfect Congregational creed. Of course I had heard the ministers speak of blasphemers, of infidel wretches, of scoffers who laughed at holy things. They did not answer their arguments, but they tore their characters into shreds and demonstrated by the fury of assertion that they had done the devil's work. And yet, in spite of all I heard, of all I read, I could not quite believe. My brain and heart said no. For a time I left the dreams, the insanities, the illusions and delusions, the nightmares of theology. I studied astronomy, just a little. I examined maps of the heavens, learned the names of some of the constellations, of some of the stars, found something of their size and the velocity with which they wheeled in their orbits, obtained a faint conception of astronomical spaces, found that some of the known stars were so far away in the depths of space that their light, traveling at the rate of nearly 200,000 miles a second, required many years to reach this little world, found that, compared with the great stars, our earth was but a grain of sand, an atom, found that the old belief that all the hosts of heaven had been created for the benefit of man was infinitely absurd. I compared what was really known about the stars with the account of creation as told in Genesis. I found that the writer of the inspired book had no knowledge of astronomy, that he was as ignorant as a Choctaw chief, as an Eskimo driver of dogs. Does anyone imagine that the author of Genesis knew anything about the sun, its size, that he was acquainted with Sirius, the North Star, with Capella, or that he knew anything of the clusters of stars so far away that their light, now visiting our eyes, has been traveling for 2,000,000 years? If he had known these facts, would he have said that Jehovah worked nearly 6 days to make this world, and only a part of the afternoon of the 4th day to make the sun and moon and all the stars? Yet millions of people insist that the writer of Genesis was inspired by the Creator of all worlds. Now, intelligent men who are not frightened, whose brains have not been paralyzed by fear, know that the sacred story of creation was written by an ignorant savage. The story is inconsistent with all known facts, and every star shining in the heavens testifies that its author was an uninspired barbarian. I admit that this unknown writer was sincere, that he wrote what he believed to be true, that he did the best he could. He did not claim to be inspired, did not pretend that the story had been told to him by Jehovah. He simply stated the facts as he understood them. After I had learned a little about the stars, I concluded that this writer, this inspired scribe, had been misled by myth and legend, and that he knew no more about creation than the average theologian of my day. In other words, that he knew absolutely nothing. And here allow me to say that the ministers who are answering me are turning their guns in the wrong direction. These reverend gentlemen should attack the astronomers. They should malign and vilify Kepler, Copernicus, Newton, Herschel, and Laplace. These men were the real destroyers of the sacred story. Then, after having disposed of them, they can wage a war against the stars, and against Jehovah himself for having furnished evidence against the truthfulness of his book. Then I studied geology. Not much, just a little. Just enough to find in a general way the principal facts that have been discovered, and some of the conclusions that had been reached. I learned something of the action of fire, of water, of the formation of islands and continents, of the sedimentary and igneous rocks, of the coal measures, of the chalk cliffs, something about coral reefs, about the deposits made by rivers, the effect of volcanoes, of glaciers, and of the all-surrounding sea, just enough to know that the Laurentian rocks were millions of ages older than the grass beneath my feet, just enough to feel certain that this world has been pursuing its flight about the sun, wheeling in light and shade, for hundreds of millions of years, just enough to know that the inspired writer knew nothing of the history of the earth, nothing of the great forces of nature, of wind and wave and fire, forces that have destroyed and built, wrecked and wrought through all the countless years. And let me tell the ministers again that they should not waste their time in answering me. They should attack the geologists. They should deny the facts that have been discovered. They should launch their curses at the blaspheming seas and dash their heads against the infidel rocks. Then I studied biology. Not much. Just enough to know something of animal forms, enough to know that life existed when the Laurentian rocks were made, just enough to know that implements of stone, implements that had been formed by human hands, had been found mingled with the bones of extinct animals, bones that had been split with these implements, and that these animals had ceased to exist hundreds of thousands of years before the manufacture of Adam and Eve. Then I felt sure that the inspired record was false, that many millions of people had been deceived, and that all I had been taught about the origin of worlds and men was utterly untrue. I felt that I knew that the Old Testament was the work of ignorant men, that it was a mingling of truth and mistake, of wisdom and foolishness, of cruelty and kindness, of philosophy and absurdity, that it contained some elevated thoughts, some poetry, a good deal of the solemn and commonplace, some hysterical, some tender, some wicked prayers, some insane predictions, some delusions, and some chaotic dreams. Of course, the theologians fought the facts found by the geologists, the scientists, and sought to sustain the sacred scriptures. They mistook the bones of the mastodon for those of human beings, and by them proudly proved that there were giants in those days. They accounted for the fossils by saying that God had made them to try our faith, or that the devil had imitated the works of the Creator. They answered the geologists by saying that the days in Genesis were long periods of time, and that after all the flood might have been local. They told the astronomers that the sun and moon were not actually, but only apparently, stopped, and that the appearance was produced by the reflection and refraction of light. They excused the slavery and polygamy, the robbery and murder upheld in the Old Testament, by saying that the people were so degraded that Jehovah was compelled to pander to their ignorance and prejudice. In every way the clergy sought to evade the facts, to dodge the truth, to preserve the creed. At first they flatly denied the facts, then they belittled them, then they harmonized them, then they denied that they had denied them. Then they changed the meaning of the inspired book to fit the facts. At first they said that if the facts, as claimed, were true, the Bible was false and Christianity itself a superstition. Afterward they said the facts, as claimed, were true, and that they established beyond all doubt the inspiration of the Bible and the divine origin of Orthodox religion. Anything they could not dodge they swallowed, and anything they could not swallow they dodged. I gave up the Old Testament on account of its mistakes, its absurdities, its ignorance, and its cruelty. I gave up the New because it vouched for the truth of the Old. I gave it up on account of its miracles, its contradictions, because Christ and his disciples believed in the existence of devils, talked and made bargains with them, expelled them from people and animals. This of itself is enough. We know, if we know anything, that devils do not exist, that Christ never cast them out, and that if he pretended to, he was either ignorant, dishonest, or insane. These stories about devils demonstrate the human, the ignorant origin of the New Testament. I gave up the New Testament because it rewards credulity and curses brave and honest men, and because it teaches the infinite horror of eternal pain. End of Part 1 of Why I Am an Agnostic by Robert G. Ingersoll. Section 2 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures, Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Why I Am an Agnostic, Part 2. Having spent my youth in reading books about religion, about the new birth and disobedience of our first parents, the atonement, salvation by faith, the wickedness of pleasure, the degrading consequences of love, and the impossibility of getting to heaven by being honest and generous, and having become somewhat weary of the frayed and raveled thoughts, you can imagine my surprise, my delight, when I read the poems of Robert Burns. I was familiar with the writings of the devout and insincere, the pious and petrified, the pure and heartless. Here was a natural, honest man. I knew the works of those who regarded all nature as depraved, and looked upon love as the legacy and perpetual witness of original sin. Here was a man who plucked joy from the mire, made goddesses of peasant girls, and enthroned the honest man. One whose sympathy with loving arms embraced all forms of suffering life, who hated slavery of every kind, who was as natural as heaven's blue, with humor kindly as an autumn day, with wit as sharp as Ithuriel's spear, and scorn that blasted like a simoon's breath. A man who loved this world, this life, the things of every day, and placed above all else the thrilling ecstasies of human love. I read and read again with rapture, tears, and smiles, feeling that a great heart was throbbing in the lines. The religious, the lugubrious, the artificial, the spiritual poets were forgotten and remained only as fragments, the half-remembered horrors of monstrous and distorted dreams. I had found at last a natural man, one who despised his country's cruel creed, and was brave and sensible enough to say, all religions are old wives' fables, but an honest man has nothing to fear, either in this world or the world to come. One who had the genius to write Holy Willie's Prayer, a poem that crucified Calvinism and through its bloodless heart thrust the spear of common sense, a poem that made every orthodox creed the food of scorn, of inextinguishable laughter. Burns had his faults, his frailties. He was intensely human. Still, I would rather appear at the judgment seat drunk, and be able to say that I was the author of "A Man's a Man for a' That," than to be perfectly sober and admit that I had lived and died a Scotch Presbyterian. I read Byron, read his Cain, in which, as in Paradise Lost, the devil seems to be the better God, read his beautiful, sublime, and bitter lines, read his Prisoner of Chillon, his best, a poem that filled my heart with tenderness, with pity, and with an eternal hatred of tyranny. I read Shelley's Queen Mab, a poem filled with beauty, courage, thought, sympathy, tears, and scorn, in which a brave soul tears down the prison walls and floods the cells with light. I read his Skylark, a winged flame, passionate as blood, tender as tears, pure as light. I read Keats, whose name was writ in water, read St. Agnes' Eve, a story told with such an artless art that this poor common world is changed to fairyland, the Grecian urn, that fills the soul with ever-eager love, with all the rapture of imagined song, the nightingale, a melody in which there is a memory of morn, a melody that dies away in dusk and tears, paining the senses with its perfectness. And then I read Shakespeare, the plays, the sonnets, the poems, read all. I beheld a new heaven and a new earth. Shakespeare, who knew the brain and heart of man, the hopes and fears, the loves and hatreds, the vices and the virtues of the human race, whose imagination read the tear-blurred records, the blood-stained pages of all the past, and saw falling athwart the outspread scroll the light of hope and love. Shakespeare, who sounded every depth, while on the loftiest peak there fell the shadow of his wings. I compared the plays with the inspired books, Romeo and Juliet with the Song of Solomon, Lear with Job, and the sonnets with the Psalms, and I found that Jehovah did not understand the art of speech. I compared Shakespeare's women, his perfect women, with the women of the Bible. I found that Jehovah was not a sculptor, not a painter, not an artist, that he lacked the power that changes clay to flesh, the art, the plastic touch that molds the perfect form, the breath that gives it free and joyous life, the genius that creates the faultless. The sacred books of all the world are worthless dross and common stones compared with Shakespeare's glittering gold and gleaming gems. Up to this time I had read nothing against our blessed religion except what I had found in Burns, Byron, and Shelley. By some accident I read Volney, who shows that all religions are and have been established in the same way, that all had their Christs, their apostles, miracles, and sacred books, and then asked how it is possible to decide which is the true one, a question that is still waiting for an answer. I read Gibbon, the greatest of historians, who marshaled his facts as skillfully as Caesar did his legions, and I learned that Christianity is only a name for paganism, for the old religion shorn of its beauty, that some absurdities had been exchanged for others, that some gods had been killed, a vast multitude of devils created, and that hell had been enlarged. And then I read The Age of Reason by Thomas Paine. Let me tell you something about this sublime and slandered man. He came to this country just before the Revolution. He brought a letter of introduction from Benjamin Franklin, at that time the greatest American. In Philadelphia, Paine was employed to write for the Pennsylvania Magazine. We know that he wrote at least 5 articles. The first was against slavery, the second against dueling, the third on the treatment of prisoners, showing that the object should be to reform, not to punish and degrade, the fourth on the rights of women, and the fifth in favor of forming societies for the prevention of cruelty to children and animals. From this you see that he suggested the great reforms of our century. The truth is that he labored all his life for the good of his fellow men, and did as much to found the great republic as any man who ever stood beneath our flag. He gave his thoughts about religion, about the blessed scriptures, about the superstitions of his time. He was perfectly sincere, and what he said was kind and fair. The Age of Reason filled with hatred the hearts of those who loved their enemies, and the occupant of every orthodox pulpit became, and still is, a passionate maligner of Thomas Paine. No one has answered, no one will answer, his argument against the dogma of inspiration, his objections to the Bible. He did not rise above all the superstitions of his day. While he hated Jehovah, he praised the God of nature, the creator and preserver of all. In this he was wrong, because, as Watson said in his reply to Paine, the God of nature is as heartless, as cruel, as the God of the Bible. But Paine was one of the pioneers, one of the Titans, one of the heroes, who gladly gave his life, his every thought and act, to free and civilize mankind. I read Voltaire. Voltaire, the greatest man of his century, and who did more for liberty of thought and speech than any other being, human or divine. Voltaire, who tore the mask from hypocrisy, and found behind the painted smile the fangs of hate. Voltaire, who attacked the savagery of the law, the cruel decisions of venal courts, and rescued victims from the wheel and rack. Voltaire, who waged war against the tyranny of thrones, the greed and heartlessness of power. Voltaire, who filled the flesh of priests with the barbed and poisonous arrows of his wit, and made the pious jugglers who cursed him in public laugh at themselves in private. Voltaire, who sided with the oppressed, rescued the unfortunate, championed the obscure and weak, civilized judges, repealed laws, and abolished torture in his native land. In every direction this tireless man fought the absurd, the miraculous, the supernatural, the idiotic, the unjust. He had no reverence for the ancient. He was not awed by pageantry and pomp, by crowned crime or mitred pretense. Beneath the crown he saw the criminal, under the mitre the hypocrite. To the bar of his conscience, his reason, he summoned the barbarism and the barbarians of his time. He pronounced judgment against them all, and that judgment has been affirmed by the intelligent world. Voltaire lighted a torch and gave to others the sacred flame. The light still shines and will as long as man loves liberty and seeks for truth. I read Zeno, the man who said, centuries before our Christ was born, that man could not own his fellow man. No matter whether you claim a slave by purchase or capture, the title is bad. They who claim to own their fellow men look down into the pit and forget the justice that should rule the world. I became acquainted with Epicurus, who taught the religion of usefulness, of temperance, of courage and wisdom, and who said, "Why should I fear death? If I am, death is not. If death is, I am not. Why should I fear that which cannot exist when I do?" I read about Socrates, who, when on trial for his life, said among other things to his judges these wondrous words, "I have not sought during my life to amass wealth and to adorn my body, but I have sought to adorn my soul with the jewels of wisdom, patience, and above all with a love of liberty." So I read about Diogenes, the philosopher who hated the superfluous, the enemy of waste and greed, and who one day entered the temple, reverently approached the altar, crushed a louse between the nails of his thumbs, and solemnly said, "The sacrifice of Diogenes to all the gods." This parodied the worship of the world, satirized all creeds, and in one act put the essence of religion. Diogenes must have known of this inspired passage. "Without the shedding of blood there is no remission of sins." I compared Zeno, Epicurus, and Socrates, three heathen wretches who had never heard of the Old Testament or the Ten Commandments, with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, three favorites of Jehovah, and I was depraved enough to think that the pagans were superior to the patriarchs, and to Jehovah himself. My attention was turned to other religions, to the sacred books, the creeds and ceremonies of other lands, of India, Egypt, Assyria, Persia, of the dead and dying nations. I concluded that all religions had the same foundation, a belief in the supernatural, a power above nature that man could influence by worship, by sacrifice and prayer. I found that all religions rested on a mistaken conception of nature, that the religion of a people was the science of that people, that is to say, their explanation of the world, of life and death, of origin and destiny. I concluded that all religions had substantially the same origin, and that, in fact, there has never been but one religion in the world. The twigs and leaves may differ, but the trunk is the same. The poor African that pours out his heart to his deity of stone is on an exact religious level with the robed priest who supplicates his God. The same mistake, the same superstition, bends the knees and shuts the eyes of both. Both ask for supernatural aid, and neither has the slightest thought of the absolute uniformity of nature. It seems probable to me that the first organized ceremonial religion was the worship of the sun. The sun was the sky father, the all-seeing, the source of life, the fireside of the world. The sun was regarded as a god who fought the darkness, the power of evil, the enemy of man. There have been many sun gods, and they seem to have been the chief deities in the ancient religions. They have been worshipped in many lands, by many nations that have passed to death and dust. Apollo was a sun god, and he fought and conquered the serpent of night. Buldar was a sun god. He was in love with the dawn, a maiden. Krishna was a sun god. At his birth the Ganges was thrilled from its source to the sea, and all the trees, the dead as well as the living, burst into leaf and bud and flower. Hercules was a sun god, and so was Samson, whose strength was in his hair, that is to say, in his beams. He was shorn of his strength by Delilah, the shadow, the darkness. Osiris, Bacchus, and Mithra, Hermes, Buddha, and Quetzalcoatl, Prometheus, Zoroaster, and Perseus, Kadam, Lao Tse, Fohi, Horus, and Ramses were all sun gods. All of these gods had gods for fathers, and their mothers were virgins. The births of nearly all were announced by stars, celebrated by celestial music, and voices declared that a blessing had come to the poor world. All of these gods were born in humble places, in caves, under trees, in common inns, and tyrants sought to kill them all when they were babes. All of these sun gods were born at the winter solstice, on Christmas. Nearly all were worshipped by wise men. All of them fasted for 40 days. All of them taught in parables. All of them wrought miracles. All met with a violent death, and all rose from the dead. The history of these gods is the exact history of our Christ. This is not a coincidence, an accident. Christ was a sun god. Christ was a new name for an old biography, a survival, the last of the sun gods. Christ was not a man, but a myth, not a life, but a legend. I found that we had not only borrowed our Christ, but that all our sacraments, symbols, and ceremonies were legacies that we received from the buried past. There is nothing original in Christianity. The cross was a symbol thousands of years before our era. It was a symbol of life, of immortality, of the god Agni, and it was chiseled upon tombs many ages before a line of our Bible was written. Baptism is far older than Christianity, than Judaism. The Hindus, Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans had holy water long before a Catholic lived. The Eucharist was borrowed from the pagans. Ceres was the goddess of the fields, Bacchus of the vine. At the harvest festival they made cakes of wheat and said, "This is the flesh of the goddess." They drank wine and cried, "This is the blood of our god." The Egyptians had a trinity. They worshipped Osiris, Isis, and Horus, thousands of years before the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost were known. The tree of life grew in India, in China, and among the Aztecs, long before the Garden of Eden was planted. Long before our Bible was known, other nations had their sacred books. The dogmas of the fall of man, the atonement and salvation by faith, are far older than our religion. In our blessed gospel, in our divine scheme, there is nothing new, nothing original, all old, all borrowed, pieced, and patched. Then I concluded that all religions had been naturally produced, and that all were variations, modifications of one. Then I felt that I knew that all were the work of man. The theologians had always insisted that their God was the creator of all living things, that the forms, parts, functions, colors, and varieties of animals were the expressions of his fancy, taste, and wisdom, that he made them all precisely as they are today, that he invented fins and legs and wings, that he furnished them with the weapons of attack, the shields of defense, that he formed them with reference to food and climate, taking into consideration all facts affecting life. They insisted that man was a special creation, not related in any way to the animals below him. They also asserted that all the forms of vegetation, from mosses to forests, were just the same today as the moment they were made. Men of genius, who were for the most part free from religious prejudice, were examining these things, were looking for facts. They were examining the fossils of animals and plants, studying the forms of animals, their bones and muscles, the effect of climate and food, the strange modifications through which they had passed. Humboldt had published his lectures, filled with great thoughts, with splendid generalizations, with suggestions that stimulated the spirit of investigation, and with conclusions that satisfied the mind. He demonstrated the uniformity of nature, the kinship of all that lives and grows, that breathes and thinks. Darwin, with his Origin of Species, his theories about natural selection, the survival of the fittest, and the influence of environment, shed a flood of light upon the great problems of plant and animal life. These things had been guessed, prophesied, asserted, hinted by many others, but Darwin, with infinite patience, with perfect care and candor, found the facts, fulfilled the prophecies, and demonstrated the truth of the guesses, hints, and assertions. He was, in my judgment, the keenest observer, the best judge of the meaning and value of a fact, the greatest naturalist the world has produced. The theological view began to look small and mean. Spencer gave his theory of evolution and sustained it by countless facts. He stood at a great height, and with the eyes of a philosopher, a profound thinker, surveyed the world. He has influenced the thought of the wisest. Theology looked more absurd than ever. Huxley entered the lists for Darwin. No man ever had a sharper sword, a better shield. He challenged the world. The great theologians and the small scientists, those who had more courage than sense, accepted the challenge. Their poor bodies were carried away by their friends. Huxley had intelligence, industry, genius, and the courage to express his thought. He was absolutely loyal to what he thought was truth. Without prejudice and without fear, he followed the footsteps of life from the lowest to the highest forms. Theology looked smaller still. Haeckel began at the simplest cell, went from change to change, from form to form, followed the line of development, the path of life, until he reached the human race. It was all natural. There had been no interference from without. I read the works of these great men, of many others, and became convinced that they were right, and that all the theologians, all the believers in special creation, were absolutely wrong. The Garden of Eden faded away, Adam and Eve fell back to dust, the snake crawled into the grass, and Jehovah became a miserable myth. I took another step. What is matter? Substance? Can it be destroyed? Annihilated? Is it possible to conceive of the destruction of the smallest atom of substance? It can be ground to powder, changed from a solid to a liquid, from a liquid to a gas, but it all remains. Nothing is lost, nothing destroyed. Let an infinite God, if there be one, attack a grain of sand. Attack it with infinite power. It cannot be destroyed. It cannot surrender. It defies all force. Substance cannot be destroyed. Then I took another step. If matter cannot be destroyed, cannot be annihilated, it could not have been created. The indestructible must be uncreatable. And then I asked myself, what is force? We cannot conceive of the creation of force or of its destruction. Force may be changed from one form to another, from motion to heat, but it cannot be destroyed, annihilated. If force cannot be destroyed, it could not have been created. It is eternal. Another thing, matter cannot exist apart from force. Force cannot exist apart from matter. Matter could not have existed before force. Force could not have existed before matter. Matter and force can only be conceived of together. This has been shown by several scientists, but most clearly, most forcibly, by Büchner. Thought is a form of force, consequently it could not have caused or created matter. Intelligence is a form of force and could not have existed without or apart from matter. Without substance there could have been no mind, no will, no force in any form, and there could have been no substance without force. Matter and force were not created. They have existed from eternity. They cannot be destroyed. There was, there is, no creator. Then came the question, is there a God? Is there a being of infinite intelligence, power, and goodness who governs the world? There can be goodness without much intelligence, but it seems to me that perfect intelligence and perfect goodness must go together. In nature I see or seem to see good and evil, intelligence and ignorance, goodness and cruelty, care and carelessness, economy and waste. I see means that do not accomplish the ends, designs that seem to fail. To me it seems infinitely cruel for life to feed on life, to create animals that devour others. The teeth and beaks, the claws and fangs that tear and rend, fill me with horror. What can be more frightful than a world at war? Every leaf a battlefield, every flower a Golgotha, in every drop of water, pursuit, capture, and death. Under every piece of bark, life lying in wait for life. On every blade of grass, something that kills, something that suffers. Everywhere the strong living on the weak, the superior on the inferior. Everywhere the weak, the insignificant, living on the strong, the inferior on the superior. The highest food for the lowest. Man sacrificed for the sake of microbes. Murder universal. Everywhere pain, disease, and death. Death that does not wait for bent forms and gray hairs, but clutches babes and happy youths. Death that takes the mother from her helpless dimpled child. Death that fills the world with grief and tears. How can the Orthodox Christian explain these things? I know that life is good. I remember the sunshine and rain. Then I think of the earthquake and flood. I do not forget health and harvest, home and love. But what of pestilence and famine? I cannot harmonize all these contradictions, these blessings and agonies, with the existence of an infinitely good, wise, and powerful God. The theologian says that what we call evil is for our benefit, that we are placed in this world of sin and sorrow to develop character. If this is true, I ask why the infant dies. Millions and millions draw a few breaths and fade away in the arms of their mothers. They are not allowed to develop character. The theologian says that serpents were given fangs to protect themselves from their enemies. Why did God who made them make enemies? Why is it that many species of serpents have no fangs? The theologian says that God armored the hippopotamus, covered his body, except the under part, with scales and plates, that other animals could not pierce with tooth or tusk. But the same God made the rhinoceros, and supplied him with a horn on his nose, with which he disembowels the hippopotamus. The same God made the eagle, the vulture, the hawk, and their helpless prey. On every hand there seems to be design to defeat design. If God created man, if he is the father of us all, why did he make the criminals, the insane, the deformed, and idiotic? Should the inferior man thank God? Should the mother who clasps to her breast an idiot child thank God? Should the slave thank God? The theologian says that God governs the wind, the rain, the lightning. How then can we account for the cyclone, the flood, the drought, the glittering bolt that kills? Suppose we had a man in this country who could control the wind, the rain, and lightning, and suppose we elected him to govern these things, and suppose that he allowed whole states to dry and wither, and at the same time wasted the rain in the sea. Suppose that he allowed the winds to destroy cities and to crush to shapelessness thousands of men and women, and allowed the lightnings to strike the life out of mothers and babes. What would we say? What would we think of such a savage? And yet, according to the theologians, this is exactly the course pursued by God. What do we think of a man who will not, when he has the power, protect his friends? Yet the Christian's God allowed his enemies to torture and burn his friends, his worshippers. Who has ingenuity enough to explain this? What good man, having the power to prevent it, would allow the innocent to be imprisoned, chained in dungeons, and sigh against the dripping walls their weary lives away? If God governs the world, why is innocence not a perfect shield? Why does injustice triumph? Who can answer these questions? In answer, the intelligent, honest man must say, I do not know. This God must be, if he exists, a person, a conscious being. Who can imagine an infinite personality? This God must have force, and we cannot conceive of force apart from matter. This God must be material. He must have the means by which he changes force to what we call thought. When he thinks, he uses force, force that must be replaced. Yet we are told that he is infinitely wise. If he is, he does not think. Thought is a ladder, a process by which we reach a conclusion. He who knows all conclusions cannot think. He cannot hope or fear. When knowledge is perfect, there can be no passion, no emotion. If God is infinite, he does not want. He has all. He who does not want does not act. The infinite must dwell in eternal calm. It is as impossible to conceive of such a being as to imagine a square triangle or to think of a circle without a diameter. Yet we are told that it is our duty to love this God. Can we love the unknown, the inconceivable? Can it be our duty to love anybody? It is our duty to act justly, honestly, but it cannot be our duty to love. We cannot be under obligation to admire a painting, to be charmed with a poem, or thrilled with music. Admiration cannot be controlled. Taste and love are not the servants of the will. Love is and must be free. It rises from the heart like perfume from a flower. For thousands of ages, men and women have been trying to love the gods, trying to soften their hearts, trying to get their aid. I see them all. The panorama passes before me. I see them with outstretched hands, with reverently closed eyes, worshiping the sun. I see them bowing in their fear and need to meteoric stones, imploring serpents, beasts, and sacred trees, praying to idols wrought of wood and stone. I see them building altars to the unseen powers, staining them with blood of child and beast. I see the countless priests and hear their solemn chants. I see the dying victims, the smoking altars, the swinging censers, and the rising clouds. I see the half-god men, the mournful Christs in many lands. I see the common things of life change to miracles as they speed from mouth to mouth. I see the insane prophets reading the secret book of fate by signs and dreams. I see them all. The Assyrians chanting the praises of Ashur and Ishtar, the Hindus worshipping Brahma, Vishnu, and Draupadi, the white-armed, the Chaldeans sacrificing to Bel and Hea, the Egyptians bowing to Ptah and Ra, Osiris and Isis, the Medes placating the storm, worshipping the fire, the Babylonians supplicating Bel and Merodach. I see them all by the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Ganges, and the Nile. I see the Greeks building temples for Zeus, Neptune, and Venus. I see the Romans kneeling to 100 gods. I see others spurning idols and pouring out their hopes and fears to a vague image in the mind. I see the multitudes, with open mouths, receive as truths the myths and fables of the vanished years. I see them give their toil, their wealth to robe the priests, to build the vaulted roofs, the spacious aisles, the glittering domes. I see them clad in rags, huddled in dens and huts, devouring crusts and scraps, that they may give the more to ghosts and gods. I see them make their cruel creeds and fill the world with hatred, war, and death. I see them with their faces in the dust in the dark days of plague and sudden death, when cheeks are wan and lips are white for lack of bread. I hear their prayers, their sighs, their sobs. I see them kiss the unconscious lips as their hot tears fall on the pallid faces of the dead. I see the nations as they fade and fail. I see them captured and enslaved. I see their altars mingle with the common earth, their temples crumble slowly back to dust. I see their gods grow old and weak, infirm and faint. I see them fall from vague and misty thrones, helpless and dead. The worshippers receive no help. Injustice triumphs. Toilers are paid with the lash. Babes are sold, the innocent stand on scaffolds, and the heroic perish in flames. I see the earthquakes devour, the volcanoes overwhelm, the cyclones wreck, the floods destroy, and the lightnings kill. The nations perished, the gods died, the toil and wealth were lost. The temples were built in vain, and all the prayers died unanswered in the heedless air. Then I asked myself the question, is there a supernatural power, an arbitrary mind, an enthroned God, a supreme will that sways the tides and currents of the world, to which all causes bow? I do not deny, I do not know, but I do not believe. I believe that the natural is supreme, that from the infinite chain no link can be lost or broken, that there is no supernatural power that can answer prayer, no power that worship can persuade or change, no power that cares for man. I believe that with infinite arms nature embraces the all, that there is no interference, no chance, that behind every event are the necessary and countless causes, and that beyond every event will be and must be the necessary and countless effects. Man must protect himself. He cannot depend upon the supernatural, upon an imaginary father in the skies. He must protect himself by finding the facts in nature, by developing his brain, to the end that he may overcome the obstructions and take advantage of the forces of nature. Is there a God? I do not know. Is man immortal? I do not know. One thing I do know, and that is that neither hope nor fear, belief nor denial can change the fact. It is as it is, and it will be as it must be. We wait and hope. When I became convinced that the universe is natural, that all the ghosts and gods are myths, there entered into my brain, into my soul, into every drop of my blood, the sense, the feeling, the joy of freedom. The walls of my prison crumbled and fell, the dungeon was flooded with light, and all the bolts and bars and manacles became dust. I was no longer a servant, a serf, or a slave. There was for me no master in all the wide world, not even in infinite space. I was free, free to think, to express my thoughts, free to live to my own ideal, free to live for myself and those I loved, free to use all my faculties, all my senses, free to spread imagination's wings, free to investigate, to guess and dream and hope, free to judge and determine for myself, free to reject all ignorant and cruel creeds, all the inspired books that savages have produced, and all the barbarous legends of the past, free from popes and priests, free from all the called and set apart, free from sanctified mistakes and holy lies, free from the fear of eternal pain, free from the winged monsters of the night, free from devils, ghosts, and gods. For the first time I was free. There were no prohibited places in all the realms of thought, no air, no space where fancy could not spread her painted wings, no chains for my limbs, no lashes for my back, no fires for my flesh, no master's frown or threat, no following another's steps, no need to bow, or cringe, or crawl, or utter lying words. I was free. I stood erect and fearlessly, joyously faced all worlds. And then my heart was filled with gratitude, with thankfulness, and went out in love to all the heroes, the thinkers, who gave their lives for the liberty of hand and brain, for the freedom of labor and thought. To those who fell on the fierce fields of war, to those who died in dungeons bound with chains, to those who proudly mounted scaffolds' stairs, to those whose bones were crushed, whose flesh was scarred and torn, to those by fire consumed, to all the wise, the good, the brave of every land, whose thoughts and deeds had given freedom to the sons of men. And then I vowed to grasp the torch that they had held, and hold it high, that light might conquer darkness still. Let us be true to ourselves, true to the facts we know, and let us, above all things, preserve the veracity of our souls. If there be gods, we cannot help them, but we can assist our fellow men. We cannot love the inconceivable, but we can love wife and child and friend. We can be as honest as we are ignorant. If we are, when asked what is beyond the horizon of the known, we must say that we do not know. We can tell the truth, and we can enjoy the blessed freedom that the brave have won. We can destroy the monsters of superstition, the hissing snakes of ignorance and fear. We can drive from our minds the frightful things that tear and wound with beak and fang. We can civilize our fellow men. We can fill our lives with generous deeds, with loving words, with art and song and all the ecstasies of love. We can flood our years with sunshine, with the divine climate of kindness, and we can drain to the last drop the golden cup of joy. End of Why I Am an Agnostic by Robert G. Ingersoll.
Chapter 3 of Works of Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Works of Robert Greene Ingersoll, Volume 4, Section 3, The Truth. Through millions of ages, by countless efforts to satisfy his wants, to gratify his passions, his appetites, man slowly developed his brain, changed 2 of his feet into hands, and forced into the darkness of his brain a few gleams and glimmerings of reason. He was hindered by ignorance, by fear, by mistakes, and he advanced only as he found the truth, the absolute facts. Through countless years he has groped and crawled and struggled and climbed and stumbled toward the light. He has been hindered and delayed and deceived by augurs and prophets, by popes and priests. He has been betrayed by saints, misled by apostles and Christs, frightened by devils and ghosts, enslaved by chiefs and kings, robbed by altars and thrones. In the name of education, his mind has been filled with mistakes, with miracles and lies, with the impossible, the absurd and infamous. In the name of religion, he has been taught humility and arrogance, love and hatred, forgiveness and revenge. But the world is changing. We are tired of barbarian Bibles and savage creeds. Nothing is greater, nothing is of more importance than to find amid the errors and darkness of this life a shining truth. Truth is the intellectual wealth of the world. The noblest of occupations is to search for truth. Truth is the foundation, the superstructure, and the glittering dome of progress. Truth is the mother of joy. Truth civilizes, ennobles, and purifies. The grandest ambition that can enter the soul is to know the truth. Truth gives man the greatest power for good. Truth is sword and shield. It is the sacred light of the soul. The man who finds a truth lights a torch. How is truth to be found? By investigation, experiment, and reason. Every human being should be allowed to investigate to the extent of his desire, his ability. The literature of the world should be open to him, nothing prohibited, sealed, or hidden. No subject can be too sacred to be understood. Each person should be allowed to reach his own conclusions and to speak his honest thought. He who threatens the investigator with punishment here or hereafter is an enemy of the human race. And he who tries to bribe the investigator with the promise of eternal joy is a traitor to his fellow men. There is no real investigation without freedom, freedom from the fear of gods and men. So all investigation, all experiment should be pursued in the light of reason. Every man should be true to himself, true to the inward light. Each man in the laboratory of his own mind, and for himself alone, should test the so-called facts, the theories of all the world. Truth, in accordance with his reason, should be his guide and master. To love the truth, thus perceived, is mental virtue, intellectual purity. This is true manhood. This is freedom. To throw away your reason at the command of churches, popes, parties, kings, or gods, is to be a serf, a slave. It is not simply the right, but it is the duty of every man to think, to investigate for himself, and every man who tries to prevent this by force or fear is doing all he can to degrade and enslave his fellow men. Every man should be mentally honest. He should preserve as his most precious jewel the perfect veracity of his soul. He should examine all questions presented to his mind without prejudice, unbiased by hatred or love, by desire or fear. His object, and his only object, should be to find the truth. He knows, if he listens to reason, that truth is not dangerous, and that error is. He should weigh the evidence, the arguments, in honest scales, scales that passion or interest cannot change. He should care nothing for authority, nothing for names, customs, or creeds, nothing for anything that his reason does not say is true. Of his world he should be the sovereign, and his soul should wear the purple. From his dominions should be banished the hosts of force and fear. He should be intellectually hospitable. Prejudice, egotism, hatred, contempt, disdain are the enemies of truth and progress. The real searcher after truth will not receive the old because it is old, or reject the new because it is new. He will not believe men because they are dead, or contradict them because they are alive. With him, an utterance is worth the truth, the reason it contains, without the slightest regard to the author. He may have been a king or serf, a philosopher or servant, but the utterance neither gains nor loses in truth or reason. Its value is absolutely independent of the fame or station of the man who gave it to the world. Nothing but falsehood needs the assistance of fame and place, of robes and mitres, of tiaras and crowns. The wise, the really honest and intelligent, are not swayed or governed by numbers, by majorities. They accept what they really believe to be true. They care nothing for the opinions of ancestors, nothing for creeds, assertions, and theories, unless they satisfy the reason. In all directions they seek for truth, and when found, accept it with joy. Accept it in spite of preconceived opinions, in spite of prejudice and hatred. This is the course pursued by wise and honest men, and no other course is possible for them. In every department of human endeavor, men are seeking for the truth, for the facts. The statesman reads the history of the world, gathers the statistics of all nations to the end that his country may avoid the mistakes of the past. The geologist penetrates the rocks in search of facts, climbs mountains, visits the extinct craters, traverses islands and continents, that he may know something of the history of the world. He wants the truth. The chemist, with crucible and retort, with countless experiments, is trying to find the qualities of substances, to ravel what nature has woven. The great mechanics dwell in the realm of the real. They seek by natural means to conquer and use the forces of nature. They want the truth, the actual facts. The physicians, the surgeons, rely on observation, experiment, and reason. They become acquainted with the human body, with muscle, blood, and nerve, with the wonders of the brain. They want nothing but the truth. And so it is with the students of every science. On every hand they look for facts, and it is of the utmost importance that they give to the world the facts they find. Their courage should equal their intelligence. No matter what the dead have said or the living believe, they should tell what they know. They should have intellectual courage. If it be good for man to find the truth, good for him to be intellectually honest and hospitable, then it is good for others to know the truths thus found. Every man should have the courage to give his honest thought. This makes the finder and publisher of truth a public benefactor. Those who prevent or try to prevent the expression of honest thought are the foes of civilization, the enemies of truth. Nothing can exceed the egotism and impudence of the man who claims the right to express his thought and denies the same right to others. It will not do to say that certain ideas are sacred, and that man has not the right to investigate and test these ideas for himself. Who knows that they are sacred? Can anything be sacred to us that we do not know to be true? For many centuries, free speech has been an insult to God. Nothing has been more blasphemous than the expression of honest thought. For many ages the lips of the wise were sealed. The torches that truth had lighted, that courage carried and held aloft, were extinguished with blood. Truth has always been in favor of free speech, has always asked to be investigated, has always longed to be known and understood. Freedom, discussion, honesty, investigation, and courage are the friends and allies of truth. Truth loves the light and the open field. It appeals to the senses, to the judgment, the reason, to all the higher and nobler faculties and powers of the mind. It seeks to calm the passions, to destroy prejudice, and to increase the volume and intensity of reason's flame. It does not ask man to cringe or crawl. It does not desire the worship of the ignorant, or the prayers and praises of the frightened. It says to every human being, think for yourself. Enjoy the freedom of a God, and have the goodness and the courage to express your honest thought. Why should we pursue the truth? And why should we investigate and reason? And why should we be mentally honest and hospitable? And why should we express our honest thoughts? To this there is but one answer: for the benefit of mankind. The brain must be developed. The world must think. Speech must be free. The world must learn that credulity is not a virtue, and that no question is settled until reason is fully satisfied. By these means man will overcome many of the obstructions of nature. He will cure or avoid many diseases. He will lessen pain. He will lengthen, ennoble, and enrich life. In every direction he will increase his power. He will satisfy his wants, gratify his tastes. He will put roof and raiment, food and fuel, home and happiness within the reach of all. He will drive want and crime from the world. He will destroy the serpents of fear, the monsters of superstition. He will become intelligent and free, honest and serene. The monarch of the skies will be dethroned. The flames of hell will be extinguished. Pious beggars will become honest and useful men. Hypocrisy will collect no tolls from fear. Lies will not be regarded as sacred. This life will not be sacrificed for another. Human beings will love each other instead of gods. Men will do right, not for the sake of reward in some other world, but for the sake of happiness here. Man will find that nature is the only revelation, and that he, by his own efforts, must learn to read the stories told by star and cloud, by rock and soil, by sea and stream, by rain and fire, by plant and flower, by life in all its curious forms, and all the things and forces of the world. When he reads these stories, these records, he will know that man must rely on himself, that the supernatural does not exist, and that man must be the providence of man. It is impossible to conceive of an argument against the freedom of thought, against maintaining your self-respect and preserving the spotless and stainless veracity of the soul. All that I have said seems to be true, almost self-evident. And you may ask who it is that says slavery is better than liberty. Let me tell you. All the popes and priests, all the orthodox churches and clergymen say that they have a revelation from God. The Protestants say that it is the duty of every person to read, to understand, and to believe this revelation. That a man should use his reason, but if he honestly concludes that the Bible is not a revelation from God, and dies with that conclusion in his mind, he will be tormented forever. They say, read, and then add, believe, or be damned. No matter how unreasonable the Bible may appear to you, you must believe. No matter how impossible the miracles may seem, you must believe. No matter how cruel the laws, your heart must approve them all. This is what the church calls the liberty of thought. We read the Bible under the scowl and threat of God. We read by the glare of hell. On one side is the devil with the instruments of torture in his hands, on the other, God, ready to launch the infinite curse. And the church says to the readers, you are free to decide. God is good, and he gives you the liberty to choose. The popes and the priests say to the poor people, you need not read the Bible, you cannot understand it. That is the reason it is called a revelation. We will read it for you, and you must believe what we say. We carry the key of hell. Contradict us, and you will become eternal convicts in the prison of God. This is the freedom of the Catholic Church. And all these priests and clergymen insist that the Bible is superior to human reason, that it is the duty of man to accept it, to believe it, whether he really thinks it is true or not, and without the slightest regard to evidence or reason. It is his duty to cast out from the temple of his soul the goddess reason, and bow before the coiled serpent of fear. This is what the church calls virtue. Under these conditions, what can thought be worth? The brain, swept by the sirocco of God's curse, becomes a desert. But this is not all. To compel man to desert the standard of reason, the church does not entirely rely on the threat of eternal pain to be endured in another world, but holds out the reward of everlasting joy. To those who believe, it promises the endless ecstasies of heaven. If it cannot frighten, it will bribe. It relies on fear and hope. A religion, to command the respect of intelligent men, should rest on a foundation of established facts. It should appeal not to passion, not to hope and fear, but to the judgment. It should ask that all the faculties of the mind, all the senses, should assemble and take counsel together, and that its claims be passed upon and tested without prejudice, without fear, in the calm of perfect candor. But the Church cries, "Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and thou shalt be saved." Without this belief there is no salvation. Salvation is the reward for belief. Belief is and forever must be the result of evidence. A promised reward is not evidence. It sheds no intellectual light. It establishes no fact, answers no objection, and dissipates no doubt. Is it honest to offer a reward for belief? The man who gives money to a judge or juror for a decision or verdict is guilty of a crime. Why? Because he induces the judge, the juror, to decide, not according to the law, to the facts, the right, but according to the bribe. The bribe is not evidence. So the promise of Christ to reward those who will believe is a bribe. It is an attempt to make a promise take the place of evidence. He who says that he believes and does this for the sake of the reward corrupts his soul. Suppose I should say that at the center of the earth there is a diamond 100 miles in diameter, and that I would give $10,000 to any man who would believe my statement. Could such a promise be regarded as evidence? Intelligent people would ask not for rewards, but reasons. Only hypocrites would ask for the money. Yet, according to the New Testament, Christ offered a reward to those who would believe, and this promised reward was to take the place of evidence. When Christ made this promise, he forgot, ignored, or held in contempt the rectitude of a brave, free, and natural soul. The declaration that salvation is the reward for belief is inconsistent with mental freedom, and could have been made by no man who thought that evidence sustained the slightest relation to belief. Every sermon in which men have been told that they could save their souls by believing has been an injury. Such sermons dull the moral sense and subvert the true conception of virtue and duty. The true man, when asked to believe, asks for evidence. The true man who asks another to believe offers evidence. But this is not all. In spite of the threat of eternal pain, of the promise of everlasting joy, unbelievers increased, and the churches took another step. The churches said to the unbelievers, the heretics, "Although our God will punish you forever in another world, in his prison, the doors of which open only to receive, we, unless you believe, will torment you now." And then the members of these churches, led by priests, popes, and clergymen, sought out their unbelieving neighbors, chained them in dungeons, stretched them on racks, crushed their bones, cut out their tongues, extinguished their eyes, flayed them alive, and consumed their poor bodies in flames. All this was done because these Christian savages believed in the dogma of eternal pain, because they believed that heaven was the reward for belief. So believing, they were the enemies of free thought and speech. They cared nothing for conscience, nothing for the veracity of a soul, nothing for the manhood of a man. In all ages, most priests have been heartless and relentless. They have calumniated and tortured. In defeat they have crawled and whined. In victory they have killed. The flower of pity never blossomed in their hearts and in their brain. Justice never held aloft the scales. Now they are not as cruel. They have lost their power, but they are still trying to accomplish the impossible. They fill their pockets with fool's gold and think they are rich. They stuff their minds with mistakes and think they are wise. They console themselves with legends and myths, have faith in fiction and forgery, give their hearts to ghosts and phantoms, and seek the aid of the non-existent. They put a monster, a master, a tyrant in the sky, and seek to enslave their fellow men. They teach the cringing virtues of serfs. They abhor the courage of manly men. They hate the man who thinks. They long for revenge. They warm their hands at the imaginary fires of hell. I show them that hell does not exist, and they denounce me for destroying their consolation. Horace Greeley, as the story goes, one cold day went into a country store, took a seat by the stove, unbuttoned his coat, and spread out his hands. In a few minutes a little boy who clerked in the store said, "Mr. Greeley, there ain't no fire in that stove." "You damned little rascal," said Greeley. "What did you tell me for? I was getting real warm." The science of theology. All the sciences, except theology, are eager for facts, hungry for the truth. On the brow of a finder of a fact the laurel is placed. In a theological seminary, if a professor finds a fact inconsistent with the creed, he must keep it secret, or deny it, or lose his place. Mental veracity is a crime. Cowardice and hypocrisy are virtues. A fact inconsistent with the creed is denounced as a lie, and the man who declares or announces the fact is a blasphemer. Every professor breathes the air of insincerity. Every one is mentally dishonest. Every one is a pious fraud. Theology is the only dishonest science, the only one that is based on belief, on credulity, the only one that abhors investigation, that despises thought and denounces reason. All the great theologians in the Catholic Church have denounced reason as the light furnished by the enemy of mankind, as the road that leads to perdition. All the great Protestant theologians, from Luther to the Orthodox clergy of our time, have been the enemies of reason. All Orthodox churches of all ages have been the enemies of science. They attacked the astronomers as though they were criminals, the geologists as though they were assassins. They regarded physicians as the enemies of God, as men who were trying to defeat the decrees of providence. The biologists, the anthropologists, the archaeologists, the readers of ancient inscriptions, the delvers in buried cities, were all hated by the theologians. They were afraid that these men might find something inconsistent with the Bible. The theologians attacked those who studied other religions. They insisted that Christianity was not a growth, not an evolution, but a revelation. They denied that it was in any way connected with any natural religion. The facts now show beyond all doubt that all religions came from substantially the same source. But there is not an orthodox Christian theologian who will admit the facts. He must defend his creed, his revelation. He cannot afford to be honest. He was not educated in an honest school. He was not taught to be honest. He was taught to believe and to defend his belief, not only against argument, but against facts. There is not a theologian in the whole world who can produce the slightest, the least particle of evidence tending to show that the Bible is the inspired word of God. Where is the evidence that the book of Ruth was written by an inspired man? Where is the evidence that God is the author of the Song of Solomon? Where is the evidence that any human being has been inspired? Where is the evidence that Christ was and is God? Where is the evidence that the places called heaven and hell exist? Where is the evidence that a miracle was ever wrought? There is none. Theology is entirely independent of evidence. Where is the evidence that angels and ghosts, that devils and gods exist? Have these beings been seen or touched? Does one of our senses certify to their existence? The theologians depend on assertions. They have no evidence. They claim that their inspired book is superior to reason and independent of evidence. They talk about probability, analogy, inferences, but they present no evidence. They say that they know that Christ lived in the same way that they know that Caesar lived. They might add that they know Moses talked with Jehovah on Sinai the same way they know that Brigham Young talked with God in Utah. The evidence in both cases is the same. None in either. How do they prove that Christ rose from the dead? They find the account in a book. Who wrote the book? They do not know. What evidence is this? None, unless all things found in books are true. It is impossible to establish one miracle except by another, and that would have to be established by another still, and so on without end. Human testimony is not sufficient to establish a miracle. Each human being, to be really convinced, must witness the miracle for himself. They say that Christianity was established, proven to be true, by miracles wrought nearly 2,000 years ago. Not one of these miracles can be established except by impudent and ignorant assertion, except by poisoning and deforming the minds of the ignorant and the young. To succeed, the theologians invade the cradle, the nursery. In the brain of innocence they plant the seeds of superstition. They pollute the minds and imaginations of children. They frighten the happy with threats of pain. They soothe the wretched with gilded lies. This perpetual insincerity stamps itself on the face, affects every feature. We all know the theological countenance. Cold, unsympathetic, cruel, lighted with a pious smirk. No line of laughter, no dimpled mirth, no touch of humor, nothing human. This face is a rebuke, a reprimand to natural joy. It says to the happy, beware of the dog, prepare for death. This face, like the fabled Gorgon, turns cheerfulness to stone. It is a protest against pleasure, a warning and a threat. You see, every soul is a sculptor that fashions the features, and in this way reveals itself. Every thought leaves its impress. The student of this science of theology must be taught in youth, in his mother's arms. These lies must be sown and planted in his brain the first of all. He must be taught to believe, to accept without question. He must be told that it is wicked to doubt, that it is sinful to inquire, that faith is a virtue and unbelief a crime. In this way, his mind is poisoned, paralyzed. On all other subjects he has liberty, and in all other directions he is urged to study and think. From his mother's arms he goes to the Sunday school. His poor little mind is filled with miracles and wonders. He is told about a God who made the world and who rewards and punishes. He is told that this God is the author of the Bible, that Christ is his Son. He is told about original sin and the atonement, and he believes what he hears. No reasons are given, no facts, no evidence is presented, nothing but assertion. If he asks questions, he is silenced by more solemn assertions, and warned against the devices of the evil one. Every Sunday school is a kind of inquisition, where they torture and deform the minds of children, where they force their souls into Catholic or Protestant molds, and do all they can to destroy the originality, the individuality, and the veracity of the soul. In the theological seminary, the destruction is complete. When the minister leaves the seminary, he is not seeking the truth. He has it. He has a revelation from God, and he has a creed in exact accordance with that revelation. His business is to stand by that revelation and to defend that creed. Arguments against the revelation and the creed he will not read, he will not hear. All facts that are against his religion he will deny. It is impossible for him to be candid. The tremendous verities of eternal joy, of everlasting pain, are in his creed, and they result from believing the false and denying the true. Investigation is an infinite danger. Unbelief is an infinite offense, and deserves and will receive infinite punishment. In the shadow of this tremendous fact, his courage dies, his manhood is lost, and in his fear he cries out that he believes, whether he does or not. He says and teaches that credulity is safe and thought dangerous. Yet he pretends to be a teacher, a leader, one selected by God to educate his fellow men. These orthodox ministers have been the slanderers of the really great men of our century. They denounced Lyell, the great geologist, for giving facts to the world. They hated and belittled Humboldt, one of the greatest and most intellectual of the race. They ridiculed and derided Darwin, the greatest naturalist, the keenest observer, the best judge of the value of a fact, the most wonderful discoverer of truth that the world has produced. In every orthodox pulpit stood a traducer of the greatest scientists, of one who filled the world with intellectual light. The church has been the enemy of every science, of every real thinker, and for many centuries has used her power to prevent intellectual progress. Ministers ought to be free. They should be the heralds of the ever-coming day. But they are the bats, the owls that inhabit ruins, that hate the light. They denounce honest men who express their thoughts as blasphemers, and do what they can to close their mouths. For their Bible they ask the protection of law. They wish to be shielded from laughter by the legislature. They ask that the arguments of their opponents be answered by the courts. This is the result of a due admixture of cowardice, hypocrisy, and malice. What valuable fact has been proclaimed from an orthodox pulpit? What ecclesiastical council has added to the intellectual wealth of the world? Many centuries ago, the church gave to Christendom a code of laws, stupid, unphilosophic, and brutal to the last degree. The church insists that it has made man merciful and just. Did it do this by torturing heretics, by extinguishing their eyes, by flaying them alive? Did it accomplish this result through the Inquisition, by the use of the thumbscrew, the rack, and the faggot? Of what science has the Church been the friend and champion? What orthodox church has opened its doors to a persecuted truth? Of what use has Christianity been to man? They tell us that the Church has been and is the friend of education. I deny it. The Church founded colleges not to educate men, but to make proselytes, converts, defenders. This was in accordance with the instinct of self-preservation. No orthodox church ever was or ever will be in favor of real education. A Catholic is in favor of enough education to make a Catholic out of a savage, and the Protestant is in favor of enough education to make a Protestant out of a Catholic. But both are opposed to the education that makes free and manly men. So, ministers say that they teach charity. This is natural. They live on alms. All beggars teach that others should give. So they tell us that the Church has built hospitals. This is not true. Men have not built hospitals because they were Christians, but because they were men. They have not built them for charity, but in self-defense. If a man comes to your door with the smallpox, you cannot let him in. You cannot kill him. As a necessity, you provide a place for him, and you do this to protect yourself. With this, Christianity has had nothing to do. The Church cannot give because it does not produce. It is claimed that the Church has made men and women forgiving. I admit that the Church has preached forgiveness, but it has never forgiven an enemy. Never! Against the great and brave thinkers, it has coined and circulated countless lies. Never has the Church told, or tried to tell, the truth about an honest foe. The Church teaches the existence of the supernatural. It believes in divine sleight of hand, in the presto and open sesame of the infinite, in some invisible being who produces effects without causes, and causes without effects, whose caprice governs the world, and who can be persuaded by prayer, softened by ceremony, and who will, as a reward for faith, save men from the natural consequences of their actions. The Church denies the eternal, inexorable sequence of events. What good has the Church accomplished? It claims to have preached peace because its founder said, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword." It claims to have preserved the family because its founder offered 100-fold here and life everlasting to those who would desert wife and children. So it claims to have taught the brotherhood of man, and that the gospel is for all the world, because Christ said to the woman of Samaria that he came only to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, and declared that it was not meet to take the bread of the children and cast it unto dogs. In the name of Christ, who threatened eternal revenge, it has preached forgiveness. Of what use are the orthodox ministers? They are the enemies of pleasure. They denounce dancing as one of the deadly sins. They are shocked at the wickedness of the waltz, the pollution of the polka. They are the enemies of the theater. They slander actors and actresses. They hate them because they are rivals. They are trying to preserve the sacredness of the Sabbath. It fills them with malice to see the people happy on that day. They preach against excursions and picnics, against those who seek the woods and the sea, the shadows and the waves. They are filled with holy wrath against bicycles and bloomers. They are opposed to divorces. They insist that for the glory of God, husbands and wives who loathe each other should be compelled to live together. They abhor all works of fiction and love the Bible. They declare that the literary masterpieces of the world are unfit to be read. They think that the people should be satisfied with sermons and poems about death and hell. They hate art, abhor the marbles of the Greeks, and all representations of the human form. They want nothing painted or sculptured but hands, faces, and clothes. Most of the priests are prudes, and publicly denounce what they secretly admire and enjoy. In the presence of the nude, they cover their faces with their holy hands, but keep their fingers apart. They pretend to believe in moral suasion, and want everything regulated by law. If they had the power, they would prohibit everything that men and women really enjoy. They want libraries, museums, and art galleries closed on the Sabbath. They would abolish the Sunday paper, stop the running of cars and all public conveyances on the holy day, and compel all the people to enjoy sermons, prayers, and psalms. These dear ministers, when they have poor congregations, thunder against trusts, syndicates, and corporations, against wealth, fashion, and luxury. They tell about Dives and Lazarus, paint rich men in hell and beggars in heaven. If their congregations are rich, they turn their guns in the other direction. They have no confidence in education, in the development of the brain. They appeal to hopes and fears. They ask no one to think, to investigate. They insist that all shall believe. Credulity is the greatest of virtues, and doubt the deadliest of sins. These men are the enemies of science, of intellectual progress. They ridicule and calumniate the great thinkers. They deny everything that conflicts with the sacred scriptures. They still believe in the astronomy of Joshua and the geology of Moses. They believe in the miracles of the past and deny the demonstrations of the present. They are the foes of facts, the enemies of knowledge. A desire to be happy here they regard as wicked and worldly, but a desire to be happy in another world as virtuous and spiritual. Every Orthodox church is founded on mistake and falsehood. Every good Orthodox minister asserts what he does not know and denies what he does know. What are the Orthodox clergy doing for the good of mankind? Absolutely nothing. What harm are they doing? On every hand they sow the seeds of superstition. They paralyze the minds and pollute the imaginations of children. They fill their hearts with fear. By their teachings thousands become insane. With them hypocrisy is respectable and candor infamous. They enslave the minds of men. Under their teachings men waste and misdirect their energies, abandon the ends that can be accomplished, dedicate their lives to the impossible, worship the unknown, pray to the inconceivable, and become the trembling slaves of a monstrous myth born of ignorance and fashioned by the trembling hands of fear. Superstition is the serpent that crawls and hisses in every Eden and fastens its poisonous fangs in the hearts of men. It is the deadliest foe of the human race. Superstition is a beggar, a robber, a tyrant. Science is a benefactor. Superstition sheds blood. Science sheds light. The dear preachers must give up the account of creation, the Garden of Eden, the mud man, the rib woman, and the walking, talking snake. They must throw away the apple, the fall of man, the expulsion, and the gate guarded by angels armed with swords. They must give up the flood and the Tower of Babel and the confusion of tongues. They must give up Abraham and the wrestling match between Jacob and the Lord. So the story of Joseph, the enslavement of the Hebrews by the Egyptians, the story of Moses in the bulrushes, the burning bush, the turning of sticks into serpents, of water into blood, the miraculous creation of frogs, the killing of cattle with hail, and changing dust into lice, all must be given up. The sojourn of 40 years in the desert, the opening of the Red Sea, the clothes and shoes that refused to wear out, the manna, the quails and the serpents, the water that ran uphill, the talking of Jehovah with Moses face to face, the giving of the 10 Commandments, the opening of the earth to swallow the enemies of Moses, all must be thrown away. These good preachers must admit that blowing horns could not throw down the walls of a city, that it was horrible for Jephthah to sacrifice his daughter, that the day was not lengthened and the moon stopped for the sake of Joshua, that the dead Samuel was not raised by a witch, that a man was not carried to heaven in a chariot of fire, that the river Jordan was not divided by the stroke of a cloak, that the bears did not destroy children for laughing at a prophet, that a wandering soothsayer did not collect lightnings from heaven to destroy the lives of innocent men, that he did not cause rain and make iron float, that ravens did not keep a hotel where preachers got board and lodging free, that the shadow on a dial was not turned back 10 degrees to show that a king was going to recover from a boil, that Ezekiel was not told by God how to prepare a dinner, that Jonah did not take cabin passage in a fish, and that all the miracles in the Old Testament are not allegories or poems, but just old-fashioned lies. And the dear preachers will be compelled to admit that there never was a miraculous babe without a natural father, that Christ, if he lived, was a man and nothing more, that he did not cast devils out of folks, that he did not cure blindness with spittle and clay, nor turn water into wine, nor make fishes and loaves of bread out of nothing, that he did not know where to catch fishes with money in their mouths, that he did not take a walk on the water, that he did not at will become invisible, that he did not pass through closed doors, that he did not raise the dead, that angels never rolled stones from a sepulchre, that Christ did not rise from the dead and did not ascend to heaven. All these mistakes and illusions and delusions, all these miracles and myths must fade from the minds of intelligent men. My dear preachers, I beg you to tell the truth. Tell your congregations that Moses was not the author of the Pentateuch. Tell them that nobody knows who wrote the 5 books. Tell them that Deuteronomy was not written until about 600 years before Christ. Tell them that nobody knows who wrote Joshua, or Judges, or Ruth, Samuel, Kings, or Chronicles, Job, or the Psalms, or the Song of Solomon. Be honest. Tell the truth. Tell them that nobody knows who wrote Esther, that Ecclesiastes was written long after Christ, that many of the prophecies were written after the events pretended to be foretold had happened. Tell them that Ezekiel and Daniel were insane. Tell them that nobody knows who wrote the Gospels, and tell them that no line about Christ written by a contemporary has been found. Tell them it is all guess, and maybe, and perhaps. Be honest. Tell the truth. Develop your brains. Use all your senses, and hold high the torch of reason. In a few years the pulpits will be filled with teachers instead of preachers, with thoughtful, brave, and honest men. The congregations will be civilized, intellectually honest, and hospitable. Now most of the ministers insist that the old falsehoods shall be treated with reverence, that ancient lies with long white beards, wrinkled and bald-headed frauds, round-shouldered and toothless miracles, and palsied mistakes on crutches shall be called allegories, parables, oriental imagery, inspired poems. In their presence the ungodly should remove their hats. They should respect the mold and the moss of antiquity. They should remember that these lies, these frauds, the miracles and mistakes, have for thousands of years ruled, enslaved, and corrupted the human race. These ministers ought to know that their creeds are based on imagined facts, and demonstrated by assertion. They ought to know that they have no evidence, nothing but promises and threats. They ought to know that it is impossible to conceive of force existing without and before matter, that it is equally impossible to conceive of matter without force, that it is impossible to conceive of the creation or destruction of matter or force, that it is impossible to conceive of infinite intelligence dwelling from eternity in infinite space, and that it is impossible to conceive of the creator or creation of substance. The God of the Christian is an enthroned guess, a perhaps, an inference. No man and no body of men can answer the questions of the whence and whither. The mystery of existence cannot be explained by the intellect of man. Back of life, of existence, we cannot go. Beyond death we cannot see. All duties, all obligations, all knowledge, all experience are for this life, for this world. We know that men and women and children exist. We know that happiness, for the most part, depends on conduct. We are satisfied that all the gods are phantoms and that the supernatural does not exist. We know the difference between hope and knowledge. We hope for happiness here, and we dream of joy hereafter, but we do not know. We cannot assert, we can only hope. We can have our dream. In the wide night our star can shine and shed its radiance on the graves of those we love. We can bend above our pallid dead and say that beyond this life there are no sighs, no tears, no breaking hearts. Conclusion. Let us be honest. Let us preserve the veracity of our souls. Let education commence in the cradle, in the lap of the loving mother. This is the first school. The teacher, the mother, should be absolutely honest. The nursery should not be an asylum for lies. Parents should be modest enough to be truthful, honest enough to admit their ignorance. Nothing should be taught as true that cannot be demonstrated. Every child should be taught to doubt, to inquire, to demand reasons. Every soul should defend itself, should be on its guard against falsehood, deceit, and mistake, and should beware of all kinds of confidence men, including those in the pulpit. Children should be taught to express their doubts, to demand reasons. The object of education should be to develop the brain, to quicken the senses. Every school should be a mental gymnasium. The child should be equipped for the battle of life. Credulity, implicit obedience are the virtues of slaves and the enslavers of the free. All should be taught that there is nothing too sacred to be investigated, too holy to be understood. Each mind has the right to lift all curtains, withdraw all veils, scale all walls, explore all recesses, all heights, all depths, for itself, in spite of church or priest, or creed or book. The great volume of nature should be open to all. None but the intelligent and honest can really read this book. Prejudice clouds and darkens every page. Hypocrisy reads and misquotes, and credulity accepts the quotation. Superstition cannot read a line or spell the shortest word, and yet this volume holds all knowledge, all truth, and is the only source of thought. Mental liberty means the right of all to read this book. Here the Pope and peasant are equal. Each must read for himself, and each ought honestly and fearlessly to give to his fellow men what he learns. There is no authority in churches or priests, no authority in numbers or majorities. The only authority is nature, the facts we know. Facts are the masters, the enemies of the ignorant, the servants and friends of the intelligent. Ignorance is the mother of mystery and misery, of superstition and sorrow, of waste and want. Intelligence is the only light. It enables us to keep the highway, to avoid the obstructions, and to take advantage of the forces of nature. It is the only lever capable of raising mankind. To develop the brain is to civilize the world. Intelligence reaves the heavens of winged and frightful monsters, drives ghosts and leering fiends from the darkness, and floods with light the dungeons of fear. All should be taught that there is no evidence of the existence of the supernatural, that the man who bows before an idol of wood or stone is just as foolish as the one who prays to an imagined God, that all worship has for its foundation the same mistake, the same ignorance, the same fear, that it is just as foolish to believe in a personal God as in a personal devil, just as foolish to believe in great ghosts as little ones. So all should be taught that the forces, the facts in nature cannot be controlled or changed by prayer or praise, by supplication, ceremony, or sacrifice, that there is no magic, no miracle, that force can be overcome only by force, and that the whole world is natural. All should be taught that man must protect himself, that there is no power superior to nature that cares for man, that nature has neither pity nor hatred, that her forces act without the slightest regard for man, that she produces without intention and destroys without regret. All should be taught that usefulness is the bud and flower and fruit of real religion. The popes and cardinals, the bishops, priests, and parsons are all useless. They produce nothing. They live on the labor of others. They are parasites that feed on the frightened. They are vampires that suck the blood of honest toil. Every church is an organized beggar. Everyone lives on alms collected by force and fear. Every orthodox church promises heaven and threatens hell, and these promises and threats are made for the sake of alms, for revenue. Every church cries, "Believe and give." A new era is dawning on the world. We are beginning to believe in the religion of usefulness. The men who felled the forests, cultivated the earth, spanned the rivers with bridges of steel, built the railways and canals, the great ships, invented the locomotives and engines, supplying the countless wants of man, the men who invented the telegraphs and cables, and freighted the electric spark with thought and love, the men who invented the looms and spindles that clothe the world, the inventors of printing, and the great presses that fill the earth with poetry, fiction, and fact, that save and keep all knowledge for the children yet to be, the inventors of all the wonderful machines that deftly mold from wood and steel the things we use, the men who have explored the heavens and traced the orbits of the stars, who have read the story of the world in mountain range and billowed sea, the men who have lengthened life and conquered pain, the great philosophers and naturalists who have filled the world with light, the great poets whose thoughts have charmed the souls, the great painters and sculptors who have made the canvas speak, the marble live, the great orators who have swayed the world, the composers who have given their souls to sound, the captains of industry, the producers, the soldiers who have battled for the right, the vast host of useful men, these are our Christs, our apostles, and our saints. The triumphs of science are our miracles. The books filled with the facts of nature are our sacred scriptures, and the force that is in every atom and in every star, in everything that lives and grows and thinks, that hopes and suffers, is the only possible God. The absolute we cannot know. Beyond the horizon of the natural we cannot go. All our duties are within our reach. All our obligations must be discharged here in this world. Let us love and labor. Let us wait and work. Let us cultivate courage and cheerfulness. Open our hearts to the good, our minds to the true. Let us live free lives. Let us hope that the future will bring peace and joy to all the children of men, and above all, let us preserve the veracity of our souls. End of section 3. Recorded for you by Ted Delorme in Fort Mill, South Carolina.
Section 4 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures. Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. VoiceOversByKirk.com. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. How to Reform Mankind. This address was delivered before the Militant Church at the Columbia Theater, Chicago, Illinois, April 12, 1896. There is no darkness but ignorance. Every human being is a necessary product of conditions, and every one is born with defects for which he cannot be held responsible. Nature seems to care nothing for the individual, nothing for the species. Life pursuing life, and in its turn pursued by death, presses to the snow line of the possible, and every form of life, of instinct, thought, and action is fixed and determined by conditions, by countless antecedent and coexisting facts. The present is the child, and the necessary child, of all the past, and the mother of all the future. Every human being longs to be happy, to satisfy the wants of the body with food, with roof and raiment, and to feed the hunger of the mind, according to his capacity, with love, wisdom, philosophy, art, and song. The wants of the savage are few, but with civilization the wants of the body increase, and the intellectual horizon widens, and the brain demands more and more. The savage feels but scarcely thinks. The passion of the savage is uninfluenced by his thought, while the thought of the philosopher is uninfluenced by passion. Children have wants and passions before they are capable of reasoning. So in the infancy of the race, wants and passions dominate. The savage was controlled by appearances, by impressions. He was mentally weak, mentally indolent, and his mind pursued the path of least resistance. Things were to him as they appeared to be. He was a natural believer in the supernatural, and finding himself beset by dangers and evils, he sought in many ways the aid of unseen powers. His children followed his example, and for many ages, in many lands, millions and millions of human beings, many of them the kindest and the best, asked for supernatural help. Countless altars and temples have been built, and the supernatural has been worshipped with sacrifice and song, with self-denial, ceremony, thankfulness, and prayer. During all these ages, the brain of man was being slowly and painfully developed. Gradually mind came to the assistance of muscle, and thought became the friend of labor. Man has advanced just in the proportion that he has mingled thought with his work, just in the proportion that he has succeeded in getting his head and hands into partnership. All this was the result of experience. Nature, generous and heartless, extravagant and miserly as she is our mother and our only teacher, and she is also the deceiver of men. Above her we cannot rise. Below her we cannot fall. In her we find the seed and soil of all that is good, of all that is evil. Nature originates, nourishes, preserves, and destroys. Good deeds bear fruit, and in the fruit are seeds that in their turn bear fruit and seeds. Great thoughts are never lost, and words of kindness do not perish from the earth. Every brain is a field where nature sows the seeds of thought, and the crop depends upon the soil. Every flower that gives its fragrance to the wandering air leaves its influence on the soul of man. The wheel and swoop of the winged creatures of the air suggest the flowing lines of subtle art. The roar and murmur of the restless sea, the cataract's solemn chant, the thunder's voice, the happy babble of the brook, the whispering leaves, the thrilling notes of mating birds, the sighing winds, taught man to pour his heart in song, and gave a voice to grief and hope, to love and death. In all that is, in mountain range and billowed plain, in winding stream and desert sand, in cloud and star, in snow and rain, in calm and storm, in night and day, in woods and vales, in all the colors of divided light, in all there is of growth and life, decay and death, in all that flies and floats and swims, in all that moves, in all the forms and qualities of things, man found the seeds and symbols of his thoughts. And all that man has wrought becomes a part of nature's self, forming the lives of those to be. The marbles of the Greeks, like strains of music, suggest the perfect, and teach the melody of life. The great poems, paintings, inventions, theories, and philosophies enlarge and mold the mind of man. All that is natural. All is naturally produced. Beyond the horizon of the natural, man cannot go. Yet for many ages man in all directions has relied upon, and sincerely believed in, the existence of the supernatural. He did not believe in the uniformity of nature. He had no conception of cause and effect, of the indestructibility of force. In medicine he believed in charms, magic, amulets, and incantations. It never occurred to the savage that diseases were natural. In chemistry he sought for the elixir of life, for the philosopher's stone, and for some way of changing the baser metals into gold. In mechanics he searched for perpetual motion, believing that he, by some curious combination of levers, could create a force. In government he found the source of authority in the will of the supernatural. For many centuries his only conception of morality was the idea of obedience, not to facts as they exist in nature, but to the supposed command of some being superior to nature. During all these years religion consisted in the praise and worship of the invisible and infinite, of some vast and incomprehensible power, that is to say, of the supernatural. By experience, by experiment, possibly by accident, man found that some diseases could be cured by natural means, that he could be relieved in many instances of pain by certain kinds of leaves or bark. This was the beginning. Gradually his confidence increased in the direction of the natural, and began to decrease in charms and amulets. The war was waged for many centuries, but the natural gained the victory. Now we know that all diseases are naturally produced, and that all remedies, all curatives, act in accordance with the facts in nature. Now we know that charms, magic, amulets, and incantations are just as useless in the practice of medicine as they would be in solving a problem in mathematics. We now know that there are no supernatural remedies. In chemistry the war was long and bitter, but we now no longer seek for the elixir of life, and no one is trying to find the philosopher's stone. We are satisfied that there is nothing supernatural in all the realm of chemistry. We know that substances are always true to their natures. We know that just so many atoms of one substance will unite with just so many of another. The miraculous has departed from chemistry. In that science there is no magic, no caprice, and no possible use for the supernatural. We are satisfied that there can be no change, that we can absolutely rely on the uniformity of nature, that the attraction of gravitation will always remain the same, and we feel that we know this as certainly as we know that the relation between the diameter and circumference of a circle can never change. We now know that in mechanics the natural is supreme. We know that man can by no possibility create a force, and by no possibility can he destroy a force. No mechanic dreams of depending upon or asking for any supernatural aid. He knows that he works in accordance with certain facts that no power can change. So we in the United States believe that the authority to govern, the authority to make and execute laws, comes from the consent of the governed and not from any supernatural source. We do not believe that the king occupied his throne because of the will of the supernatural. Neither do we believe that others are subjects or serfs or slaves by reason of any supernatural will. So, our ideas of morality have changed, and millions now believe that whatever produces happiness and well-being is in the highest sense moral. Unreasoning obedience is not the foundation or the essence of morality. That is the result of mental slavery. To act in accordance with obligation perceived is to be free and noble. To simply obey is to practice what might be called a slave virtue, but real morality is the flower and fruit of liberty and wisdom. There are very many who have reached the conclusion that the supernatural has nothing to do with real religion. Religion does not consist in believing without evidence or against evidence. It does not consist in worshiping the unknown or in trying to do something for the infinite. Ceremonies, prayers, and inspired books, miracles, special providence, and divine interference all belong to the supernatural and form no part of real religion. Every science rests on the natural, on demonstrated facts. So morality and religion must find their foundations in the necessary nature of things. How can we reform the world? Ignorance being darkness, what we need is intellectual light. The most important things to teach, as the basis of all progress, are that the universe is natural, that man must be the providence of man, that by the development of the brain we can avoid some of the dangers, some of the evils, overcome some of the obstructions, and take advantage of some of the facts and forces of nature, that by invention and industry we can supply, to a reasonable degree, the wants of the body, and by thought, study, and effort we can in part satisfy the hunger of the mind. Man should cease to expect any aid from any supernatural source. By this time he should be satisfied that worship has not created wealth, and that prosperity is not the child of prayer. He should know that the supernatural has not succored the oppressed, clothed the naked, fed the hungry, shielded the innocent, stayed the pestilence, or freed the slave. Being satisfied that the supernatural does not exist, man should turn his entire attention to the affairs of this world, to the facts in nature. And first of all he should avoid waste of energy, waste of wealth. Every good man, every good woman should try to do away with war, to stop the appeal to the savage force. Man in a savage state relies upon his strength and decides for himself what is right and what is wrong. Civilized men do not settle their differences by a resort to arms. They submit the quarrel to arbitrators and courts. This is the great difference between the savage and the civilized. Nations, however, sustain the relations of savages to each other. There is no way of settling their disputes. Each nation decides for itself, and each nation endeavors to carry its decision into effect. This produces war. Thousands of men at this moment are trying to invent more deadly weapons to destroy their fellow men. For 1800 years peace has been preached, and yet The civilized nations are the most warlike in the world. There are in Europe today between 11 and 12 millions of soldiers ready to take the field, and the frontiers of every civilized nation are protected by breastwork and fort. The sea is covered with steel-clad ships, filled with missiles of death. The civilized world has impoverished itself, and the debt of Christendom, mostly for war, is now nearly $30,000 million. The interest on this vast sum has to be paid. It has to be paid by labor, much of it by the poor, by those who are compelled to deny themselves almost the necessities of life. This debt is growing year by year. There must come a change, or Christendom will become bankrupt. The interest on this debt amounts at least to $900 million a year, and the cost of supporting armies and navies, of repairing ships, of manufacturing new engines of death, probably amounts, including the interest on the debt, to at least $6 million a day. Allowing 10 hours for a day, that is for a working day, the waste of war is at least $600,000 an hour. That is to say, $10,000 a minute. Think of all this being paid for the purpose of killing and preparing to kill our fellow men. Think of the good that could be done with this vast sum of money, the schools that could be built, the wants that could be supplied. Think of the homes it would build, the children it would clothe. If we wish to do away with war, we must provide for the settlement of national differences by an international court. This court should be in perpetual session. Its members should be selected by the various governments to be affected by its decisions, and, at the command and disposal of this court, the rest of Christendom being disarmed, there should be a military force sufficient to carry its judgments into effect. There should be no other excuse, no other business for an army or a navy in the civilized world. No man has imagination enough to paint the agonies, the horrors and cruelties of war. Think of sending shot and shell crashing through the bodies of men. Think of the widows and orphans. Think of the maimed, the mutilated, the mangled. Another waste. Let us be perfectly candid with each other. We are seeking the truth, trying to find what ought to be done to increase the well-being of man. I must give you my honest thought. You have the right to demand it, and I must maintain the integrity of my soul. There is another direction in which the wealth and energies of man are wasted. From the beginning of history until now, man has been seeking the aid of the supernatural. For many centuries the wealth of the world was used to propitiate the unseen powers. In our own country, the property dedicated to this purpose is worth at least $1,000 million. The interest on this sum is $50 million a year, and the cost of employing persons whose business it is to seek the aid of the supernatural and to maintain the property is certainly as much more, so that the cost in our country is about $2 million a week, and counting 10 hours as a working day, this amounts to about $500 a minute. For this vast amount of money the returns are remarkably small. The good accomplished does not appear to be great. There is no great diminution in crime. The decrease of immorality and poverty is hardly perceptible. In spite, however, of the apparent failure here, a vast sum of money is expended every year to carry our ideas of the supernatural to other races. Our churches, for the most part, are closed during the week, being used only a part of one day in 7. No one wishes to destroy churches or church organizations. The only desire is that they shall accomplish substantial good for the world. In many of our small towns of 3,000 or 4,000 people, will be found 4 or 5 churches, sometimes more. These churches are founded upon immaterial differences. A difference as to the mode of baptism, a difference as to who shall be entitled to partake of the Lord's Supper, a difference of ceremony, of government, a difference about foreordination, a difference about fate and free will. And it must be admitted that all the arguments on all sides of these differences have been presented countless millions of times. Upon these subjects nothing new is produced or anticipated, and yet the discussion is maintained by the repetition of the old arguments. Now it seems to me that it would be far better for the people of a town, having a population of 4,000 or 5,000, to have one church, and the edifice should be of use not only on Sunday, but on every day of the week. In this building should be the library of the town. It should be the clubhouse of the people, where they could find the principal newspapers and periodicals of the world. Its auditorium should be like a theater. Plays should be presented by home talent, an orchestra formed, music cultivated. People should meet there at any time they desire. Women could carry their knitting and sewing, and connected with it should be rooms for the playing of games, billiards, cards, and chess. Everything should be made as agreeable as possible. The citizens should take pride in this building. They should adorn its niches with statues and its walls with pictures. It should be the intellectual center. They could employ a gentleman of ability, possibly of genius, to address them on Sundays, on subjects that would be of real interest, of real importance. They could say to this minister, "We are engaged in business during the week. While we are working at our trades and professions, we want you to study, and on Sunday tell us what you have found out." Let such a minister take for a series of sermons the history, the philosophy, the art, and the genius of the Greeks. Let him tell of the wondrous metaphysics, myths, and religions of India and Egypt. Let him make his congregation conversant with the philosophies of the world, with the great thinkers, the great poets, the great artists, the great actors, the great orators, the great inventors, the captains of industry, the soldiers of progress. Let them have a Sunday school in which the children shall be made acquainted with the facts of nature, with botany, entomology, something of geology and astronomy. Let them be made familiar with the greatest of poems, the finest paragraphs of literature, with stories of the heroic, the self-denying and generous. Now, it seems to me that such a congregation in a few years would become the most intelligent people in the United States. The truth is that people are tired of the old theories. They have lost confidence in the miraculous, in the supernatural, and they have ceased to take interest in facts that they do not quite believe. There is no darkness but ignorance. There is no light but intelligence. As often as we can exchange a mistake for a fact, a falsehood for a truth, we advance. We add to the intellectual wealth of the world, and in this way, and in this way alone, can be laid the foundation for the future prosperity and civilization of the race. I blame no one. I call in question the motives of no person. I admit that the world has acted as it must. But hope for the future depends upon the intelligence of the present. Man must husband his resources. He must not waste his energies in endeavoring to accomplish the impossible. He must take advantage of the forces of nature. He must depend on education, on what he can ascertain by the use of his senses, by observation, by experiment and reason. He must break the chains of prejudice and custom. He must be free to express his thoughts on all questions. He must find the conditions of happiness and become wise enough to live in accordance with them. How can we lessen crime? In spite of all that has been done for the reformation of the world, in spite of all the inventions, in spite of all the forces of nature that are now the tireless slaves of man, in spite of all improvements in agriculture, in mechanics, in every department of human labor, the world is still cursed with poverty and with crime. The prisons are full, the courts are crowded, the officers of the law are busy, and there seems to be no material decrease in crime. For many thousands of years man has endeavored to reform his fellow men by imprisonment, torture, mutilation, and death, and yet the history of the world shows that there has been and is no reforming power in punishment. It is impossible to make the penalty great enough, horrible enough to lessen crime. Only a few years ago, in civilized countries, larceny and many offenses, even below larceny, were punished by death. And yet the numbers of thieves and criminals of all grades increased. Traitors were hanged and quartered or drawn into fragments by horses, and yet treason flourished. Most of these frightful laws have been repealed, and the repeal certainly did not increase crime. In our own country we rely upon the gallows, the penitentiary, and the jail. When a murder is committed, the man is hanged, shocked to death by electricity, or lynched, and in a few minutes a new murderer is ready to suffer a like fate. Men steal. They are sent to the penitentiary for a certain number of years, treated like wild beasts, frequently tortured. At the end of the term they are discharged, having only enough money to return to the place from which they were sent. They are thrown upon the world without means, without friends. They are convicts. They are shunned, suspected, and despised. If they obtain a place, they are discharged as soon as it is found that they were in prison. They do the best they can to retain the respect of their fellow men by denying their imprisonment and their identity. In a little while, unable to gain a living by honest means, they resort to crime. They again appear in court, and again are taken within the dungeon walls. No reformation, no chance to reform, nothing to give them bread while making new friends. All this is infamous. Men should not be sent to the penitentiary as a punishment, because we must remember that men do as they must. Nature does not frequently produce the perfect. In the human race there is a large percentage of failures. Under certain conditions, with certain appetites and passions, and with a certain quality, quantity, and shape of brain, men will become thieves, forgers, and counterfeiters. The question is, whether reformation is possible, whether a change can be produced in the person by producing a change in the conditions. The criminal is dangerous and society has the right to protect itself. The criminal should be confined, and if possible should be reformed. A penitentiary should be a school. The convicts should be educated. So prisoners should work, and they should be paid a reasonable sum for their labor. The best men should have charge of prisons. They should be philanthropists and philosophers. They should know something of human nature. The prisoner, having been taught, we will say, for 5 years, taught the underlying principles of conduct, of the naturalness and harmony of virtue, of the discord of crime, having been convinced that society has no hatred, that nobody wishes to punish, to degrade, or to rob him, and being at the time of his discharge paid a reasonable price for his labor, being allowed by law to change his name, so that his identity will not be preserved, he could go out of the prison a friend of the government. He would have the feeling that he had been made a better man, that he had been treated with justice, with mercy, and the money he carried with him would be a breastwork behind which he could defy temptation, a breastwork that would support and take care of him until he could find some means by which to support himself. And this man, instead of making crime a business, would become a good, honorable, and useful citizen. As it is now, there is but little reform. The same faces appear again and again at the bar. The same men hear again and again the verdict of guilty and the sentence of the court. And the same men return again and again to the prison cell. Murderers, those belonging to the dangerous classes, those who are so formed by nature that they rush to the crimes of desperation, should be imprisoned for life, or they should be put upon some island, some place where they can be guarded, where it may be that by proper effort they could support themselves. The men on one island, the women on another. And to these islands should be sent professional criminals, those who have deliberately adopted a life of crime for the purpose of supporting themselves. The women upon one island, the men upon another. Such people should not populate the earth. Neither the diseases nor the deformities of the mind or body should be perpetuated. Life at the fountain should not be polluted. Homes for all. The home is the unit of the nation. The more homes, the broader the foundation of the nation and the more secure. Everything that is possible should be done to keep this from being a nation of tenants. The men who cultivate the earth should own it. Something has already been done in our country in that direction, and probably in every state there is a homestead exemption. This exemption has thus far done no harm to the creditor class. When we imprisoned people for debts were as insecure, to say the least, as now. By the homestead laws, a home of a certain value or of a certain extent is exempt from forced levy or sale, and these laws have done a great good. Undoubtedly they have trebled the homes of the nation. I wish to go a step further. I want, if possible, to get the people out of the tenements, out of the gutters of degradation, to homes where there can be privacy, where these people can feel that they are in partnership with nature, that they have an interest in good government. With the means we now have of transportation, there is no necessity for poor people being huddled in festering masses in the vile, filthy, and loathsome parts of the cities, where poverty breeds rags, and the rags breed diseases. I would exempt a homestead of a reasonable value, say of a value of $2,000 or $3,000, not only from sale under execution, but from sale for taxes of every description. These homes should be absolutely exempt. They should belong to the family, so that every mother should feel that the roof above her head was hers, that her house was her castle, and that in its possession she could not be disturbed, even by the nation. Under certain conditions I would allow the sale of this homestead, and exempt the proceeds of the sale for a certain time, during which they might be invested in another home. And all this could be done to make a nation of householders, a nation of landowners, a nation of home builders. I would invoke the same power to preserve these homes, and to acquire these homes, that I would invoke for acquiring lands for building railways. Every state should fix the amount of land that could be owned by an individual, not liable to be taken from him for the purpose of giving a home to another, and when any man owned more acres than the law allowed, and another should ask to purchase them, and he should refuse, I would have the law so that the person wishing to purchase could file his petition in the court. The court would appoint commissioners, or a jury would be called, to determine the value of the land the petitioner wished for a home, and, upon the amount being paid, found by such commission or jury, the land should vest absolutely in the petitioner. This right of eminent domain should be used not only for the benefit of the person wishing a home, but for the benefit of all the people. Nothing is more important to America than that the babes of America should be born around the firesides of homes. There is another question in which I take great interest, and it ought, in my judgment, to be answered by the intelligence and kindness of our century. We all know that for many, many ages men have been slaves, and we all know that during all these years women have, to some extent, been the slaves of slaves. It is of the utmost importance to the human race that women, that mothers, should be free. Without doubt, the contract of marriage is the most important and the most sacred that human beings can make. Marriage is the most important of all institutions. Of course, the ceremony of marriage is not the real marriage. It is only evidence of the mutual flames that burn within. There can be no real marriage without mutual love. So I believe in the ceremony of marriage, that it should be public, that record should be kept. Besides, the ceremony says to all the world that those who marry are in love with each other. Then arises the question of divorce. Millions of people imagine that the married are joined together by some supernatural power, and that they should remain together, or at least married, during life. If all who have been married were joined together by the supernatural, we must admit that the supernatural is not infinitely wise. After all, marriage is a contract, and the parties to the contract are bound to keep its provisions. And neither should be released from such a contract unless, in some way, the interests of society are involved. I would have the law so that any husband could obtain a divorce when the wife had persistently and flagrantly violated the contract. Such divorce to be granted on equitable terms. I would give the wife a divorce if she requested it, if she wanted it. And I would do this, not only for her sake, but for the sake of the community, of the nation. All children should be children of love. All that are born should be sincerely welcomed. The children of mothers who dislike or hate or loathe the fathers will fill the world with insanity and crime. No woman should by law or by public opinion be forced to live with a man whom she abhors. There is no danger of demoralizing the world through divorce. Neither is there any danger of destroying in the human heart that divine thing called love. As long as the human race exists, men and women will love each other, and just so long there will be true and perfect marriage. Slavery is not the soil or rain of virtue. I make a difference between granting divorce to a man and to a woman, and for this reason. A woman dowers her husband with her youth and beauty. He should not be allowed to desert her because she has grown wrinkled and old. Her capital is gone, her prospects in life lessened, while on the contrary, he may be far better able to succeed than when he married her. As a rule, the man can take care of himself, and as a rule, the woman needs help. So I would not allow him to cast her off unless she had flagrantly violated the contract. But for the sake of the community, and especially for the sake of the babes, I would give her a divorce for the asking. There will never be a generation of great men until there has been a generation of free women, of free mothers. The tenderest word in our language is maternity. In this word is the divine mingling of ecstasy and agony, of love and self-sacrifice. This word is holy. The labor question. Here has been for many years ceaseless discussion upon what is called the labor question, the conflict between the working man and the capitalist. Many ways have been devised. Some experiments have been tried for the purpose of solving this question. Profit sharing would not work, because it's impossible to share profits with those who are incapable of sharing losses. Communities have been formed, the object being to pay the expenses and share the profits among all the persons belonging to the society. For the most part, these have failed. Others have advocated arbitration, and while it may be that the employers could be bound by the decision of the arbitrators, there has been no way discovered by which the employees could be held by such decision. In other words, the question has not been solved. For my own part, I see no final and satisfactory solution except through the civilization of employers and employed. The question is so complicated, the ramifications are so countless, that a solution by law or by force seems at least improbable. Employers are supposed to pay according to their profits. They may or may not. Profits may be destroyed by competition. The employer is at the mercy of other employers, and as much so as his employees are at his mercy. The employers cannot govern prices. They cannot fix demand. They cannot control supply. And at present, in the world of trade, the laws of supply and demand, except when interfered with by conspiracy, are in absolute control. Will the time arrive, and can it arrive, except by developing the brain, except by the aid of intellectual light, when the purchaser will wish to give what a thing is worth, when the employer will be satisfied with a reasonable profit, when the employer will be anxious to give the real value for raw material, when he will be really anxious to pay the laborer the full value of his labor? Will the employer ever become civilized enough to know that the law of supply and demand should not absolutely apply in the labor market of the world? Will he ever become civilized enough not to take advantage of the necessities of the poor, of the hunger and rags and want of poverty? Will he ever become civilized enough to say, "I will pay the man who labors for me enough to give him a reasonable support, enough for him to assist in taking care of his wife and children, enough for him to do this, and lay aside something to feed and clothe him when old age comes, to lay aside something, enough to give him house and hearth during the December of his life, so that he can warm his worn and shriveled hands at the fire of home?" Of course, capital can do nothing without the assistance of labor. All there is of value in the world is the product of labor. The laboring man pays all the expenses. No matter whether the taxes are laid on luxuries or on the necessaries of life, labor pays every cent. So we must remember that, day by day, labor is becoming intelligent. So I believe the employer is gradually becoming civilized, gradually becoming kinder, and many men who have made large fortunes from the labor of their fellows have given of their millions to what they regarded as objects of charity or for the interests of education. This is a kind of penance, because the men that have made this money from the brain and muscle of their fellow men have ever felt that it was not quite their own. Many of these employers have sought to balance their accounts by leaving something for universities, for the establishment of libraries, drinking fountains, or to build monuments to departed greatness. It would have been, I think, far better had they used this money to better the condition of the men who really earned it. So I think that when we become civilized, great corporations will make provisions for men who have given their lives to their service. I think the great railroads should pay pensions to their worn-out employees. They should take care of them in old age. They should not maim or wear out their servants and then discharge them, and allow them to be supported in poorhouses. These great companies should take care of the men they maim. They should look out for the ones whose lives they have used, and whose labor has been the foundation of their prosperity. Upon this question, public sentiment should be aroused to such a degree that these corporations would be ashamed to use a human life and then throw away the broken old man as they would cast aside a rotten tie. It may be that the mechanics, the working men, will finally become intelligent enough to really unite, to act in absolute concert. Could this be accomplished, then a reasonable rate of compensation could be fixed and enforced. Now such efforts are local, and the result up to this time has been failure. But if all could unite, they could obtain what is reasonable, what is just, and they would have the sympathy of a very large majority of their fellow men, provided they were reasonable. But before they can act in this way, they must become really intelligent enough to know what is reasonable and honest enough to ask for no more. So much has already been accomplished for the working man that I have hope, and great hope, of the future. The hours of labor have been shortened, and materially shortened in many countries. There was a time when men worked 15 and 16 hours a day. Now generally a day's work is not longer than 10 hours, and the tendency is to still further decrease the hours. By comparing long periods of time, we more clearly perceive the advance that has been made. In 1860, the average amount earned by the laboring men, workmen, mechanics per year was about $285. It is now about $500, and $1 today will purchase more of the necessaries of life, more food, clothing, and fuel than it would in 1860. These facts are full of hope for the future. All our sympathies should be with the men who work, who toil, for the women who labor for themselves and children, because we know that labor is the foundation of all, and that those who labor are the caryatids that support the structure and glittering dome of civilization and progress. Educate the children. Every child should be taught to be self-supporting, and every one should be taught to avoid being a burden on others, as they would shun death. Every child should be taught that the useful are the honorable, and that they who live on the labor of others are the enemies of society. Every child should be taught that useful work is worship, and that intelligent labor is the highest form of prayer. Children should be taught to think, to investigate, to rely upon the light of reason, of observation and experience, should be taught to use all their senses, and they should be taught only that which, in some sense, is really useful. They should be taught the use of tools, to use their hands, to embody their thoughts in the construction of things. Their lives should not be wasted in the acquisition of the useless, or of the almost useless. Years should not be devoted to the acquisition of dead languages, or to the study of history, which for the most part is a detailed account of things that never occurred. It is useless to fill the mind with dates of great battles, with the births and deaths of kings. They should be taught the philosophy of history, the growth of nations, of philosophies, theories, and above all, of the sciences. So they should be taught the importance not only of financial but of mental honesty, to be absolutely sincere, to utter their real thoughts, and to give their actual opinions. And, if parents want honest children, they should be honest themselves. It may be that hypocrites transmit their failing to their offspring. Men and women who pretend to agree with the majority, who think one way and talk another, can hardly expect their children to be absolutely sincere. Nothing should be taught in any school that the teacher does not know. Beliefs, superstitions, theories, should not be treated like demonstrated facts. The child should be taught to investigate, not to believe. Too much doubt is better than too much credulity. So children should be taught that it is their duty to think for themselves, to understand, and if possible, to know. Real education is the hope of the future. The development of the brain, the civilization of the heart, will drive want and crime from the world. The schoolhouse is the real cathedral, and science the only possible savior of the human race. Education, real education, is the friend of honesty, of morality, of temperance. We cannot rely upon legislative enactments to make people wise and good. Neither can we expect to make human beings manly and womanly by keeping them out of temptation. Temptations are as thick as the leaves of the forest, and no one can be out of the reach of temptation unless he is dead. The great thing is to make people intelligent enough and strong enough, not to keep away from temptation, but to resist it. All the forces of civilization are in favor of morality and temperance. Little can be accomplished by law, because law, for the most part, about such things, is a destruction of personal liberty. Liberty cannot be sacrificed for the sake of temperance, for the sake of morality, for the sake of anything. It is of more value than everything else. Yet some people would destroy the sun to prevent the growth of weeds. Liberty sustains the same relation to all the virtues that the sun does to life. The world had better go back to barbarism, to dens, the caves and lairs of savagery. Better lose all art, all inventions, than to lose liberty. Liberty is the breath of progress. It is the seed and soil, the heat and rain of love and joy. So all should be taught that the highest ambition is to be happy, and to add to the well-being of others. That place and power are not necessary to success. That the desire to acquire great wealth is a kind of insanity. They should be taught that it is a waste of energy, a waste of thought, a waste of life, to acquire what you do not need, and what you do not really use for the benefit of yourself or others. Neither mendicants nor millionaires are the happiest of mankind. The man at the bottom of the ladder hopes to rise. The man at the top fears to fall. The one asks, the other refuses, and by frequent refusal the heart becomes hard enough and the hand greedy enough to clutch and hold. Few men have intelligence enough, real greatness enough, to own a great fortune. As a rule, the fortune owns them. Their fortune is their master, for whom they work and toil like slaves. The man who has a good business and who can make a reasonable living and lay aside something for the future, who can educate his children and can leave enough to keep the wolf of want from the door of those he loves, ought to be the happiest of men. Now society bows and kneels at the feet of wealth. Wealth gives power. Wealth commands flattery and adulation. And so, millions of men give all their energies, as well as their very souls, for the acquisition of gold. And this will continue as long as society is ignorant enough and hypocritical enough to hold in high esteem the man of wealth without the slightest regard to the character of the man. In judging of the rich, two things should be considered. How did they get it, and what are they doing with it? Was it honestly acquired? Is it being used for the benefit of mankind? When people become really intelligent, when the brain is really developed, no human being will give his life to the acquisition of what he does not need or what he cannot intelligently use. The time will come when the truly intelligent man cannot be happy, cannot be satisfied, when millions of his fellow men are hungry and naked. The time will come when in every heart will be the perfume of pity's sacred flower. The time will come when the world will be anxious to ascertain the truth, to find out the conditions of happiness, and to live in accordance with such conditions. And the time will come when in the brain of every human being will be the climate of intellectual hospitality. Man will be civilized when the passions are dominated by the intellect, when reason occupies the throne, and when the hot blood of passion no longer rises in successful revolt. To civilize the world, to hasten the coming of the golden dawn of the perfect day, we must educate the children. We must commence at the cradle, at the lap of the loving mother. We must work and wait. The reforms that I have mentioned cannot be accomplished in a day, possibly not for many centuries. And in the meantime there is much crime, much poverty, much want, and consequently something must be done now. Let each human being, within the limits of the possible, be self-supporting. Let everyone take intelligent thought for the morrow. And if a human being supports himself and acquires a surplus, let him use a part of that surplus for the unfortunate. And let each one, to the extent of his ability, help his fellow men. Let him do what he can in the circle of his own acquaintance to rescue the fallen, to help those who are trying to help themselves, to give work to the idle. Let him distribute kind words, words of wisdom, of cheerfulness and hope. In other words, let every human being do all the good he can, and let him bind up the wounds of his fellow creatures, and at the same time put forth every effort to hasten the coming of a better day. This, in my judgment, is real religion. To do all the good you can is to be a saint in the highest and in the noblest sense. To do all the good you can, this is to be really and truly spiritual. To relieve suffering, to put the star of hope in the midnight of despair, this is true holiness. This is the religion of science. The old creeds are too narrow. They are not for the world in which we live. The old dogmas lack breadth and tenderness. They are too cruel, too merciless, too savage. We are growing grander and nobler. The firmament inlaid with suns is the dome of the real cathedral. The interpreters of nature are the true and only priests. In the great creed are all the truths that lips have uttered, and in the real litany will be found all the ecstasies and aspirations of the soul, all the dreams of joy, all hopes for nobler, fuller life. The real church, the real edifice, is adorned and glorified with all that art has done. In the real choir is all the thrilling music of the world, and in the starlit aisles have been, and are, the grandest souls of every land and clime. There is no darkness but ignorance. Let us flood the world with intellectual light. End of How to Change Mankind by Robert G. Ingersoll.
Section 5 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures. Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. A Thanksgiving Sermon, Part 1. Many ages ago, our fathers were living in dens and caves. Their bodies, their low foreheads, were covered with hair. They were eating berries, roots, bark, and vermin. They were fond of snakes and raw fish. They discovered fire, and probably by accident learned how to cause it by friction. They found how to warm themselves, to fight the frost and storm. They fashioned clubs and rude weapons of stone with which they killed the larger beasts and now and then each other. Slowly, painfully, almost imperceptibly, they advanced. They crawled and stumbled, staggered and struggled toward the light. To them the world was unknown. On every hand was the mysterious, the sinister, the hurtful. The forests were filled with monsters, and the darkness was crowded with ghosts, devils, and fiendish gods. These poor wretches were the slaves of fear, the sport of dreams. Now and then one rose a little above his fellows, used his senses, the little reason that he had, found something new, some better way. Then the people killed him, and afterward knelt with reverence at his grave. Then another thinker gave his thought, was murdered. Another tomb became sacred. Another step was taken in advance. And so through countless years of ignorance and cruelty, of thought and crime, of murder and worship, of heroism, suffering, and self-denial, the race has reached the heights where now we stand. Looking back over the long and devious roads that lie between the barbarism of the past and the civilization of today, thinking of the centuries that rolled like waves between these distant shores, we can form some idea of what our fathers suffered, of the mistakes they made, some idea of their ignorance, their stupidity, and some idea of their sense, their goodness, their heroism. It is a long road from the savage to the scientist, from a den to a mansion, from leaves to clothes, from a flickering rush to the arc light, from a hammer of stone to the modern mill, a long distance from the pipe of Pan to the violin, to the orchestra, from a floating log to a steamship, from a sickle to a reaper, from a flail to a threshing machine, from a crooked stick to a plow, from a spinning wheel to a spinning jenny, from a hand loom to a jacquard that weaves fair forms and wondrous flowers beyond Arachne's utmost dream, from a few hieroglyphics on the skins of beasts, on bricks of clay, to a printing press, to a library, a long distance from the messenger traveling on foot to the electric spark, from knives and tools of stone to those of steel, a long distance from sand to telescopes, from echo to the phonograph that buries in indented lines and dots the sounds of living speech, and then gives back to life the very words and voices of the dead, a long way from the trumpet to the telephone that transports speech as swift as thought and drops the words, perfect as minted coins, in listening ears, a long way from a fallen tree to the suspension bridge, from the dried sinews of beasts to the cables of steel, from the oar to the propeller, from the sling to the rifle, from the catapult to the cannon, a long distance from revenge to law, from the club to the legislature, from slavery to freedom, from appearance to fact, from fear to reason. And yet the distance has been traveled by the human race. Countless obstructions have been overcome, numberless enemies have been conquered, thousands and thousands of victories have been won for the right, and millions have lived, labored, and died for their fellow men. For the blessings we enjoy, for the happiness that is ours, we ought to be grateful. Our hearts should blossom with thankfulness. Whom, what should we thank? Let us be honest, generous. Should we thank the Church? Christianity has controlled Christendom for at least 1,500 years. During these centuries, what have the Orthodox churches accomplished for the good of man? In this life man needs raiment and roof, food and fuel. He must be protected from heat and cold, from snow and storm. He must take thought for the morrow. In the summer of youth he must prepare for the winter of age. He must know something of the causes of disease, of the conditions of health. If possible, he must conquer pain, increase happiness, and lengthen life. He must supply the wants of the body and feed the hunger of the mind. What good has the church done? Has it taught men to cultivate the earth, to build homes, to weave cloth, to cure or prevent disease, to build ships, to navigate the seas, to conquer pain, or to lengthen life? Did Christ or any of his apostles add to the sum of useful knowledge? Did they say one word in favor of any science, of any art? Did they teach their fellow men how to make a living, how to overcome the obstructions of nature, how to prevent sickness, how to protect themselves from pain, from famine, from misery and rags? Did they explain any of the phenomena of nature, any of the facts that affect the life of man? Did they say anything in favor of investigation, of study, of thought? Did they teach the gospel of self-reliance, of industry, of honest effort? Can any farmer, mechanic, or scientist find in the New Testament one useful fact? Is there anything in the sacred book that can help the geologist, the astronomer, the biologist, the physician, the inventor, the manufacturer of any useful thing? What has the church done? From the very first it taught the vanity, the worthlessness of all earthly things. It taught the wickedness of wealth, the blessedness of poverty. It taught that the business of this life was to prepare for death. It insisted that a certain belief was necessary to ensure salvation, and that all who failed to believe or doubted in the least would suffer eternal pain. According to the church, the natural desires, ambitions, and passions of man were all wicked and depraved. To love God, to practice self-denial, to overcome desire, to despise wealth, to hate prosperity, to desert wife and children, to live on roots and berries, to repeat prayers, to wear rags, to live in filth, to drive love from the heart, these, for centuries, were the highest and most perfect virtues, and those who practiced them were saints. The saints did not assist their fellow men assisted them. They did not labor for others. They were beggars, parasites, vermin. They were insane. They followed the teachings of Christ. They took no thought for the morrow. They mutilated their bodies, scarred their flesh, and destroyed their minds for the sake of happiness in another world. During the journey of life they kept their eyes on the grave. They gathered no flowers by the way. They walked in the dust of the road, avoided the green fields. Their moans made all the music they wished to hear. The babble of brooks, the songs of birds, the laughter of children, were nothing to them. Pleasure was the child of sin, and the happy needed a change of heart. They were sinless and miserable, but they had faith. They were pious and wretched, but they were limping towards heaven. What has the church done? It has denounced pride and luxury, all things that adorn and enrich life, all the pleasures of sense, the ecstasies of love, the happiness of the hearth, the clasp and kiss of wife and child. And the church has done this because it regarded this life as a period of probation, a time to prepare, to become spiritual, to overcome the natural, to fix the affections on the invisible, to become passionless, to subdue the flesh, to congeal the blood, to fold the wings of fancy, to become dead to the world, so that when you appeared before God you would be the exact opposite of what he made you. What has the church done? It pretended to have a revelation from God. It knew the road to eternal joy, the way to death. It preached salvation by faith, and declared that only orthodox believers could become angels, and all doubters would be damned. It knew this, and so knowing, it became the enemy of discussion, of investigation, of thought. Why investigate? Why discuss? Why think when you know? It sought to enslave the world. It appealed to force. It unsheathed the sword, lighted the faggot, forged the chain, built the dungeon, erected the scaffold, invented and used the instruments of torture. It branded, maimed and mutilated, it imprisoned and tortured, it blinded and burned, hanged and crucified, and utterly destroyed millions and millions of human beings. It touched every nerve of the body, produced every pain that can be felt, every agony that can be endured. And it did all this to preserve what it called the truth, to destroy heresy and doubt, and to save, if possible, the souls of a few. It was honest. It was necessary to prevent the development of the brain, to arrest all progress, and to do this the Church used all its power. If men were allowed to think and express their thoughts, they would fill their minds and the minds of others with doubts. If they were allowed to think, they would investigate, and then they might contradict the creed, dispute the words of priests, and defy the Church. The priests cried to the people, "It is for us to talk. It is for you to hear. Our duty is to preach, and yours is to believe." What has the Church done? There have been thousands of councils and synods, thousands and thousands of occasions when the clergy have met and discussed and quarreled, when pope and cardinals, bishops and priests have added to or explained their creeds and denied the rights of others. What useful truth did they discover? What fact did they find? Did they add to the intellectual wealth of the world? Did they increase the sum of knowledge? I admit that they looked over a number of Jewish books and picked out the ones that Jehovah wrote. Did they find the medicinal virtue that dwells in any weed or flower? I know that they decided that the Holy Ghost was not created, not begotten, but that he proceeded. Did they teach us the mysteries of the metals and how to purify the ores in furnace flames? They shouted, "Great is the mystery of godliness." Did they show us how to improve our condition in this world? They informed us that Christ has two natures and two wills. Did they give us even a hint as to any useful thing? They gave us predestination, foreordination, and just enough free will to go to hell. Did they discover or show us how to produce anything for food? Did they produce anything to satisfy the hunger of man? Instead of this, they discovered that a peasant girl who lived in Palestine was the mother of God. This they proved by a book, and to make the book evidence, they called it inspired. Did they tell us anything about chemistry, how to combine and separate substances, how to subtract the hurtful, how to produce the useful? They told us that bread, by making certain motions and mumbling certain prayers, would be changed into the flesh of God, and that in the same way wine could be changed to his blood. And this, notwithstanding the fact that God never had any flesh or blood, but has always been a spirit without body, parts, or passions. What has the Church done? It gave us the history of the world, of the stars, and the beginnings of all things. It taught the geology of Moses, the astronomy of Joshua and Elijah. It taught the fall of man and the atonement, proved that a Jewish peasant was God, established the existence of hell, purgatory, and heaven. It pretended to have a revelation from God, the Scriptures, in which could be found all knowledge, everything that man could need in the journey of life. Nothing outside of the inspired book, except legends and prayers, could be of any value. Books that contradicted the Bible were hurtful, those that agreed with it, useless. Nothing was of importance except faith, credulity, belief. The Church said, "Let philosophy alone, count your beads. Ask no questions, fall upon your knees. Shut your eyes and save your souls." What has the Church done? For centuries it kept the earth flat. For centuries it made all the hosts of heaven travel around this world. For centuries it clung to sacred knowledge and fought facts with the ferocity of a fiend. For centuries it hated the useful. It was the deadly enemy of medicine. Disease was produced by devils and could be cured only by priests, decaying bones, and holy water. Doctors were the rivals of priests. They diverted the revenues. The church opposed the study of anatomy, was against the dissection of the dead. Man had no right to cure disease. God would do that through his priests. Man had no right to prevent disease. Diseases were sent by God as judgments. The church opposed inoculation, vaccination, and the use of chloroform and ether. It was declared to be a sin, a crime for a woman to lessen the pangs of motherhood. The church declared that woman must bear the curse of the merciful Jehovah. What has the church done? It taught that the insane were inhabited by devils. Insanity was not a disease, it was produced by demons. It could be cured by prayers, gifts, amulets, and charms. All these had to be paid for. This enriched the church. These ideas were honestly entertained by Protestants as well as Catholics, by Luther, Calvin, Knox, and Wesley. What has the church done? It taught the awful doctrine of witchcraft. It filled the darkness with demons, the air with devils, and the world with grief and shame. It charged men, women, and children with being in league with Satan to injure their fellows. Old women were convicted for causing storms at sea, for preventing rain, and for bringing frost. Girls were convicted for having changed themselves into wolves, snakes, and toads. These witches were burned for causing diseases, for selling their souls, and for souring beer. All these things were done with the aid of the devil, who sought to persecute the faithful, the lambs of God. Satan sought in many ways to scandalize the church. He sometimes assumed the appearance of a priest and committed crimes. On one occasion he personated a bishop renowned for his sanctity, allowed himself to be discovered and dragged from the room of a beautiful widow. So perfectly did he counterfeit the features and form of the bishop that many who were well acquainted with the prelate were actually deceived, and the widow herself thought her lover was the bishop. All this was done by the devil to bring reproach upon holy men. Hundreds of like instances could be given, as the war waged between demons and priests was long and bitter. These popes and priests, these clergymen, were not hypocrites. They believed in the New Testament, in the teachings of Christ, and they knew that the principal business of the Savior was casting out devils. What has the church done? It made the wife a slave, the property of the husband, and it placed the husband as much above the wife as Christ was above the husband. It taught that a nun is purer, nobler than a mother. It induced millions of pure and conscientious girls to renounce the joys of life, to take the veil woven of night and death, to wear the habiliments of the dead, made them to believe that they were the brides of Christ. For my part, I would as soon be a widow as the bride of a man who had been dead for 1800 years. The poor deluded girls imagined that they, in some mysterious way, were in spiritual wedlock, united with God. All worldly desires were driven from their hearts. They filled their lives with fastings, with prayers, with self-accusings. They forgot fathers and mothers and gave their love to the invisible. They were the victims, the convicts of superstition, prisoners in the penitentiaries of God. Conscientious, good, sincere, insane. These loving women gave their hearts to a phantom, their lives to a dream. A few years ago, at a revival, a fine, buxom girl was converted, born again. In her excitement she cried, "I'm married to Christ! I'm married to Christ!" In her delirium she threw her arms around the neck of an old man and again cried, "I'm married to Christ!" The old man, who happened to be a kind of skeptic, gently removed her hands, saying at the same time, "I don't know much about your husband, but I have great respect for your father-in-law." Priests, theologians have taken advantage of women, of their gentleness, their love of approbation. They have lived upon their hopes and fears. Like vampires, they have sucked their blood. They have made them responsible for the sins of the world. They have taught them the slave virtues, meekness, humility, implicit obedience. They have fed their minds with mistakes, mysteries, and absurdities. They have endeavored to weaken and shrivel their brains until, to them, there would be no possible connection between evidence and belief, between fact and faith. What has the church done? It was the enemy of commerce, of business. It denounced the taking of interest for money. Without taking interest for money, progress is impossible. The steamships, the great factories, the railroads have all been built with borrowed money, money on which interest was promised and for the most part paid. The church was opposed to fire insurance, to life insurance. It denounced insurance in any form as gambling, as immoral. To insure your life was to declare that you had no confidence in God, that you relied on a corporation instead of divine providence. It was declared that God would provide for your widow and your fatherless children. To insure your life was to insult heaven. What has the church done? The church regarded epidemics as the messengers of the good God. The Black Death was sent by the Eternal Father, whose mercy spared some and whose justice murdered the rest. To stop the scourge, they tried to soften the heart of God by kneelings and prostrations, by processions and prayers, by burning incense, and by making vows. They did not try to remove the cause. The cause was God. They did not ask for pure water, but for holy water. Faith and filth lived, or rather died, together. Religion and rags, piety and pollution kept company. Sanctity kept its odor. What has the church done? It was the enemy of art and literature. It destroyed the marbles of Greece and Rome. Beauty was pagan. It destroyed so far as it could the best literature of the world. It feared thought, but it preserved the scriptures, the ravings of insane saints, the falsehoods of the fathers, the bulls of popes, the accounts of miracles performed by shrines, by dried blood and faded hair, by pieces of bones and wood, by rusty nails and thorns, by handkerchiefs and rags, by water and beads, and by a finger of the Holy Ghost. This was the literature of the church. I admit that the priests were honest as ignorant. More could not be said. What has the church done? Christianity claims with great pride that it established asylums for the insane. Yes, it did, but the insane were treated as criminals. They were regarded as the homes, as the tenement houses of devils. They were persecuted and tormented. They were chained and flogged, starved and killed. The asylums were prisons, dungeons. The insane were victims, and the keepers were ignorant, conscientious, pious fiends. They were not trying to help men. They were fighting devils, destroying demons. They were not actuated by love, but by hate and fear. What has the church done? It founded schools where facts were denied, where science was denounced and philosophy despised. Schools where priests were made, where they were taught to hate reason and to look upon doubts as the suggestions of the devil. Schools where the heart was hardened and the brain shriveled. Schools in which lies were sacred and truths profane. Schools for the more general diffusion of ignorance. Schools to prevent thought, to suppress knowledge. Schools for the purpose of enslaving the world. Schools in which teachers knew less than pupils. What has the church done? It has used its influence with God to get rain and sunshine, to stop flood and storm, to kill insects, rats, snakes, and wild beasts, to stay pestilence and famine, to delay frost and snow, to lengthen the lives of kings and queens, to protect presidents, to give legislators wisdom, to increase collections and subscriptions. In marriages it has made God the party of the third part. It has sprinkled water on babes when they are named. It has put oil on the dying and repeated prayers for the dead. It has tried to protect the people from the malice of the devil, from ghosts and spooks, from witches and wizards and all the leering fiends that seek to poison the souls of men. It has endeavored to protect the sheep of God from the wolves of science, from the wild beasts of doubt and investigation. It has tried to wean the lambs of the Lord from the delights, the pleasures, the joys of life. According to the philosophy of the Church, the virtuous weep and suffer, the vicious laugh and thrive, the good carry a cross, and the wicked fly. But in the next life this will be reversed. Then the good will be happy, and the bad will be damned. The Church filled the world with faith and crime. It polluted the fountains of joy. It gave us an ignorant, jealous, revengeful, and cruel God, sometimes merciful, sometimes ferocious, now just, now infamous, sometimes wise, generally foolish. It gave us a devil, cunning, malicious, almost the equal of God, not quite as strong, but quicker, not as profound, but sharper. It gave us angels with wings, cherubim and seraphim, and a heaven with harps and hallelujahs, with streets of gold and gates of pearl. It gave us fiends and imps with wings like bats. It gave us ghosts and goblins, spooks and sprites, and little devils that swarmed in the bodies of men, and it gave us hell, where the souls of men will roast in eternal flames. Shall we thank the Church? Shall we thank the Orthodox churches? Shall we thank them for the hell they made here? Shall we thank them for the hell of the future? We must remember that the Church was founded and has been protected by God, that all the popes and cardinals, all the bishops, priests, and monks, all the ministers and exhorters were selected and set apart, all sanctified and enlightened by the infinite God, that the Holy Scriptures were inspired by the same being, and that all the orthodox creeds were really made by him. We know what these men, filled with the Holy Ghost, have done. We know the part they have played. We know the souls they have saved and the bodies they have destroyed. We know the consolation they have given and the pain they have inflicted, the lies they have defended, the truths they have denied. We know that they convinced millions that celibacy is the greatest of all virtues, that women are perpetual temptations, the enemies of true holiness, that monks and priests are nobler than fathers, that nuns are purer than mothers. We know that they taught the blessed absurdity of the Trinity, that God once worked at the trade of a carpenter in Palestine. We know that they divided knowledge into sacred and profane, taught that revelation was sacred, that reason was blasphemous, that faith was holy and facts false, that the sin of Adam and Eve brought disease and pain, vice and death into the world. We know that they have taught the dogma of special providence, that all events are ordered and regulated by God, that he crowns and uncrowns kings, preserves and destroys, guards and kills, that it is the duty of man to submit to the divine will, and that no matter how much evil there may be, no matter how much suffering, how much pain and death, man should pour out his heart in thankfulness that it is no worse. Let me be understood. I do not say, and I do not think that the Church was dishonest, that the clergy were insincere. I admit that all religions, all creeds, all priests have been naturally produced. I admit, and cheerfully admit, that the believers in the supernatural have done some good, not because they believed in gods and devils, but in spite of it. I know that thousands and thousands of clergymen are honest, self-denying, and humane, that they are doing what they believe to be their duty, doing what they can to induce men and women to live pure and noble lives. This is not the result of their creeds. It is because they are human. What I say is that every honest teacher of the supernatural has been and is an unconscious enemy of the human race. What is the philosophy of the Church, of those who believe in the supernatural? Back of all that is, back of all events, Christians have put an infinite juggler who with a wish creates, preserves, destroys. The world is his stage and mankind his puppets. He fills them with wants and desires, with appetites and ambitions, with hopes and fears, with love and hate. He touches the springs, he pulls the strings, baits the hooks, sets the traps, and digs the pits. The play is a continuous performance. He watches these puppets as they struggle and fail, sees them outwit each other and themselves, leads them to every crime, watches the births and deaths, hears lullabies at cradles and the fall of clods on coffins. He has no pity. He enjoys the tragedies, the desperation, the despair, the suicides. He smiles at the murders, the assassinations, the seductions, the desertions, the abandoned babes of shame. He sees the weak enslaved, mothers robbed of babes, the innocent in dungeons, on scaffolds. He sees crime crowned and hypocrisy robed. He withholds the rain and his puppets starve. He opens the earth and they are devoured. He sends the flood and they are drowned. He empties the volcano and they perish in fire. He sends the cyclone and they are torn and mangled. With quick lightnings they are dashed to death. He fills the air and water with the invisible enemies of life, the messengers of pain, and watches the puppets as they breathe and drink. He creates cancers to feed upon their flesh, their quivering nerves, serpents to fill their veins with venom, beasts to crunch their bones, to lap their blood. Some of the poor puppets he makes insane, makes them struggle in the darkness with imagined monsters with glaring eyes and dripping jaws. And some are made without the flame of thought, to drool and drivel through the darkened days. He sees all the agony, the injustice, the rags of poverty, the withered hands of want, the motherless babes, the deformed, the maimed, the leprous, knows the tears that flow, hears the sobs and moans, sees the gleam of swords, hears the roar of the guns, sees the fields reddened with blood, the white faces of the dead. But he mocks when their fear cometh, and at their calamity he fills the heavens with laughter. And the poor puppets who are left alive fall on their knees and thank the juggler with all their hearts. But after all, the gods have not supported the children of men. Men have supported the gods. They have built the temples. They have sacrificed their babes, their lambs, their cattle. They have drenched the altars with blood. They have given their silver, their gold, their gems. They have fed and clothed their priests. But the gods have given nothing in return. Hidden in the shadows, they have answered no prayer, heard no cry, given no sign, extended no hand, uttered no word. Unseen and unheard, they have sat on their thrones, deaf and dumb, paralyzed and blind. In vain the steeples rise. In vain the prayers ascend. And think what man has done to please the gods. He has renounced his reason, extinguished the torch of his brain. He has believed without evidence and against evidence. He has slandered and maligned himself. He has fasted and starved. He has mutilated his body, scarred his flesh, given his blood to vermin. He has persecuted, imprisoned, and destroyed his fellows. He has deserted wife and child. He has lived alone in the desert. He has swung censers and burned incense, counted beads and sprinkled himself with holy water, shut his eyes, clasped his hands, fallen upon his knees and groveled in the dust. But the gods have been silent, silent as stones. Have these cringing and crawlings, these cruelties and absurdities, this faith and foolishness pleased the gods? We do not know. Has any disaster been averted, any blessing obtained? We do not know. Shall we thank these gods? Shall we thank the Church's God? Who and what is he? They say that he is the creator and preserver of all that has been, of all that is, of all that will be, that he is the father of angels and devils, the architect of heaven and hell, that he made the earth, a man and woman, that he made the serpent who tempted them, made his own rival, gave victory to his enemy, that he repented of what he had done, that he sent a flood and destroyed all of the children of men with the exception of 8 persons, that he tried to civilize the survivors and their children, tried to do this with earthquakes and fiery serpents, with pestilence and famine. But he failed. He intended to fail. Then he was born into the world, preached for 3 years, and allowed some savages to kill him. Then he rose from the dead and went back to heaven. He knew that he would fail, knew that he would be killed. In fact, he arranged everything himself and brought everything to pass, just as he had predestined it an eternity before the world was. All who believe these things will be saved, and they who doubt or deny will be lost. Has this God good sense? Not always. He creates his own enemies and plots against himself. Nothing lives except in accordance with his will, and yet the devils do not die. What is the matter with this God? Well, sometimes he is foolish, sometimes he is cruel, and sometimes he is insane. Does this God exist? Is there any intelligence back of nature? Is there any being anywhere among the stars who pities the suffering children of men? We do not know. Shall we thank nature? Does nature care for us more than for leaves or grass or flies? Does nature know that we exist? We do not know. But we do know that nature is going to murder us all. Why should we thank nature? If we thank God or nature for the sunshine and rain, for health and happiness, whom shall we curse for famine and pestilence, for earthquake and cyclone, for disease and death? End of part 1 of A Thanksgiving Sermon by Robert G. Ingersoll. Section 6 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures, Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. A Thanksgiving Sermon, Part 2. If we cannot thank the Orthodox churches, if we cannot thank the unknown, the incomprehensible, the supernatural, if we cannot thank nature, if we cannot kneel to a guess, or prostrate ourselves before a perhaps, whom shall we thank? Let us see what the worldly have done, what has been accomplished by those not called, not set apart, not inspired, not filled with the Holy Ghost, by those who were neglected by all the gods. Passing over the Hindus, the Egyptians, the Greeks and Romans, their poets, philosophers, and metaphysicians, we will come to modern times. In the 10th century after Christ, the Saracens, governors of a vast empire, established colleges in Mongolia, Tartary, Persia, Mesopotamia, Syria, Egypt, North Africa, Morocco, Fez, and in Spain. The region owned by the Saracens was greater than the Roman Empire. They had not only colleges, but observatories. The sciences were taught. They introduced the 10 numerals, taught algebra and trigonometry, understood cubic equations, knew the art of surveying. They made catalogues and maps of the stars, gave the great stars the names they still bear. They ascertained the size of the earth, determined the obliquity of the ecliptic, and fixed the length of the year. They calculated eclipses, equinoxes, solstices, conjunctions of planets, and occultations of stars. They constructed astronomical instruments. They made clocks of various kinds, and were the inventors of the pendulum. They originated chemistry, discovered sulfuric and nitric acid, and alcohol. They were the first to publish pharmacopoeias and dispensatories. In mechanics, they determined the laws of falling bodies. They understood the mechanical powers and the attraction of gravitation. They taught hydrostatics and determined the specific gravities of bodies. In optics, they discovered that a ray of light did not proceed from the eye to an object, but from the object to the eye. They were manufacturers of cotton, leather, paper, and steel. They gave us the game of chess. They produced romances and novels and essays on many subjects. In their schools, they taught the modern doctrines of evolution and development. They anticipated Darwin and Spencer. These people were not Christians. They were the followers, for the most part, of an impostor, of a pretended prophet of a false god. And yet, while the true Christians, the men selected by the true God and filled with the Holy Ghost, were tearing out the tongues of heretics, these wretches were irreverently tracing the orbits of the stars. While the true believers were flaying philosophers and extinguishing the eyes of thinkers, these godless followers of Mohammed were founding colleges, collecting manuscripts, investigating the facts of nature, and giving their attention to science. Afterward, the followers of Mohammed became the enemies of science and hated facts as intensely and honestly as Christians. Whoever has a revelation from God will defend it with all his strength, will abhor reason and deny facts. But it is well to know that we are indebted to the Moors, to the followers of Mohammed, for having laid the foundations of modern science. It is well to know that we are not indebted to the Church, to Christianity, for any useful fact. It is well to know that the seeds of thought were sown in our minds by the Greeks and Romans, and that our literature came from those seeds. The great literature of our language is pagan in its thought, pagan in its beauty, pagan in its perfection. It is well to know that when Mohammedans were the friends of science, Christians were its enemies. How consoling it is to think that the friends of science, the men who educated their fellows, are now in hell, and that the men who persecuted and killed philosophers are now in heaven. Such is the justice of God. The Christians of the Middle Ages, the men who were filled with the Holy Ghost, knew all about the worlds beyond the grave, but nothing about the world in which they lived. They thought the earth was flat, a little dishing if anything, that it was about 5,000 years old, and that the stars were little sparkles made to beautify the night. The fact is that Christianity was in existence for 1,500 years before there was an astronomer in Christendom. No follower of Christ knew the shape of the earth. The earth was demonstrated to be a globe, not by a pope or a cardinal, not by a collection of clergymen, not by the called or the set apart, but by a sailor. Magellan left Seville, Spain, August 10th, 1519, sailed west and kept sailing west, and the ship reached Seville, the port it left, on September the 7th, 1522. The world had been circumnavigated. The earth was known to be round. There had been a dispute between the Scriptures and a sailor. The fact took the sailor's side. In 1543, Copernicus published his book on the revolutions of the heavenly bodies. He had some idea of the vastness of the stars, of the astronomical spaces, of the insignificance of this world. Toward the close of the 16th century, Bruno, one of the greatest men this world has produced, gave his thoughts to his fellow men. He taught the plurality of worlds. He was a pantheist, an atheist, an honest man. He called the Catholic Church the triumphant beast. He was imprisoned for many years, tried, convicted, and on the 16th day of February, 1600, burned in Rome by men filled with the Holy Ghost, burned on the spot where now his monument rises. Bruno, the noblest, the greatest of all the martyrs, the only one who suffered death for what he believed to be the truth, the only martyr who had no heaven to gain, no hell to shun, no God to please. He was nobler than inspired men, grander than prophets, greater and purer than apostles. Above all the theologians of the world, above the makers of creeds, above the founders of religions rose this serene, unselfish, and intrepid man. Yet Christians, followers of Christ, murdered this incomparable man. These Christians were true to their creed. They believed that faith would be rewarded with eternal joy, and doubt punished with eternal pain. They were logical. They were pious and pitiless, devout and devilish, meek and malicious, religious and revengeful, Christ-like and cruel, loving with their mouths and hating with their hearts, and yet honest victims of ignorance and fear. What have the worldly done? In 1608, Lippersheim, a Hollander, so arranged lenses that objects were exaggerated. He invented the telescope. He gave countless worlds to our eyes and made us citizens of the universe. In 1610, on the night of January 7th, Galileo demonstrated the truth of the Copernican system, and in 1632 published his work on the system of the world. What did the church do? Galileo was arrested, imprisoned, forced to fall upon his knees, put his hand on the Bible, and recant. For 10 years he was kept in prison. For 10 years, until released by the pity of death. Then the church, men filled with the Holy Ghost, denied his body burial in consecrated ground. It was feared that his dust might corrupt the bodies of those who had persecuted him. In 1609, Kepler published his book, Motions of the Planet Mars. He, too, knew of the attraction of gravitation and that it acted in proportion to mass and distance. Kepler announced his 3 laws. He found and mathematically expressed the relation of distance, mass, and motion. Nothing greater has been accomplished by the human mind. Astronomy became a science, and Christianity a superstition. Then came Newton, Herschel, and Laplace. The astronomy of Joshua and Elijah faded from the minds of intelligent men, and Jehovah became an ignorant tribal god. Men began to see that the operations of nature were not subject to interference, that eclipses were not caused by the wrath of God, that comets had nothing to do with the destruction of empires or the death of kings, that the stars wheeled in their orbits without regard to the actions of men. In the sacred East the dawn appeared. What have the worldly done? A few years ago a few men became wicked enough to use their senses. They began to look and listen. They began to really see, and then they began to reason. They forgot heaven and hell long enough to take some interest in this world. They began to examine soils and rocks. They noticed what had been done by rivers and seas. They found out something about the crust of the earth. They found that most of the rocks had been deposited and stratified in the water, rocks 70,000 feet in thickness. They found that the coal was once vegetable matter. They made the best calculations they could of the time required to make the coal, and concluded that it must have taken at least 6 or 7 millions of years. They examined the chalk cliffs, found that they were composed of the microscopic shells of minute organisms, that is to say, the dust of these shells. This dust settled over areas as large as Europe, and in some places the chalk is a mile in depth. This must have required many millions of years. Lyell, the highest authority on the subject, says that it must have required, to cause the changes that we know, at least 200 million years. Think of these vast deposits caused by the slow falling of infinitesimal atoms of impalpable dust through the silent depths of ancient seas. Think of the microscopical forms of life, constructing their minute houses of lime, giving life to others, leaving their mansions beneath the waves, and so through countless generations building the foundations of continents and islands. Go back of all life that we now know, back of all the flying lizards, the armored monsters, the hissing serpents, the winged and fanged horrors, back to the Laurentian rocks, to the Eozoon, the first of living things that we have found, back of all mountains, seas, and rivers, back to the first incrustation of the molten world, back of wave of fire and robe of flame, back to the time when all the substance of the earth blazed in the glowing sun with all the stars that wheel about the central fire. Think of the days and nights that lie between. Think of the centuries, the withered leaves of time, that strewn the desert of the past. Nature does not hurry. Time cannot be wasted, cannot be lost. The future remains eternal, and all the past is as though it had not been, as though it were to be. The infinite knows neither loss nor gain. We know something of the history of the world, something of the human race, and we know that man has lived and struggled through want and war, through pestilence and famine, through ignorance and crime, through fear and hope, on the old earth for millions and millions of years. At last we know that infallible popes and countless priests and clergymen who had been called, filled with the Holy Ghost, and presidents of colleges, kings, emperors, and executives of nations, had mistaken the blundering guesses of ignorant savages for the wisdom of an infinite God. At last we know that the story of creation, of the beginning of things, as told in the sacred book, is not only untrue, but utterly absurd and idiotic. Now we know that the inspired writers did not know, and that the God who inspired them did not know. We are no longer misled by myths and legends. We rely upon facts. The world is our witness, and the stars testify for us. What have the worldly done? They have investigated the religions of the world, have read the sacred books, the prophecies, the commandments, the rules of conduct. They have studied the symbols, the ceremonies, the prayers, and sacrifices, and they have shown that all religions are substantially the same, produced by the same causes, that all rest on a misconception of the facts in nature, that all are founded on ignorance and fear, on mistake and mystery. They have found that Christianity is like the rest, that it was not a revelation, but a natural growth, that its gods and devils, its heavens and hells, were borrowed, that its ceremonies and sacraments were souvenirs of other religions, that no part of it came from heaven, but that it was all made by savage man. They found that Jehovah was a tribal god, and that his ancestors had lived on the banks of the Euphrates, the Tigris, the Ganges, and the Nile, and these ancestors were traced back to still more savage forms. They found that all the sacred books were filled with inspired mistake and sacred absurdity. But, say the Christians, we have the only inspired book. We have the Old Testament and the New. Where did you get the Old Testament? From the Jews? Yes. Let me tell you about it. After the Jews returned from Babylon, about 400 years before Christ, Ezra commenced making the Bible. You will find an account of this in the Bible. We know that Genesis was written after the captivity, because it was from the Babylonians that the Jews got the story of the creation, of Adam and Eve, of the garden, of the serpent and the tree of life, of the flood, and from them they learned about the Sabbath. You find nothing about that holy day in Judges, Joshua, Samuel, Kings, or Chronicles, nothing in Job, the Psalms, in Esther, Solomon's Song, or Ecclesiastes, only in books written by Ezra after the return from Babylon. When Ezra finished the inspired book, he placed it in the temple. It was written on the skins of beasts, and so far as we know, there was but one. What became of this Bible? Jerusalem was taken by Titus about 70 years after Christ. The temple was destroyed, and at the request of Josephus, the Holy Bible was sent to Vespasian the emperor at Rome. And this Holy Bible has never been seen or heard of since. So much for that. Then there was a copy, or rather a translation, called the Septuagint. How was that made? It is said that Ptolemy Soter and his son Ptolemy Philadelphus obtained a translation of the Jewish Bible. This translation was made by 70 persons. At that time the Jewish Bible did not contain Daniel, Ecclesiastes, but few of the Psalms, and only a part of Isaiah. What became of this translation known as the Septuagint? It was burned in the Bruchium Library 47 years before Christ. Then there was another so-called copy of part of the Bible, known as the Samaritan Roll of the Pentateuch, but this was not considered of any value. Have we a true copy of the Bible that was in the temple at Jerusalem, the one sent to Vespasian? Nobody knows. Have we a true copy of the Septuagint? Nobody knows. What is the oldest manuscript of the Bible we have in Hebrew? The oldest manuscript we have in Hebrew was written in the 10th century after Christ. The oldest pretended copy we have of the Septuagint, written in Greek, was made in the 5th century after Christ. If the Bible was divinely inspired, if it was the actual Word of God, we have no authenticated copy. The original has been lost, and we are left in the darkness of nature. It is impossible for us to show that our Bible is correct. We have no standard. Many of the books in our Bible contradict each other. Many chapters appear to be incomplete, and parts of different books are written in the same words, showing that both could not have been original. The 19th and 20th chapters of 2 Kings and the 37th and 38th chapters of Isaiah are exactly the same. So is the 36th chapter of Isaiah from the 2nd verse the same as the 18th chapter of 2 Kings from the 2nd verse. So it is perfectly apparent that there could have been no possible propriety in inspiring the writers of Kings and the writers of Chronicles. The books are substantially the same, differing in a few mistakes, in a few falsehoods. The same is true of Leviticus and Numbers. The books do not agree either in facts or philosophy. They differ as the men differed who wrote them. What have the worldly done? They have investigated the phenomena of nature. They have invented ways to use the forces of the world, the weight of falling water, of moving air. They have changed water to steam, invented engines, the tireless giants that work for man. They have made lightning a messenger and slave. They invented movable type, taught us the art of printing, and made it possible to save and transmit the intellectual wealth of the world. They connected continents with cables, cities and towns with the telegraph, brought the world into one family, made intelligence independent of distance. They taught us how to build homes, to obtain food, to weave cloth. They covered the seas with iron ships and the land with roads and steeds of steel. They gave us the tools of all the trades, the implements of labor. They chiseled statues, painted pictures, and witched the world with form and color. They have found the cause of and the cure for many maladies that afflict the flesh and minds of men. They have given us the instruments of music, and the great composers and performers have changed the common air to tones and harmonies that intoxicate, exalt, and purify the soul. They have rescued us from the prisons of fear, and snatched our souls from the fangs and claws of superstition's loathsome, crawling, flying beasts. They have given us the liberty to think and the courage to express our thoughts. They have changed the frightened, the enslaved, the kneeling, the prostrate into men and women, clothed them in their right minds and made them truly free. They have uncrowned the phantoms, wrested the scepters from the ghosts, and given this world to the children of men. They have driven from the heart the fiends of fear and extinguished the flames of hell. They have read a few leaves of the great volume, deciphered some of the records written on stone by the tireless hands of time in the dim past. They have told us something of what has been done by wind and wave, by fire and frost, by life and death, the ceaseless workers, the pauseless forces of the world. They have enlarged the horizons of the known, changed the glittering specks that shine above us to wheeling worlds, and filled all space with countless suns. They have found the qualities of substances, the nature of things, how to analyze, separate, and combine, and have enabled us to use the good and avoid the hurtful. They have given us mathematics in the higher forms, by means of which we measure the astronomical spaces, the distances to stars, the velocity at which the heavenly bodies move, their density and weight, and by which the mariner navigates the waste and trackless seas. They have given us all we have of knowledge, of literature, and art. They have made life worth living. They have filled the world with conveniences, comforts, and luxuries. All this has been done by the worldly, by those who were not called or set apart or filled with the Holy Ghost or had the slightest claim to apostolic succession. The men who accomplished these things were not inspired. They had no revelation, no supernatural aid. They were not clad in sacred vestments, and tiaras were not upon their brows. They were not even ordained. They used their senses, observed and recorded facts. They had confidence in reason. They were patient searchers for the truth. They turned their attention to the affairs of this world. They were not saints. They were sensible men. They worked for themselves, for wife and child, and for the benefit of all. To these men we are indebted for all we are, for all we know, for all we have. They were the creators of civilization, the founders of free states, the saviors of liberty, the destroyers of superstition, and the great captains in the army of progress. Whom shall we thank? Standing here at the close of the 19th century, amid the trophies of thought, the triumphs of genius, here under the flag of the great republic, knowing something of the history of man, here on this day that has been set apart for Thanksgiving, I most reverently thank the good men, the good women of the past. I thank the kind fathers, the loving mothers of the savage days. I thank the father who spoke the first gentle word, the mother who first smiled upon her babe. I thank the first true friend. I thank the savages who hunted and fished that they and their babes might live. I thank those who cultivated the ground and changed the forests into farms, those who built rude homes and watched the faces of their happy children in the glow of fireside flames, those who domesticated horses, cattle, and sheep, those who invented wheels and looms and taught us to spin and weave, those who by cultivation changed wild grasses into wheat and corn, changed bitter things to fruit, and worthless weeds to flowers, that sowed within our souls the seeds of art. I thank the poets of the dawn, the tellers of legends, the makers of myths, the singers of joy and grief, of hope and love. I thank the artists who chiseled forms in stone and wrought with light and shade the face of man. I thank the philosophers, the thinkers, who taught us how to use our minds in the great search for truth. I thank the astronomers who explored the heavens, told us the secrets of the stars, the glories of the constellations, the geologists who found the story of the world in fossil forms, in memoranda kept in ancient rocks, in lines written by waves, by frost and fire. The anatomists who sought in muscle, nerve, and bone for all the mysteries of life, the chemists who unraveled nature's work that they might learn her art, the physicians who have laid the hand of science on the brow of pain, the hand whose magic touch restores, the surgeons who have defeated nature's self and forced her to preserve the lives of those she labored to destroy. I thank the discoverers of chloroform and ether, the two angels who give to their beloved sleep and wrap the throbbing brain in the soft robes of dreams. I thank the great inventors, those who gave us movable type and the press, by means of which great thoughts and all discovered facts are made immortal, the inventors of engines, of the great ships, of the railways, the cables, and telegraphs. I thank the great mechanics, the workers in iron and steel, in wood and stone. I thank the inventors and makers of the numberless things of use and luxury. I thank the industrious men, the loving mothers, the useful women. They are the benefactors of our race. The inventor of pens did 1,000 times more good than all the popes and cardinals, the bishops and priests, than all the clergymen and parsons, exhorters and theologians that ever lived. The inventor of matches did more for the comfort and convenience of mankind than all the founders of religions and the makers of all creeds, than all the malicious monks and selfish saints. I thank the honest men and women who have expressed their sincere thoughts, who have been true to themselves and have preserved the veracity of their souls. I thank the thinkers of Greece and Rome, Zeno and Epicurus, Cicero and Lucretius. I thank Bruno the bravest, and Spinoza the subtlest of men. I thank Voltaire, whose thought lighted a flame in the brain of man, unlocked the doors of superstition's cells, and gave liberty to many millions of his fellow men. Voltaire, a name that sheds light. Voltaire, a star that superstition's darkness cannot quench. I thank the great poets, the dramatists. I thank Homer and Aeschylus, and I thank Shakespeare above them all. I thank Burns for the heart throbs he changed into songs, for his lyrics of flame. I thank Shelley for his Skylark, Keats for his Grecian Urn, and Byron for his Prisoner of Chillon. I thank the great novelists. I thank the great sculptors. I thank the unknown man who molded and chiseled the Venus de Milo. I thank the great painters. I thank Rembrandt and Corot. I thank all who have adorned, enriched, and ennobled life, all who have created the great, the noble, the heroic, and artistic ideals. I thank the statesmen who have preserved the rights of man. I thank Paine, whose genius sowed the seeds of independence in the hearts of '76. I thank Jefferson, whose mighty words for liberty have made the circuit of the globe. I thank the founders, the defenders, the saviors of the Republic. I thank Ericsson, the greatest mechanic of his century, for the Monitor. I thank Lincoln for the Proclamation. I thank Grant for his victories and the vast host that fought for the right, for the freedom of man. I thank them all, the living and the dead. I thank the great scientists, those who have reached the foundation, the bedrock, who have built upon facts, the great scientists in whose presence theologians look silly and feel malicious. The scientists never persecuted, never imprisoned their fellow men. They forged no chains, built no dungeons, erected no scaffolds, tore no flesh with red-hot pincers, dislocated no joints on racks, crushed no bones in iron boots, extinguished no eyes, tore out no tongues, and lighted no faggots. They did not pretend to be inspired, did not claim to be prophets or saints or to have been born again. They were only intelligent and honest men. They did not appeal to force or fear. They did not regard men as slaves to be ruled by torture, by lash and chain, nor as children to be cheated with illusions, rocked in the cradle of an idiot creed, and soothed by a lullaby of lies. They did not wound, they healed. They did not kill, they lengthened life. They did not enslave, they broke the chains and made men free. They sowed the seeds of knowledge, and many millions have reaped, are reaping, and will reap the harvest of joy. I thank Humboldt, and Helmholtz, and Haeckel, and Büchner. I thank Lamarck, and Darwin who revolutionized the thought of the intellectual world. I thank Huxley and Spencer. I thank the scientists one and all. I thank the heroes, the destroyers of prejudice and fear, the dethroners of savage gods, the extinguishers of hate's eternal fire, the heroes, the breakers of chains, the founders of free states, the makers of just laws, the heroes who fought and fell on countless fields, the heroes whose dungeons became shrines, the heroes whose blood made scaffolds sacred, the heroes, the apostles of reason, the disciples of truth, the soldiers of freedom, the heroes who held high the holy torch and filled the world with light. With all my heart, I thank them all. End of A Thanksgiving Sermon by Robert G. Ingersoll.
Section 7 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures. Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sean Grabosky, Cranston, Rhode Island. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, A Lay Sermon. Delivered before the Congress of the American Secular Union at Chickering Hall, New York, November 14, 1885. Ladies and gentlemen, in the greatest tragedy that has ever been written by man, in the fourth scene of the third act, it is the best prayer that I have ever read, and when I say the greatest tragedy, everybody familiar with Shakespeare will know that I refer to King Lear. After he has been on the heath, touched with insanity, suddenly coming to the place of shelter, he says, "I'll pray, and then I'll sleep." And this prayer is my text. Poor naked wretches, wheresoe'er you are, that bide the pelting of this pitiless storm, how shall your unhoused heads, your unfed sides, your looped and windowed raggedness, defend you from seasons such as these. Oh, I have ta'en too little care of this. Take physic, pomp. Expose thyself to feel what wretches feel, that thou mayest shake the superflux to them, and show the heavens more just. That is one of the noblest prayers that ever fell from human lips. If nobody has too much, everybody will have enough. I propose to say a few words upon subjects that are near to us all, and in whichever human being ought to be interested, and if he is not, it may be that his wife will be, it may be that his orphans will be, and I would like to see this world at last, so that a man could die and not feel that he left his wife and children a prey to the greed, the avarice, or the cruelties of mankind. There is something wrong in a government where they who do the most have the least. There is something wrong when honesty wears a rag and rascality a robe, when the loving, the tender eat a crust while the infamous sit at banquets. I cannot do much, but I can at least sympathize with those who suffer. There is one thing that we should remember at the start, and if I can only teach you that, tonight, unless you know it already, I shall consider the few words I may have to say a wonderful success. I want you to remember that everybody is as he must be. I want you to get out of your minds the old nonsense of free moral agency, and then you will have charity for the whole human race. When you know that they are not responsible for their dispositions any more than for their height, not responsible for their acts any more than for their dreams, when you finally understand the philosophy that everything exists as the result of an efficient cause, and that the lightest fancy that ever fluttered its painted wings in the horizon of hope was as necessarily produced as the planet that in its orbit wheels about the sun. When you understand this, I believe you will have charity for all mankind, including even yourself. Wealth is not a crime. Poverty is not a virtue, although the virtuous have generally been poor. There is only one good, and that is human happiness, and he only is a wise man who makes himself and others happy. I have heard all my life about self-denial. There never was anything more idiotic than that. No man who does right practices self-denial. To do right is the bud and blossom and fruit of wisdom. To do right should always be dictated by the highest possible selfishness and the most perfect generosity. No man practices self-denial unless he does wrong. To inflict an injury upon yourself is an act of self-denial. He who denies justice to another denies it to himself. To plant seeds that will forever bear the fruit of joy is not an act of self-denial. So this idea of doing good to others only for their sake is absurd. You want to do it, not simply for their sake, but for your own, because a perfectly civilized man can never be perfectly happy while there is one unhappy being in this universe. Let us take another step. The barbaric world was to be rewarded in some other world for acting sensibly in this. They were promised rewards in another world if they would only have self-denial enough to be virtuous in this. If they would forego the pleasures of larceny and murder, if they would forego the thrill and bliss of meanness here, they would be rewarded hereafter for that self-denial. I have exactly the opposite idea. Do right, not to deny yourself, but because you love yourself and because you love others. Be generous because it is better for you. Be just because any other course is the suicide of the soul. Whoever does wrong plagues himself, and when he reaps that harvest, he will find that he was not practicing self-denial when he did right. If you want to be happy yourself, if you are truly civilized, you want others to be happy. Every man ought, to the extent of his ability, to increase the happiness of mankind, for the reason that he will increase his own. No one can really be prosperous unless those with whom he lives share the sunshine and the joy. The first thing a man wants to know and be sure of is when he has got enough. Most people imagine that the rich are in heaven, but, as a rule, it is only a gilded hell. There is not a man in the city of New York with genius enough, with brains enough, to own $5 million. Why? The money will own him. He becomes the key to a safe. That money will get him up at daylight. That money will separate him from his friends. That money will fill his heart with fear. That money will rob his days of sunshine and his nights of pleasant dreams. He cannot own it. He becomes the property of that money, and he goes right on making more. What for? He does not know. It becomes a kind of insanity. No one is happier in a palace than in a cabin. I love to see a log house. It is associated in my mind always with pure, unalloyed happiness. It is the only house in the world that looks as though it had no mortgage on it. It looks as if you could spend there long, tranquil autumn days, the air filled with serenity, no trouble, no thoughts about notes, about interest, nothing of the kind. Just breathing free air, watching the hollyhocks, listening to the birds and to the music of the spring that comes like a poem from the earth. It is an insanity to get more than you want. Imagine a man in this city, an intelligent man, say with 2 or 3 millions of coats, 8 or 10 millions of hats, vast warehouses full of shoes, billions of neckties. Imagine that man getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the rain and snow and sleet, working like a dog all day to get another necktie. Is not that exactly what the man of 20 or 30 millions, or of 5 millions does today? Wearing out his life that somebody may say, how rich he is. What can he do with the surplus? Nothing. Can he eat it? No. Make friends? No. Purchase flattery and lies? Yes. Make all his poor relations hate him? Yes. And then, what worry? Annoyed, nervous, tormented, until his poor little brain becomes inflamed, and you see in the morning paper, died of apoplexy. This man finally began to worry for fear that he would not have enough neckties to last him through. So we ought to teach our children that great wealth is a curse. Great wealth is the mother of crime. On the other hand are the abject poor. And let me ask tonight, is the world forever to remain as it was when Lear made his prayer? Is it ever to remain as it is now? I hope not. Are there always to be millions whose lips are white with famine? Is the withered palm to be always extended, imploring from the stony heart of respectable charity alms? Must every man who sits down to a decent dinner always think of the starving? Must everyone sitting by the fireside think of some poor mother, with a child strained to her breast, shivering in the storm? I hope not. Are the rich always to be divided from the poor, not only in fact, but in feeling? And that division is growing more and more every day. The gulf between Lazarus and Dives widens year by year, only their positions are changed. Lazarus is in hell, and he thinks Dives is in the bosom of Abraham. And there is one thing that helps to widen this gulf. In nearly every city of the United States, you will find the fashionable part and the poor part. The poor know nothing of the fashionable part, except the outside splendor, and as they go by the palaces, that poison plant called envy springs and grows in their poor hearts. The rich know nothing of the poor, except the squalor and rags and wretchedness, and what they read in the police records, and they say, "Thank God we are not like those people." Their hearts are filled with scorn and contempt, and the hearts of the others with envy and hatred. There must be some way devised for the rich and poor to get acquainted. The poor do not know how many well-dressed people sympathize with them, and the rich do not know how many noble hearts beat beneath the rags. If we can ever get the loving poor acquainted with the sympathizing rich, this question will be nearly solved. In 100 other ways they are divided. If anything should bring mankind together, it ought to be a common belief. In Catholic countries, that does have a softening influence upon the rich and upon the poor. They believe the same. So, in Mohammedan countries, they can kneel in the same mosque and pray to the same God. But how is it with us? The church is not free. There is no welcome in the velvet for the velveteen. Poverty does not feel at home there, and the consequence is the rich and the poor are kept apart, even by their religion. I am not saying anything against religion. I am not on that question. But I would think more of any religion, provided that even for one day in the week, or for 1 hour in the year, it allowed wealth to clasp the hand of poverty and to have, for one moment even, the thrill of genuine friendship. In the olden times, in barbaric life, it was a simple thing to get a living. A little hunting, a little fishing, pulling a little fruit and digging for roots, all simple. And they were nearly all on an equality, and comparatively there were fewer failures. Living has at last become complex. All the avenues are filled with men struggling for the accomplishment of the same thing. For emulation hath 1,000 sons, that one by one pursue if you give way, or hedge aside from the direct forthright. Like to an entered tide, they all rush by, and leave you hindmost, or, like a gallant horse fallen in the first rank, lie there for pavement to the abject rear. The struggle is so hard, and just exactly as we have risen in the scale of being, the percent of failures has increased. It is so that all men are not capable of getting a living. They have not cunning enough, intellect enough, muscle enough. They are not strong enough. They are too generous or they are too negligent. And then some people seem to have what is called bad luck. That is to say, when anything falls, they are under it. When anything bad happens, it happens to them. And now there is another trouble. Just as life becomes complex, and as everyone is trying to accomplish certain objects, all the ingenuity of the brain is at work to get there by a shorter way, and, in consequence, this has become an age of invention. Myriads of machines have been invented, every one of them to save labor. If these machines helped the laborer, what a blessing they would be. But the laborer does not own the machine owns him. That is the trouble. In the olden time, when I was a boy, even, you know how it was in the little towns, there was a shoemaker, 2 of them, a tailor or 2, a blacksmith, a wheelwright. I remember just how the shops used to look. I used to go to the blacksmith shop at night, get up on the forge, and hear them talk about turning horseshoes. Many a night I have seen the sparks fly, and heard the stories that were told. There was a great deal of human nature in those days. Everybody was known. If times got hard, the poor little shoemakers made a living mending, half-soling, straightening up the heels. The same with the blacksmith, the same with the tailor. They could get credit. They did not have to pay till next January. And if they could not pay then, they took another year, and they were happy enough. Now one man is not a shoemaker. There is a great building, several $100,000 worth of machinery, 3,000 or 4,000 people, not a single mechanic in the whole building. One sews on straps, another greases the machines, cuts out soles, waxes threads. And what is the result? When the machines stop, 3,000 men are out of employment. Credit goes. Then come want and famine, and if they happen to have a little child die, it would take them years to save enough of their earnings to pay the expense of putting away that little sacred piece of flesh. And yet, by this machinery, we can produce enough to flood the world. By the inventions in agricultural machinery, the United States can feed all the mouths upon the earth. There is not a thing that man uses that cannot instantly be overproduced to such an extent as to become almost worthless. And yet, with all this production, with all this power to create, there are millions and millions in abject want. Granaries bursting, and famine looking into the doors of the poor. Millions of everything, and yet millions wanting everything and having substantially nothing. Now, there is something wrong here. We have got into that contest between machines and men. And if extravagance does not keep pace with ingenuity, it is going to be the most terrible question that man has ever settled. I tell you, tonight, that these things are worth thinking about. Nothing that touches the future of our race, nothing that touches the happiness of ourselves or our children should be beneath our notice. We should think of these things, must think of them, and we should endeavor to see that justice is finally done between man and man. My sympathies are with the poor. My sympathies are with the working men of the United States. Understand me distinctly. I am not an anarchist. Anarchy is the reaction from tyranny. I am not a socialist. I am not a communist. I am an individualist. I do not believe in tyranny of government, but I do believe in justice as between man and man. What is the remedy? Or what can we think of? For do not imagine that I think I know. It is an immense, an almost infinite question, and all we can do is to guess. You have heard a great deal lately upon the land subject. Let me say a word or two upon that. In the first place, I do not want to take, and I would not take an inch of land from any human being that belonged to him. If we ever take it, we must pay for it, condemn it, and take it. Do not rob anybody. Whenever any man advocates justice, and robbery as the means, I suspect him. No man should be allowed to own any land that he does not use. Everybody knows that. I do not care whether he has thousands or millions. I have owned a great deal of land, but I know just as well as I know I am living that I should not be allowed to have it unless I use it. And why? Don't you know that if people could bottle the air, they would? Don't you know that there would be an American Air Bottling Association? And don't you know that they would allow thousands and millions to die for want of breath if they could not pay for air? I am not blaming anybody. I am just telling how it is. Now, the land belongs to the children of nature. Nature invites into this world every babe that is born. And what would you think of me, for instance, tonight if I had invited you here? Nobody had charged you anything, but you had been invited. And when you got here, you had found one man pretending to occupy 100 seats, another 50, and another 75, and thereupon you were compelled to stand up. What would you think of the invitation? It seems to me that every child of nature is entitled to his share of the land, and that he should not be compelled to beg the privilege to work the soil of a babe that happened to be born before him. And why do I say this? Because it is not to our interest to have a few landlords and millions of tenants. The tenement house is the enemy of modesty, the enemy of virtue, the enemy of patriotism. Home is where the virtues grow. I would like to see the law so that every home, to a small amount, should be free not only from sale for debts, but should be absolutely free from taxation, so that every man could have a home. Then we will have a nation of patriots. Now suppose that every man were to have all the land he is able to buy. The Vanderbilts could buy today all the land that is in the farms in the state of Ohio, every foot of it. Would it be for the best interest of that state to have a few landlords and 4 or 5 millions of serfs? So, I'm in favor of a law finally to be carried out, not by robbery, but by compensation, under the right, as the lawyers call it, of eminent domain, so that no person would be allowed to own more land than he uses. I am not blaming these rich men for being rich. I pity most of them. I had rather be poor, with a little sympathy in my heart, than to be rich as all the mines of earth, and not have that little flower of pity in my breast. I do not see how a man can have hundreds of millions and pass every day people that have not enough to eat. I do not understand it. I might be just the same way myself. There is something in money that dries up the sources of affection, and the probability is, it is this. The moment a man gets money, so many men are trying to get it away from him, that in a little while he regards the whole human race as his enemy, and he generally thinks that they could be rich too, if they would only attend to business as he has. Understand, I am not blaming these people. There is a good deal of human nature in us all. You remember the story of the man who made a speech at a socialist meeting and closed it by saying, "Thank God, I am no monopolist," but as he sank to his seat said, "But I wish to the Lord I was." We must remember that these rich men are naturally produced. Do not blame them. Blame the system. Certain privileges have been granted to the few by the government, ostensibly for the benefit of the many. And whenever that grant is not for the good of the many, it should be taken from the few, not by force, not by robbery, but by estimating fairly the value of that property, and paying to them its value, because everything should be done according to law and order. What remedy, then, is there? First, the great weapon in this country is the ballot. Each voter is a sovereign. There the poorest is the equal of the richest. His vote will count just as many as though the hand that cast it controlled millions. The poor are in the majority in this country. If there is any law that oppresses them, it is their fault. They have followed the fife and drum of some party. They have been misled by others. No man should go an inch with a party, no matter if that party is half the world and has in it the greatest intellects of the earth, unless that party is going his way. No honest man should ever turn round to join anything. If it overtakes him, good. If he has to hurry up a little to get to it, good. But do not go with anything that is not going your way. No matter whether they call it Republican or Democrat or progressive democracy, do not go with it unless it goes your way. The ballot is the power. The law should settle many of these questions between capital and labor, but I expect the greatest good to come from civilization, from the growth of a sense of justice. For I tell you tonight, a civilized man will never want anything for less than it is worth. A civilized man, when he sells a thing, will never want more than it is worth. A really and truly civilized man would rather be cheated than to cheat. And yet, in the United States, good as we are, nearly everybody wants to get everything for a little less than it is worth. And the man that sells it to him wants to get a little more than it is worth. And this breeds rascality on both sides. That ought to be done away with. There is one step toward it that we will take. We will finally say that human flesh, human labor, shall not depend entirely on supply and demand. That is infinitely cruel. Every man should give to another according to his ability to give, and enough that he may make his living and lay something by for the winter of old age. Go to England. Civilized country they call it. It is not. It never was. I'm afraid it never will be. Go to London, the greatest city of this world, where there is the most wealth, the greatest glittering piles of gold. And yet 1 out of every 6 in that city dies in a hospital, a workhouse, or a prison. Is that the best that we are ever to know? Is that the last word that civilization has to say? Look at the women in this town, sewing for a living, making cloaks for less than 45 cents, that sell for $45. Right here amid all the palaces, amid the thousands of millions of property, here. Is that all that civilization can do? Must a poor woman support herself, or her child, or her children, by that kind of labor and with such pay? And do we call ourselves civilized? Did you ever read that wonderful poem about the sewing woman? Let me tell you the last verse. Winds that have sainted her, tell ye the story of the young life by the needle that bled, making a bridge over death's soundless waters, out of a swaying and soul-cutting thread, over it going, all the world knowing that thousands have trod it, foot bleeding, before. God protect all of us, God pity all of us, should she look back from the opposite shore. I cannot call this civilization. There must be something nearer a fairer division in this world. You can never get it by strikes, never. The first strike that is a great success will be the last, because the people who believe in law and order will put the strikers down. The strike is no remedy. Boycotting is no remedy. Brute force is no remedy. These questions have to be settled by reason, by candor, by intelligence, by kindness. And nothing is permanently settled in this world that has not for its cornerstone justice, and is not protected by the profound conviction of the human mind. This is no country for anarchy, no country for communism, no country for the socialist. Why? Because the political power is equally divided. What other reason? Speech is free. What other? The press is untrammeled. And that is all the right should ever ask. A free press, free speech, and the protection of person. That is enough. That is all I ask. In a country like Russia, where every mouth is a Bastille and every tongue a convict, there may be some excuse. Where the noblest and the best are driven to Siberia, there may be a reason for the nihilist. In a country where no man is allowed to petition for redress, there is a reason, but not here. This, say what you will against it, is the best government ever founded by the human race. Say what you will of parties, say what you will of dishonesty, the holiest flag that ever kissed the air is ours. Only a few years ago, morally, we were a low people, before we abolished slavery. But now, when there is no chain except that of custom, when every man has an opportunity, this is the grandest government of the earth. There is hardly a man in the United States today, of any importance, whose voice anybody cares to hear, who is not nursed at the loving breast of poverty. Look at the children of the rich. My God, what a punishment for being rich! So, whatever happens, let every man say that this government, and this form of government, shall stand. But, say some, these working men are dangerous. I deny it. We are all in their power. They run all the cars. Our lives are in their hands almost every day. They are working in all our homes. They do the labor of this world. We are all at their mercy, and yet they do not commit more crimes, according to number, than the rich. Remember that. I am not afraid of them. Neither am I afraid of the monopolists, because, under our institutions, when they become hurtful to the general good, the people will stand it just to a certain point, and then comes the end, not in anger, not in hate, but from a love of liberty and justice. Now, we have in this country another class. We call them criminals. Let me take another step. 'Tis not enough to help the feeble up, but to support him after. Recollect what I said in the first place, that every man is as he must be. Every crime is a necessary product. The seeds were all sown, the land thoroughly plowed, the crop well attended to, and carefully harvested. Every crime is born of necessity. If you want less crime, you must change the conditions. Poverty makes crime. Want, rags, crusts, failure, misfortune, all these awake the wild beast in man. And finally he takes contrary to law, and becomes a criminal. And what do you do with him? You punish him. Why not punish a man for having the consumption? The time will come when you will see that that is just as logical. What do you do with the criminal? You send him to the penitentiary. Is he made better? Worse. The first thing you do is try to trample out his manhood by putting an indignity upon him. You mark him. You put him in stripes. At night you put him in darkness. His feeling for revenge grows. You make a wild beast of him, and he comes out of that place branded in body and soul. And then you won't let him reform if he wants to. You put on airs above him because he has been in the penitentiary. The next time you look with scorn upon a convict, let me beg of you to do one thing. Maybe you are not as bad as I am, but do one thing. Think of all the crimes you have wanted to commit. Think of all the crimes you would have committed if you had had the opportunity. Think of all the temptations to which you would have yielded had nobody been looking, and then put your hand on your heart and say whether you can justly look with contempt even upon a convict. None but the noblest should inflict punishment, even on the basest. Society has no right to punish any man in revenge, no right to punish any man except for two objects. One, the prevention of crime. The other, the reformation of the criminal. How can you reform him? Kindness is the sunshine in which virtue grows. Let it be understood by these men that there is no revenge. Let it be understood, too, that they can reform. Only a little while ago, I read of a case of a young man who had been in a penitentiary and came out. He kept it a secret, and went to work for a farmer. He got in love with a daughter and wanted to marry her. He had nobility enough to tell the truth. He told the father that he had been in the penitentiary, and his father said, "You cannot have my daughter, because it would stain her life." The young man said, "Yes, it would stain her life. Therefore I will not marry her." He went out. In a few moments afterward, they heard the report of a pistol, and he was dead. He left just a little note saying, "I am through. There is no need of my living longer, when I stain with my life the one I love." And yet we call our society civilized. There is a mistake. I want that question thought of. I want all my fellow citizens to think of it. I want you to do what you can to do away with all cruelty. There are, of course, some cases that have to be treated with what might be called almost cruelty, but if there is the smallest seed of good in any human heart, Let kindness fall upon it until it grows. And in that way I know, and so do you, that the world will get better and better day by day. Let us, above all things, get acquainted with each other. Let every man teach his son, teach his daughter, that labor is honorable. Let us say to our children, it is your business to see that you never become a burden on others. Your first duty is to take care of yourselves, and if there is a surplus, with that surplus help your fellow man. You owe it to yourself, above all things, not to be a burden upon others. Teach your son that it is his duty not only, but his highest joy to become a home builder, a home owner. Teach your children that the fireside is the happiest place in the world. Teach them that whoever is an idler, whoever lives upon the labor of others, whether he is a pirate or a king, is a dishonorable person. Teach them that no civilized man wants anything for nothing, or for less than it is worth, that he wants to go through this world paying his way as he goes, and if he gets a little ahead, an extra joy, it should be divided with another, if that other is doing something for himself. Help others help themselves. And let us teach that great wealth is not great happiness, that money will not purchase love. It never did, and never can purchase respect. It never did, and never can purchase the highest happiness. I believe with Robert Burns, if happiness have not her seat and center in the breast, we may be wise, or rich, or great, but never can be blessed. We must teach this, and let our fellow citizens know that we give them every right that we claim for ourselves. We must discuss these questions and have charity, and we will have it whenever we have the philosophy that all men are as they must be, and that intelligence and kindness are the only levers capable of raising mankind. Then there is another thing. Let each one be true to himself, no matter what his class, no matter what his circumstances. Let him tell his thought. Don't let his class bribe him. Don't let him talk like a banker because he is a banker. Don't let him talk like the rest of the merchants because he is a merchant. Let him be true to the human race instead of to his little business. Be true to the ideal in his heart and brain instead of to his little present and apparent selfishness. Let him have a larger and more intelligent selfishness, a generous philosophy that includes not only others, but himself. So far as I am concerned, I have made up my mind that no organization, secular or religious, shall be my master. I have made up my mind that no necessity of bread, or roof, or raiment shall ever put a padlock on my lips. I have made up my mind that no hope of preferment, no honor, no wealth, shall ever make me for one moment swerve from what I really believe, no matter whether it is to my immediate interest, as one would think, or not. And while I live, I am going to do what little I can to help my fellow men who have not been as fortunate as I have been. I shall talk on their side. I shall vote on their side. And do what little I can to convince men that happiness does not lie in the direction of great wealth, but in the direction of achievement for the good of themselves and for the good of their fellow men. I shall do what little I can to hasten the day when this earth shall be covered with homes, and when, by countless firesides, shall sit the happy and the loving families of the world. End of a lay sermon by Robert G. Ingersoll. Recording by Sean Grabosky, Cranston, Rhode Island.
Section 8 of the works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures, Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gohn. The works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. The Foundations of Faith, Part 1. The Old Testament. One of the foundation stones of our faith is the Old Testament. If that book is not true, if its authors were unaided men, if it contains blunders and falsehoods, then that stone crumbles to dust. The geologists have demonstrated that the author of Genesis was mistaken as to the age of the world, and that the story of the universe having been created in 6 days, about 6,000 years ago, could not be true. The theologians then took the ground that the days spoken of in Genesis were periods of time, epochs, 6 long whiles, and that the work of creation might have been commenced millions of years ago. The change of days into epochs was considered by the believers of the Bible as a great triumph over the hosts of infidelity. The fact that Jehovah had ordered the Jews to keep the Sabbath, giving as a reason that he had made the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th, did not interfere with the acceptance of the epoch theory. But there is still another question. How long has man been upon the earth? According to the Bible, Adam was certainly the first man, and in his case the epoch theory cannot change the account. The Bible gives the age at which Adam died, and gives the generations to the flood, then to Abraham, and so on, and shows that from the creation of Adam to the birth of Christ was about 4,004 years. According to the sacred scriptures, man has been on this earth 5,899 years, and no more. Is this true? Geologists have divided a few years of the world's history into periods, reaching from the Azoic rocks to the soil of our time. With most of these periods they associate certain forms of life, so that it is known that the lowest forms of life belonged with the earliest periods, and the higher with the more recent. It is also known that certain forms of life existed in Europe many ages ago, and that many thousands of years ago these forms disappeared. For instance, it is well established that at one time there lived in Europe and in the British Isles some of the most gigantic mammals, the mammoth, the woolly-haired rhinoceros, the Irish elk, elephants, and other forms that have in those countries become extinct. Geologists say that many thousands of years have passed since these animals ceased to inhabit those countries. It was during the drift period that these forms of life existed in Europe and England, and that must have been hundreds of thousands of years ago. In caves once inhabited by men, they have found implements of flint and the bones of these extinct animals. With the flint tools, man had split the bones of these beasts that he might secure the marrow for food. Many such caves and hundreds of such tools and of such bones have been found, and we now know that in the drift period man was the companion of these extinct monsters. It is therefore certain that many, many thousands of years before Adam lived, men, women, and children inhabited the earth. It is certain that the account in the Bible of the creation of the first man is a mistake. It is certain that the inspired writers knew nothing about the origin of man. Let me give you another fact. The Egyptians were astronomers. A few years ago representations of the stars were found on the walls of an old temple, and it was discovered by calculating backwards that the stars did occupy the exact positions as represented about 750 years before Christ. Afterward, another representation of the stars was found, and by calculating in the same way, it was found that the stars did occupy the exact positions represented about 3,800 years before Christ. According to the Bible, the first man was created 4,004 years before Christ. If this is true, then Egypt was founded, its language formed, its arts cultivated, its astronomical discoveries made and recorded about 200 years after the creation of the first man. In other words, Adam was 200 or 300 years old when the Egyptian astronomers made these representations. Nothing can be more absurd. Again, I say that the writers of the Bible were mistaken. How do I know? According to that same Bible, there was a flood some 1,500 or 1,600 years after Adam was created that destroyed the entire human race, with the exception of 8 persons, and according to the Bible, the Egyptians descended from one of the sons of Noah. How then did the Egyptians represent the stars in the position they occupied 1200 years before the flood? No one pretends that Egypt existed as a nation before the flood, yet the astronomical representations found must have been made more than 1,000 years before the world was drowned. There is another mistake in the Bible. According to that book, the sun was made after the earth was created. Is this true? Did the earth exist before the sun? The men of science are believers in the exact opposite. They believe that the earth is a child of the sun, that the earth, as well as the other planets belonging to our constellation, came from the sun. The writers of the Bible were mistaken. There is another point. According to the Bible, Jehovah made the world in 6 days, and the work done each day is described. What did Jehovah do on the 2nd day? This is the record. And God said, Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so, and God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the 2nd day. The writer of this believed in a solid firmament, the floor of Jehovah's house. He believed that the waters had been divided, and that the rain came from above the firmament. He did not understand the fact of evaporation, did not know that rain came from the water on the earth. We now know that there is no firmament. We know that the waters are not divided by a firmament. Consequently, we know that, according to the Bible, Jehovah did nothing on the 2nd day. He must have rested on Tuesday. This being so, we ought to have 2 Sundays a week. Can we rely on the historical parts of the Bible? 70 souls went down into Egypt, and in 215 years increased to 3 millions. They could not have doubled more than 4 times a century, say 9 times in 215 years. This makes 35,840 instead of 3 millions. Can we believe the accounts of the battles? Take one instance. Jeroboam had an army of 800,000 men. Abijah of 400,000. They fought. The Lord was on Abijah's side, and he killed 500,000 of Jeroboam's men. All these soldiers were Jews. All lived in Palestine, a poor, miserable little country about 1/4 as large as the state of New York. Yet 1,200,000 soldiers were put in the field. This required a population in the country of 10 or 12 millions. This, of course, is absurd. Palestine in its palmiest of days could not have supported 2 millions of people. The soil is poor. If the Bible is inspired, is it true? We are told by this inspired book of the gold and silver collected by King David for the temple afterwards completed by the virtuous Solomon. According to the Blessed Bible, David collected about $2,000 million in silver and $5,000 million in gold, making a total of $7,000 million. Is this true? There is in the Bank of France at the present time, 1895, nearly $600 million, and so far as we know, it is the greatest amount that was ever gathered together. All the gold now known, coined, and in bullion does not amount to much more than the sum collected by David. 7,000 millions. Where did David get this gold? The Jews had no commerce. They owned no ships. They had no great factories. They produced nothing for other countries. There were no gold or silver mines in Palestine. Where then was this gold, this silver found? I will tell you. In the imagination of a writer who had more patriotism than intelligence, who wrote, not for the sake of truth, but for the glory of the Jews. Is it possible that David collected nearly 8,000 tons of gold, that he by economy got together about 60,000 tons of silver, making a total of gold and silver of 68,000 tons? The average freight car carries about 15 tons. David's gold and silver would load about 4,533 cars, making a train about 32 miles in length. And all this for the temple at Jerusalem, a building 90 feet long and 45 feet high and 30 wide, to which was attached a porch 30 feet wide, 90 feet long, and 180 feet high. Probably the architect was inspired. Is there a sensible man in the world who believes that David collected $7,000 million worth of gold and silver? There is hardly $5,000 million of gold now used as money in the whole world. Think of the millions taken from the mines of California, Australia, and Africa during the present century, and yet the total scarcely exceeds the amount collected by King David more than 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. Evidently, the inspired historian made a mistake. It required a little imagination and a few ciphers to change $7 million or $700,000 into $7,000 million. Drop 4 ciphers, and the story becomes fairly reasonable. The Old Testament must be thrown aside. It is no longer a foundation. It has crumbled. The New Testament. But we have the New Testament, the sequel of the Old, in which the Christians find the fulfillment of prophecies made by inspired Jews. The New Testament vouches for the truth, the inspiration of the Old, and if the Old is false, the New cannot be true. In the New Testament we find all that we know about the life and teachings of Jesus Christ. It is claimed that the writers were divinely inspired and that all they wrote is true. Let us see if these writers agree. Certainly there should be no difference about the birth of Christ. From the Christian's point of view, nothing could have been of greater importance than that event. Matthew says, "Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea, in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, Where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east, and are come to worship him." Matthew does not tell us who these wise men were, from what country they came, to what race they belonged. He does not even know their names. We are also informed that when Herod heard these things, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. That he gathered the chief priests, and asked of them where Christ should be born, and they told him that he was to be born in Bethlehem. Then Herod called the wise men, and asked them when the star appeared, and told them to go to Bethlehem and report to him. When they left Herod, the star again appeared and went before them until it stood over the place where the child was. When they came to the child, they worshipped him, gave him gifts, and being warned by God in a dream, they went back to their own country without calling on Herod. Then the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, and told him to take Mary and the child into Egypt for fear of Herod. So Joseph took Mary and the child to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. Then Herod, finding that he was mocked by the wise men, sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in the coasts thereof from 2 years old and under. After the death of Herod, an angel again appeared in a dream to Joseph, and told him to take the mother and child and go back to Palestine. So he went back and dwelt in Nazareth. Is this story true? Must we believe in the star and the wise men? Who were these wise men? From what country did they come? What interest had they in the birth of the King of the Jews? What became of them and their star? Of course, I know that the Holy Catholic Church has in her keeping the 3 skulls that belong to these wise men. But I do not know where the Church has obtained these relics, nor how exactly their genuineness has been established. Must we believe that Herod murdered the babes of Bethlehem? Is it not wonderful that the enemies of Herod did not charge him with this horror? Is it not marvelous that Mark and Luke and John forget to mention this most heartless of massacres? Luke also gives an account of the birth of Christ. He says that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed, that this was when Cyrenius was governor of Syria, that in accordance with this decree Mary and Joseph went to Bethlehem to be taxed, that at that place Christ was born and laid in a manger. He also says that shepherds in the neighborhood were told of the birth by an angel, with whom was a multitude of the heavenly host, that these shepherds visited Mary and the child and told others what they had seen and heard. He tells us that after 8 days the child was named Jesus, that 40 days after his birth he was taken by Joseph and Mary to Jerusalem, and that after they had performed all things according to the law they returned to Nazareth. Luke also says that the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, and that his parents went every year to Jerusalem. Do the accounts in Matthew and Luke agree? Can both accounts be true? Luke never heard of the star, and Matthew knew nothing of the heavenly host. Luke never heard of the wise men, nor Matthew of the shepherds. Luke knew nothing of the hatred of Herod, the murder of the babes, or the flight into Egypt. According to Matthew, Joseph, warned by an angel, took Mary and the child and fled into Egypt. According to Luke, they all went to Jerusalem, and from there back to Nazareth. Both of these accounts cannot be true. Will some Christian scholar tell us which to believe? When was Christ born? Luke says it took place when Cyrenius was governor. Here is another mistake. Cyrenius was not appointed governor until after the death of Herod, and the taxing could not have taken place until 10 years after the alleged birth of Christ. According to Luke, Joseph and Mary lived in Nazareth, and for the purpose of getting them to Bethlehem so the child could be born in the right place, the taxing under Cyrenius was used. But the writer, being inspired, made a mistake of about 10 years as to the time of the taxing and of the birth. Matthew says nothing about the date of the birth, except that he was born when Herod was king. It is now known that Herod had been dead 10 years before the taxing under Cyrenius. So if Luke tells the truth, Joseph, being warned by an angel, fled from the hatred of Herod 10 years after Herod was dead. If Matthew and Luke are both right, Christ was taken into Egypt 10 years before he was born, and Herod killed the babes 10 years after he was dead. Will some Christian scholar have the goodness to harmonize these inspired accounts? There is another thing. Matthew and Luke both try to show that Christ was of the blood of David, that he was a descendant of that virtuous king. As both of these writers were inspired, and as both received their information from God, they ought to agree. According to Matthew, there was between David and Jesus 27 generations, and he gives all the names. According to Luke, there were between David and Jesus 42 generations, and he gives all the names. In these genealogies, both inspired, there is a difference between David and Jesus, a difference of some 14 or 15 generations. Besides, all the names of the ancestors are different, with 2 exceptions. Matthew says that Joseph's father was Jacob. Luke says that Heli was Joseph's father. Both of these genealogies cannot be true, and the probability is that both are false. There is not in all the pulpits ingenuity enough to harmonize these ignorant and stupid contradictions. There are many curious mistakes in the words attributed to Christ. We are told in Matthew chapter 23, verse 35, that Christ said, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. It is certain that these words were not spoken by Christ. He could not by any possibility have known that the blood of Zacharias had been shed. As a matter of fact, Zacharias was killed by the Jews during the siege of Jerusalem by Titus, and this siege took place 71 years after the birth of Christ, 38 years after he was dead. There is still another mistake. Zacharias was not the son of Barachias. No such Zacharias was killed. The Zacharias that was slain was the son of Baruch. But we must not expect the inspired to be accurate. Matthew says that at the time of the crucifixion the graves were opened, and that the bodies of the saints which slept arose and came out of their graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city and appeared unto many. According to this, the graves were opened at the time of the crucifixion, but the dead did not arise and come out until after the resurrection of Christ. They were polite enough to sit in their open graves and wait for Christ to rise first. To whom did these saints appear? What became of them? Did they slip back into their graves and commit suicide? Is it not wonderful that Mark, Luke, and John never heard of these saints? What kind of saints were they? Certainly they were not Christian saints. So the inspired writers do not agree in regard to Judas. Certainly the inspired writers ought to have known what happened to Judas, the betrayer. Matthew, being duly inspired, says that when Judas saw that Jesus had been condemned, he repented and took back the money to the chief priests and elders, saying that he had sinned in betraying the innocent blood. They said to him, "What is that to us? See thou to that." Then Judas threw down the pieces of silver and went and hanged himself. The chief priests then took the pieces of silver and bought the potter's field to bury strangers in, and it is called the field of blood. We are told in the Acts of the Apostles that Peter stood up in the midst of the disciples and said, "Now this man, Judas, purchased a field with the reward of iniquity, and falling headlong he burst asunder, and his bowels gushed out. And that field is called the field of blood." Matthew says Judas repented and gave back the money. Peter says he bought a field with the money. Matthew says that Judas hanged himself. Peter says that he fell down and burst asunder. Which of these accounts is true? Besides, it is hard to see why Christians hate, loathe, and despise Judas. According to their scheme of salvation, it was absolutely necessary that Christ should be killed, necessary that he should be betrayed, and if it had not been for Judas, all the world, including Christ's mother, and the part of Christ that was human, would have gone to hell. Yet according to the New Testament, Christ did not know that one of his disciples was to betray him. Jesus, when on his way to Jerusalem for the last time, said, speaking to the 12 disciples, Judas being present, that they, the disciples, should thereafter sit on 12 thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel. Yet more than a year before this journey, John says that Christ said, speaking to the 12 disciples, "Have I not chosen you 12, and one of you is a devil?" And John adds, "He spake of Judas Iscariot, for it was he that should betray him." Why did Christ, a year afterward, tell Judas that he should sit on a throne and judge one of the tribes of Israel? There is still another trouble. Paul says that Jesus, after his resurrection, appeared to the 12 disciples. According to Paul, Jesus appeared to Judas with the rest. Certainly Paul had not heard the story of the betrayal. Why did Christ select Judas as one of his disciples, knowing that he would betray him? Did he desire to be betrayed? Was it his intention to be put to death? Why did he fail to defend himself before Pilate? According to the accounts, Pilate wanted to save him. Did Christ wish to be convicted? The Christians are compelled to say that Christ intended to be sacrificed, that he selected Judas with that end in view, and that he refused to defend himself because he desired to be crucified. All this is in accordance with the horrible idea that without the shedding of blood there is no remission of sin. Jehovah. God the Father. The Jehovah of the Old Testament is the God of the Christians. It was he who created the universe, who made all substance, all force, all life, from nothing. It is he who has governed and still governs the world. He has established and destroyed empires and kingdoms, despotisms and republics. He has enslaved and liberated the sons of men. He has caused the sun to rise on the good and on the evil, and his rain to fall on the just and the unjust. This shows his goodness. He has caused volcanoes to devour the good and the bad, his cyclones to wreck and rend the generous and the cruel, his floods to drown the loving and the hateful, his lightning to kill the virtuous and the vicious, his famines to starve the innocent and criminal, and his plagues to destroy the wise and good, the ignorant and wicked. He has allowed his enemies to imprison, to torture, and to kill his friends. He has permitted blasphemers to flay his worshippers alive, to dislocate their joints upon racks, and to burn them at the stake. He has allowed men to enslave their brothers, and to sell babes from the breasts of their mothers. This shows his impartiality. The pious Negro who commenced his prayer, "O thou great and unscrupulous God," was nearer right than he knew. Ministers ask, "Is it possible for God to forgive man?" And when I think of what has been suffered, of centuries of agony and tears, I ask, is it possible for man to forgive God? How do Christians prove the existence of their God? Is it possible to think of an infinite being? Does the word God correspond with any image in the mind? Does the word God stand for what we know or for what we do not know? Is not this unthinkable God a guess, an inference? Can we think of a being without form, without body, without parts, without passions? Why should we speak of a being without body as of the masculine gender? Why should the Bible speak of this God as a man, of his walking in the garden in the cool of the evening, of his talking and hearing and smelling? If he has no passions, why is he spoken of as jealous, revengeful, angry, pleased, and loving? In the Bible, God is spoken of as a person in the form of a man, journeying from place to place, as having a home and occupying a throne. These ideas have been abandoned, and now the Christian's God is the infinite, the incomprehensible, the formless, bodiless, and passionless. Of the existence of such a being there can be, in the nature of things, no evidence. Confronted with the universe, with fields of space sown thick with stars, with all there is of life, the wise man, being asked the origin and destiny of all, replies, "I do not know. These questions are beyond the powers of my mind." The wise man is thoughtful and modest. He clings to facts. Beyond his intellectual horizon he does not pretend to see. He does not mistake hope for evidence or desire for demonstration. He is honest. He neither deceives himself nor others. The theologian arrives at the unthinkable, the inconceivable, and he calls this God. The scientist arrives at the unthinkable, the inconceivable, and calls it the unknown. The theologian insists that his inconceivable governs the world, that it or he or they can be influenced by prayers and ceremonies, that it or he or they punishes and rewards, that it or he or they has priests and temples. The scientist insists that the unknown is not changed so far as he knows by prayers of people or priests. He admits that he does not know whether the unknown is good or bad, whether he or it wants, whether he or it is worthy of worship. He does not say that the unknown is God, that it created substance and force, life and thought. He simply says of the unknown that he knows nothing. Why should Christians insist that a God of infinite wisdom, goodness, and power governs the world? Why did he allow millions of his children to be enslaved? Why did he allow millions of mothers to be robbed of their babes? Why does he allow injustice to triumph? Why has he permitted the innocent to be imprisoned and the good to be burned? Why has he withheld his rain and starved millions of the children of men? Why has he allowed the volcanoes to destroy, the earthquakes to devour, and the tempest to wreck and rend? End of Part 1. Section 9 of the Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. Lectures. Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libby Gohn. The Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4. The Foundations of Faith, Part 2. The Trinity. The New Testament informs us that Christ was the son of Joseph and the Son of God, and that Mary was his mother. How is it established that Christ was the Son of God? It is said that Joseph was told so in a dream by an angel. But Joseph wrote nothing on that subject, said nothing so far as we know. Mary wrote nothing, said nothing. The angel that appeared to Joseph, or that informed Joseph, said nothing to anybody else. Neither has the Holy Ghost, the supposed Father, ever said or written one word. We have received no information from the parties who could have known anything on the subject. We get all our facts from those who could not have known. How is it possible to prove that the Holy Ghost was the Father of Christ? Who knows that such a being as the Holy Ghost ever existed? How was it possible for Mary to know anything about the Holy Ghost? How could Joseph know that he had been visited by an angel in a dream? Could he know that the visitor was an angel? It all occurred in a dream, and poor Joseph was asleep. What is the testimony of one who was asleep worth? All the evidence we have is that somebody who wrote part of the New Testament says that the Holy Ghost was the Father of Christ, and that somebody who wrote another part of the New Testament says that Joseph was the father of Christ. Matthew and Luke give the genealogy, and both show that Christ was the son of Joseph. The Incarnation has to be believed without evidence. There is no way in which it can be established. It is beyond the reach and realm of reason. It defies observation, and is independent of experience. It is claimed not only that Christ was the Son of God, but that he was and is God. Was he God before he was born? Was the body of Mary the dwelling place of God? What evidence have we that Christ was God? Somebody has said that Christ claimed that God was his Father, and that he and his Father were one. We do not know who this somebody was, and do not know from whom he received his information. Somebody who was inspired has said that Christ was of the blood of David through his father Joseph. This is all the evidence we have. Can we believe that God, the creator of the universe, learned the trade of a carpenter in Palestine, that he gathered a few disciples about him, and after teaching for about 3 years, suffered himself to be crucified by a few ignorant and pious Jews? Christ, according to the faith, is the second person in the Trinity, the Father being the first, and the Holy Ghost being the third. Each of these 3 persons is God. Christ is his own Father and his own Son. The Holy Ghost is neither Father nor Son, but both. The Son was begotten by the Father, but existed before he was begotten, just the same before as after. Christ is just as old as his Father, and the Father is just as young as his Son. The Holy Ghost proceeded from the Father and Son, but was equal to the Father and Son before he proceeded, that is to say, before he existed, but he is of the same age as the other 2. So it is declared that the Father is God, and the Son God, and the Holy Ghost God, and that these 3 gods make one God. According to the celestial multiplication table, once 1 is 3, and 3 times 1 is 1. And according to heavenly subtraction, if we take 2 from 3, 3 are left. The addition is equally peculiar. If we add 2 to 1, we have but 1. Each one is equal to himself and the other 2. Nothing ever was, nothing ever can be more perfectly idiotic and absurd than the dogma of the Trinity. How is it possible to prove the existence of the Trinity? Is it possible for a human being, who has been born but once, to comprehend or to imagine the existence of 3 beings, each of whom is equal to the 3? Think of one of these beings as the father of one, and think of that one as half human and all God, and think of the third as having proceeded from the other 2, and then think of all 3 as one. think that after the Father begot the Son, the Father was still alone, and after the Holy Ghost proceeded from the Father and the Son, the Father was still alone, because there never was and never will be but one God. At this point, absurdity having reached its limit, nothing more can be said except, "Let us pray." The Theological Christ. In the New Testament we find the teachings and sayings of Christ. If we say that the book is inspired, then we must admit that Christ really said all the things attributed to him by the various writers. If the book is inspired, we must accept it all. We have no right to reject the contradictory and absurd and accept the reasonable and good. We must take it all just as it is. My own observation has led me to believe that men are generally consistent in their theories and inconsistent in their lives. So I think that Christ in his utterances was true to his theory, to his philosophy. If I find in the Testament sayings of a contradictory character, I conclude that some of those sayings were never uttered by him. The sayings that are, in my judgment, in accordance with what I believe to have been his philosophy, I accept, and the others I throw away. There are some of his sayings which show him to have been a devout Jew, others that he wished to destroy Judaism, others showing that he held all people except the Jews in contempt, and that he wished to save no others, others showing that he wished to convert the world, still others showing that he was forgiving, self-denying, and loving, others that he was revengeful and malicious, others that he was an ascetic, holding all human ties in utter contempt. The following passages show that Christ was a devout Jew. Swear not, neither by heaven, for it is God's throne, nor by the earth, for it is his footstool, neither by Jerusalem, for it is his holy city. Quote, "Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am come not to destroy, but to fulfill. For after all these things, clothing, food, and drink, do the Gentiles seek." So when he cured the leper, he said, "Go thy way, show thyself unto the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded." Jesus sent his disciples forth, saying, "Go not into the ways of the Gentile, and into any city of the Samaritans enter ye not, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." A woman came out of Canaan, and cried to Jesus, "Have mercy on me, my daughter is sorely vexed with a devil," but he would not answer. Then the disciples asked him to send her away, and he said, "I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel." Then the woman worshipped him and said, "Lord, help me." But he answered and said, "It is not meet to take the children's bread and cast it unto dogs." Yet for her faith he cured her child. So when the young man asked him what he must do to be saved, he said, "Keep the commandments." Christ said, "The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do." And it is easier for heaven and earth to pass than one tittle of the law to fail. Christ went into the temple and cast out them that sold and bought there, and said, "It is written, My house is the house of prayer, but you have made it a den of thieves." We know what we worship, for salvation is of the Jews. Certainly all these passages were written by persons who regarded Christ as the Messiah. Many of the sayings attributed to Christ show that he was an ascetic, that he cared nothing for kindred, nothing for father and mother, nothing for brothers and sisters, and nothing for the pleasures of life. Christ said to a man, "Follow me." That man said, "Suffer me first to go and bury my father." Christ answered, "Let the dead bury their dead." Another said, "I will follow thee, but first let me go and bid them farewell which are at home." Jesus said, "No man having put his hand to the plough and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God. If thine right eye offend thee, pluck it out. If thy right hand offend thee, cut it off." One said unto him, "Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee." And he answered, "Who is my mother, and who are my brethren?" Then he stretched forth his hand towards his disciples, and said, Behold my mother and my brethren. And every one that hath forsaken houses, or brethren, or sisters, or father and mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Christ, it seems, had a philosophy. He believed that God was a loving Father, and that he would take care of his children, that they need not do anything except to rely implicitly on God. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. Take no thought for your life, what ye shall eat or what ye shall drink, nor yet for your body, what ye shall put on, for your heavenly Father knoweth that ye have need of all these things. Ask, and it shall be given you. Whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do ye even so to them. If ye forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. The very hairs on your head are all numbered. Christ seemed to rely absolutely on the protection of God until the darkness of death gathered about him, and then he cried, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? While there are many passages in the New Testament showing Christ to have been forgiving and tender, there are many others showing that he was exactly the opposite. What must have been the spirit of one who said, I am come to send fire on the earth. Suppose ye that I have come to give peace on earth? I tell you nay, but rather division. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. If any man come to me, and hate not his father and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither, and slay them before me. This passage built dungeons and lighted faggots. Depart ye cursed into everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels. I come not to bring peace, but a sword. All these sayings could not have been uttered by the same person. They are inconsistent with each other. Love does not speak the words of hatred. The real philanthropist does not despise all nations but his own. The teacher of universal forgiveness cannot believe in eternal torture. From the interpolations, legends, accretions, mistakes, and falsehoods in the New Testament, is it possible to free the actual man? Clad in mist and myth, hidden by the draperies of gods, deformed, indistinct as faces in the clouds, is it possible to find and recognize the features, the natural face of the actual Christ? For many centuries, our fathers closed their eyes to the contradictions and inconsistencies of the Testament, and in spite of their reason, harmonized the interpolations and mistakes. This is no longer possible. The contradictions are too many, too glaring. There are contradictions of fact not only, but of philosophy, of theory. The accounts of the trial, the crucifixion, and ascension of Christ do not agree. They are full of mistakes and contradictions. According to one account, Christ ascended the day of or the day after his resurrection. According to another, he remained 40 days after rising from the dead. According to one account, he was seen after his resurrection by only a few women and his disciples. According to another, he was seen by the women, by his disciples on several occasions, and by hundreds of others. According to Matthew, Luke, and Mark, Christ remained for the most part in the country, seldom going to Jerusalem. According to John, he remained mostly in Jerusalem, going occasionally into the country, and then generally to avoid his enemies. According to Matthew, Mark, and Luke, Christ taught that if you would forgive others, God would forgive you. According to John, Christ said that the only way to get into heaven was to believe on him and be born again. These contradictions are gross and palpable, and demonstrate that the New Testament is not inspired, and that many of its statements must be false. If we wish to save the character of Christ, many of the passages must be thrown away. We must discard the miracles or admit that he was insane or an impostor. We must discard the passages that breathe the spirit of hatred and revenge, or admit that he was malevolent. If Matthew was mistaken about the genealogy of Christ, about the wise men, the star, the flight into Egypt, and the massacre of the babes by Herod, then he may have been mistaken in many passages that he put in the mouth of Christ. The same may be said in regard to Mark, Luke, and John. The Church must admit that the writers of the New Testament were uninspired men, that they made many mistakes, that they accepted impossible legends as historical facts, that they were ignorant and superstitious, that they put malevolent, stupid, insane, and unworthy words in the mouth of Christ, described him as the worker of impossible miracles, and in many ways stained and belittled his character. The best that can be said about Christ is that nearly 19 centuries ago he was born in the land of Palestine, in a country without wealth, without commerce, in the midst of a people who knew nothing of the greater world, a people enslaved, crushed by the mighty power of Rome. That this babe, this child of poverty and want, grew to manhood without education, knowing nothing of art or science, and at about the age of 30, began wandering about the hills and hamlets of his native land, discussing with priests, talking with the poor and sorrowful, writing nothing, but leaving his words in the memory or forgetfulness of those to whom he spoke. That he attacked the religion of his time because it was cruel, that this excited the hatred of those in power, and that Christ was arrested, tried, and crucified. For many centuries, this great peasant of Palestine has been worshipped as God. Millions and millions have given their lives to his service. The wealth of the world was lavished on his shrines. His name carried consolation to the diseased and dying. His name dispelled the darkness of death and filled the dungeon with light. His name gave courage to the martyr, and in the midst of fire, with shriveling lips, the sufferer uttered it again and again. The outcasts, the deserted, the fallen, felt that Christ was their friend, felt that he knew their sorrows and pitied their sufferings. The poor mother, holding her dead babe in her arms, lovingly whispered his name. His gospel has been carried by millions to all parts of the globe, and his story has been told by the self-denying and faithful to countless thousands of the sons of men. In his name have been preached charity, forgiveness, and love. He it was who, according to the faith, brought immortality to light, and many millions have entered the valley of the shadow with their hands in his. All this is true. And if it were all, how beautiful, how touching, how glorious it would be. But it is not all. There is another side. In his name, millions and millions of men and women have been imprisoned, tortured, and killed. In his name, millions and millions have been enslaved. In his name, the thinkers, the investigators, have been branded as criminals, and his followers have shed the blood of the wisest and best. In his name, the progress of many nations was stayed for 1,000 years. In his gospel was found the dogma of eternal pain, and his words added an infinite horror to death. His gospel filled the world with hatred and revenge, made intellectual honesty a crime, made happiness here the road to hell, denounced love as base and bestial, canonized credulity, crowned bigotry, and destroyed the liberty of man. It would have been far better had the New Testament never been written, far better that the theological Christ had never lived. Had the writers of the Testament been regarded as uninspired, had Christ been thought of only as a man, had the good been accepted, and the absurd, the impossible, and the revengeful thrown away, mankind would have escaped the wars, the tortures, the scaffolds, the dungeons, the agony and tears, the crimes and sorrows of 1,000 years. We have also the scheme of redemption. According to this scheme, by the sin of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, human nature became evil, corrupt, and depraved. It became impossible for human beings to keep in all things the law of God. In spite of this, God allowed the people to live and multiply for some 1,500 years, and then, on account of their wickedness, drowned them all, with the exception of 8 persons. The nature of these 8 persons was evil, corrupt, and depraved, and in the nature of things, their children would be cursed with the same nature. Yet God gave them another trial, knowing exactly what the result would be. A few of these wretches he selected and made them objects of his love and care. The rest of the world he gave to indifference and neglect. To civilize the people he had chosen, he assisted them in conquering and killing their neighbors, and gave them the assistance of priests and inspired prophets. For their preservation and punishment he wrought countless miracles, gave them many laws, and a great deal of advice. He taught them to sacrifice oxen, sheep, and doves, to the end that their sins might be forgiven. The idea was inculcated that there was a certain relation between the sin and the sacrifice. The greater the sin, the greater the sacrifice. He also taught the savagery that without the shedding of blood there was no remission of sin. In spite of all his efforts, the people grew gradually worse. They could not keep his laws. A sacrifice had to be made for the sins of the people. The sins were too great to be washed out by the blood of animals or men. It became necessary for God himself to be sacrificed. All mankind were under the curse of the law. Either all the world must be lost, or God must die. In only one way could the guilty be justified, and that was by the death, the sacrifice of the innocent. And the innocent being sacrificed must be great enough to atone for the world. There was but one such being, God. Thereupon, God took upon himself flesh, was born into the world, was known as Christ, was murdered, sacrificed by the Jews, and became an atonement for the sins of the human race. This is the scheme of redemption, the atonement. It is impossible to conceive of anything more utterly absurd. A man steals and then sacrifices a dove or gives a lamb to a priest. His crime remains the same. He need not kill something. Let him give back the thing stolen and in future live an honest life. A man slanders his neighbor and then kills an ox. What has that to do with the slander? Let him take back his slander, make all the reparation he can, and let the ox alone. There is no sense in sacrifice. There never was and never will be. Make restitution, reparation, undo the wrong, and you need shed no blood. A good law, one springing from the nature of things, cannot demand, and cannot accept, and cannot be satisfied with the punishment or the agony of the innocent. A God could not accept his own sufferings in justification of the guilty. This is a complete subversion of all ideas of justice and morality. A God could not make a law for man, then suffer in the place of the man who had violated it, and say that the law had been carried out and the penalty duly enforced. A man has committed murder, has been tried, convicted, and condemned to death. Another man goes to the governor and says he is willing to die in place of the murderer. The governor says, "All right, I accept your offer. A murder has been committed, somebody must be hung, and your death will satisfy the law." But that is not the law. The law says not that somebody shall be hanged, but that the murderer shall suffer death. Even if the governor should die in place of the criminal, it would be no better. There would be 2 murderers instead of 1, 2 innocent men killed, one by the first murderer and one by the state, and the real murderer free. This Christians call satisfying the law. We are told that all who believe in the scheme of redemption and have faith in the Redeemer will be rewarded with eternal joy. Some think that men can be saved by faith without works. Some think that faith and works are both essential, but all agree that without faith there is no salvation. If you repent and believe on Jesus Christ, then his goodness will be imputed to you, and the penalty of the law, so far as you are concerned, will be satisfied by the sufferings of Christ. You may repent and reform, you may make restitution, you may practice all the virtues, but without this belief in Christ, the gates of heaven will be shut against you forever. Where is this heaven? The Christians do not know. Does the Christian go there at death, or must he wait for the general resurrection? They do not know. The Testament teaches that the bodies of the dead are to be raised. Where are their souls in the meantime? They do not know. Can the dead be raised? The atoms composing their bodies enter into new combinations, into new forms, into wheat and corn, into the flesh of animals, and into the bodies of other men. Where one man dies, and some of his atoms pass into the body of another man, and he dies, to whom will these atoms belong on the day of resurrection? If Christianity were only stupid and unscientific, if its God was ignorant and kind, if it promised eternal joy to believers, and if the believers practiced the forgiveness they teach, for one, I should let the faith alone. But there is another side to Christianity. It is not only stupid, but malicious. It is not only unscientific, but it is heartless. Its God is not only ignorant, but infinitely cruel. It not only promises the faithful and eternal reward, but declares that nearly all of the children of men, imprisoned in the dungeons of God, will suffer eternal pain. This is the savagery of Christianity. This is why I hate its unthinkable God, its impossible Christ, its inspired lies, and its selfish, heartless heaven. Christians believe in infinite torture, in eternal pain. Eternal pain. All the meanness of which the heart of man is capable is in that one word, hell. That word is a den, a cave, in which crawl the slimy reptiles of revenge. That word certifies to the savagery of primitive man. That word is the depth, the dungeon, the abyss from which civilized man has emerged. That word is the disgrace, the shame, the infamy of our revealed religion. That word fills all the future with the shrieks of the damned. That word brutalizes the New Testament, changes the Sermon on the Mount to hypocrisy and cant, and pollutes and hardens the very heart of Christ. That word adds infinite horror to death, and makes the cradle as terrible as the coffin. That word is the assassin of joy, the mocking murderer of hope. That word extinguishes the light of life and wraps the world in gloom. That word drives reason from its throne and gives the crown to madness. That word drove pity from the hearts of men, stained countless swords with blood, lighted faggots, forged chains, built dungeons, erected scaffolds, and filled the world with poverty and pain. That word is a coiled serpent in the mother's breast, that lifts its fanged head and hisses in her ear, "Your child will be the fuel of eternal fire." That word blots from the firmament the star of hope, and leaves the heavens black. That word makes the Christian's God an eternal torturer, an everlasting inquisitor, an infinite wild beast. This is the Christian prophecy of the eternal future. No hope in hell, no pity in heaven, no mercy in the heart of God. The Old Testament is absurd, ignorant, and cruel. The New Testament is a mingling of the false and the true. It is good and bad. The Jehovah of the Jews is an impossible monster. The Trinity, absurd and idiotic. Christ is a myth or a man. The fall of man is contradicted by every fact concerning human history that we know. The scheme of redemption, through the atonement, is immoral and senseless. Hell was imagined by revenge, and the orthodox heaven is the selfish dream of heartless serfs and slaves. The foundations of the faith have crumbled and faded away. They were miracles, mistakes, and myths, ignorant and untrue, absurd, impossible, immoral, unnatural, cruel, childish, savage. Beneath the gaze of the scientist, they vanished. Confronted by facts, they disappeared. The orthodox religion of our day has no foundation in truth. Beneath the superstructure can be found no fact. Some may ask, are you trying to take our religion away? I answer, no. Superstition is not religion. Belief without evidence is not religion. Faith without facts is not religion. To love justice, to long for the right, to love mercy, to pity the suffering, to assist the weak, to forget wrongs and remember benefits, to love the truth, to be sincere, to utter honest words, to love liberty, to wage relentless war against slavery in all its forms, to love wife and child and friend, to make a happy home, to love the beautiful in art, in nature, to cultivate the mind, to be familiar with the mighty thoughts that genius has expressed, the noble deeds of all the world, to cultivate courage and cheerfulness, to make others happy, to fill life with the splendor of generous acts, the warmth of loving words, to discard error, to destroy prejudice, to receive new truths with gladness, to cultivate hope, to see the calm beyond the storm, the dawn beyond the night, to do the best that can be done and then to be resigned. This is the religion of reason, the creed of science. This satisfies the brain and heart. But, says the prejudiced priest, the malicious minister, you take away a future life. I am not trying to destroy another world, but I am endeavoring to prevent the theologians from destroying this. If we are immortal, it is a fact of nature, and that fact does not depend on Bibles or Christs or priests or creeds. The hope of another life was in the heart long before the sacred books were written, and will remain there long after all the sacred books are known to be the work of savage and superstitious men. Hope is the consolation of the world. The wanderers hope for home. Hope builds the house and plants the flowers and fills the air with song. The sick and suffering hope for health. Hope gives them health and paints the roses in their cheeks. The lonely, the forsaken, hope for love. Hope brings the lover to their arms. They feel the kisses on their eager lips. The poor, in tenements and huts, in spite of rags and hunger, hope for wealth. Hope fills their thin and trembling hands with gold. The dying hopes that death is but another birth, and love leans above the pallid face and whispers, "We shall meet again." Hope is the consolation of the world. Let us hope, if there be a God, that he is wise and good. Let us hope that if there be another life, it will bring peace and joy to all the children of men. And let us hope that this poor earth on which we live may be a perfect world, a world without crime, without a tear. End of The Foundations of Faith by Robert G. Ingersoll.
Section 10 of The Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Lectures, Dresden edition, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of Robert G. Ingersoll, Volume 4, Superstition, Part 1. Superstition. What is superstition? To believe in spite of evidence or without evidence. To account for one mystery by another. To believe that the world is governed by chance or caprice. To disregard the true relation between cause and effect. To put thought, intention, and design back of nature. To believe that mind created and controls matter. To believe in force apart from substance, or in substance apart from force. To believe in miracles, spells and charms, in dreams and prophecies. To believe in the supernatural. The foundation of superstition is ignorance. The superstructure is faith, and the dome is a vain hope. Superstition is the child of ignorance and the mother of misery. In nearly every brain is found some cloud of superstition. A woman drops a cloth with which she is washing dishes, and she exclaims, "That means company." Most people will admit that there is no possible connection between dropping the cloth and the coming of visitors. The falling cloth could not have put the visit desire in the minds of people not present. And how could the cloth produce the desire to visit the particular person who dropped it? There is no possible connection between the dropping of the cloth and the anticipated effects. A man catches a glimpse of the new moon over his left shoulder, and he says, "This is bad luck." To see the moon over the right or left shoulder, or not to see it, could not by any possibility affect the moon. Neither could it change the effect or influence of the moon on any earthly thing. Certainly the left shoulder glance could in no way affect the nature of things. All the facts in nature would remain the same as though the glance had been over the right shoulder. We see no connection between the left shoulder glance and any possible evil effects upon the one who saw the moon in this way. A girl counts the leaves of a flower, and she says, "1 he comes, 2 he tarries, 3 he courts, 4 he marries, 5 he goes away." Of course, the flower did not grow, and the number of its leaves was not determined with reference to the courtship or marriage of this girl. Neither could there have been any intelligence that guided her hand when she selected that particular flower. So counting the seeds in an apple cannot in any way determine whether the future of an individual is to be happy or miserable. Thousands of persons believe in lucky and unlucky days, numbers, signs, and jewels. Many people regard Friday as an unlucky day, as a bad day to commence a journey, to marry, to make any investment. The only reason given is that Friday is an unlucky day. Starting across the sea on Friday could have no possible effect upon the winds or waves or tides, any more than starting on any other day, and the only possible reason for thinking Friday unlucky is the assertion that it is so. So it is thought by many that it is dangerous for 13 people to dine together. Now, if 13 is a dangerous number, 26 ought to be twice as dangerous, and 52 4 times as terrible. It is said that one of the 13 will die in a year. Now there is no possible relation between the number and the digestion of each, between the number and the individual diseases. If 14 dine together, there is a greater probability, if we take into account only the number, of a death within the year than there would be if only 13 were at the table. Overturning the salt is very unlucky, but spilling the vinegar makes no difference. Why salt should be revengeful and vinegar forgiving has never been told. If the first person who enters a theater is cross-eyed, the audience will be small and the run a failure. how the peculiarity of the eyes of the first one who enters changes the intention of a community, or how the intentions of a community cause the cross-eyed man to go early, has never been satisfactorily explained. Between this so-called cause and the so-called effect there is, so far as we can see, no possible relation. To wear an opal is bad luck, but rubies bring health. How these stones affect the future, how they destroy causes and defeat effects, no one pretends to know. So there are thousands of lucky and unlucky tilings, warnings, omens, and prophecies, but all sensible, sane, and reasoning human beings know that every one is an absurd and idiotic superstition. Let us take another step. For many centuries it was believed that eclipses of the sun and moon were prophetic of pestilence or famine, and that comets foretold the death of kings, or the destruction of nations, the coming of war or plague. All strange appearances in the heavens, the northern lights, circles about the moon, sun-dogs, falling stars, filled our intelligent ancestors with terror. They fell upon their knees, did their best with sacrifice and prayer to avoid the threatened disaster. Their faces were ashen with fear as they closed their eyes and cried to the heavens for help. The clergy, who were as familiar with God then as the Orthodox preachers are now, knew exactly the meaning of eclipses and sun-dogs and northern lights, knew that God's patience was nearly exhausted, that he was then whetting the sword of his wrath, and that the people could save themselves only by obeying the priests, by counting their beads and doubling their subscriptions. Earthquakes and cyclones filled the coffers of the church. In the midst of disasters, the miser, with trembling hands, opened his purse. In the gloom of eclipses, thieves and robbers divided their booty with God, and poor, honest, ignorant girls, remembering that they had forgotten to say a prayer, gave their little earnings to soften the heart of God. Now we know that all these signs and wonders in the heavens have nothing to do with the fate of kings, nations, or individuals, that they had no more reference to human beings than to colonies of ants, hives of bees, or the eggs of insects. We now know that the signs and eclipses, the comets, and the falling stars would have been just the same if not a human being had been upon the earth. We know now that eclipses come at certain times, and that their coming can be exactly foretold. A little while ago, the belief was general that there were certain healing virtues in inanimate things, in the bones of holy men and women, in the rags that had been torn from the foul clothing of still fouler saints, in hairs from martyrs, in bits of wood and rusty nails from the true cross, in the teeth and fingernails of pious men, and in 1,000 other sacred things. The diseased were cured by kissing a box in which was kept some bone or rag or bit of wood, some holy hairs, provided the kiss was preceded or followed by a gift, a something for the church. In some mysterious way, the virtue in the bone, a rag, a piece of wood, crept or flowed from the box, took possession of the sick who had the necessary faith, and in the name of God drove out the devils who were the real disease. The belief in the efficacy of bones or rags or holy hair was born of another belief, the belief that all diseases were produced by evil spirits. The insane were supposed to be possessed by devils. Epilepsy and hysteria were produced by the imps of Satan. In short, every human affliction was the work of the malicious emissaries of the god of hell. This belief was almost universal, and even in our time the sacred bones are believed in by millions of people. But today, no intelligent man believes in the existence of devils. No intelligent man believes that evil spirits cause disease. Consequently, no intelligent person believes that holy bones or rags, sacred hairs or pieces of wood can drive disease out, or in any way bring back to the pallid cheek the rose of health. Intelligent people now know that the bone of a saint has in it no greater virtue than the bone of any animal, that a rag from a wandering beggar is just as good as one from a saint, and that the hair of a horse will cure disease just as quickly and surely as the hair of a martyr. We now know that all the sacred relics are religious rubbish, that those who use them are for the most part dishonest, and that those who rely on them are almost idiotic. This belief in amulets and charms, in ghosts and devils, is superstition, pure and simple. Our ancestors did not regard these relics as medicine, having curative power, but the idea was that evil spirits stood in dread of holy things, that they fled from the bone of a saint, that they feared a piece of the true cross, and that when holy water was sprinkled on a man, they immediately left the premises. So these devils hated and dreaded the sound of holy bells, the light of sacred tapers, and above all, the ever-blessed cross. In those days, the priests were fishers for money, and they used these relics for bait. Let's take another step. This belief in the devil and evil spirits laid the foundation for another belief, witchcraft. It was believed that the devil had certain things to give in exchange for a soul. The old man, bowed and broken, could get back his youth, the rounded form, the brown hair, the leaping heart of life's morning, if he would sign and seal away his soul. So it was thought that the malicious could, by charm and spell, obtain revenge, that the poor could be enriched, and that the ambitious could rise to place and power. All the good things of this life were at the disposal of the devil. For those who resisted the temptations of the evil one, rewards were waiting in another world, but the devil rewarded here in this life. No one has imagination enough to paint the agonies that were endured by reason of this belief in witchcraft. Think of the families destroyed, of the fathers and mothers cast in prison, tortured and burned, of the firesides darkened, of the children murdered, of the old, the poor, the helpless, that were stretched on racks, mangled and flayed. Think of the days when superstition and fear were in every house, in every mind, when accusation was conviction, when assertion of innocence was regarded as a confession of guilt, and when Christendom was insane. Now we know that all of these horrors were the result of superstition. Now we know that ignorance was the mother of all agonies endured. Now we know that witches never lived, that human beings never bargained with any devil, and that our pious savage ancestors were mistaken. Let us take another step. Our fathers believed in miracles, in signs and wonders, eclipses and comets, in the virtues of bones, and in the powers attributed to evil spirits. All these belonged to the miraculous. The world was supposed to be full of magic. The spirits were sleight-of-hand performers, necromancers. There were no natural causes behind events. A devil wished, and it happened. One who had sold his soul to Satan made a few motions, uttered some strange words, and the event was present. Natural causes were not believed in. Delusion and illusion, the monstrous and miraculous, ruled the world. The foundation was gone. Reason had abdicated. Credulity gave tongues and wings to lies, while the dumb and limping facts were left behind, were disregarded, and remained untold. What is a miracle? An act performed by a master of nature without reference to the facts in nature. This is the only honest definition of a miracle. If a man could make a perfect circle, the diameter of which was exactly 1/2 the circumference, that would be a miracle in geometry. If a man could make twice 4 9, that would be a miracle in mathematics. If a man could make a stone falling in the air pass through a space of 10 feet the first second, 25 feet the second second, and 5 feet the third second, that would be a miracle in physics. If a man could put together hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen and produce pure gold, that would be a miracle in chemistry. If a minister were to prove his creed, that would be a theological miracle. If Congress by law could make 50 cents worth a silver worth of $1, that would be a financial miracle. To make a square triangle would be a most wonderful miracle. To cause a mirror to reflect the faces of persons who stand behind it, instead of those who stand in front, would be a miracle. To make echo answer a question would be a miracle. In other words, to do anything contrary to or without regard to the facts in nature is to perform a miracle. Now we are convinced of what is called the uniformity of nature. We believe that all things act and are acted upon in accordance with their nature, that under like conditions the results will always be substantially the same, that like ever has and ever will produce like. We now believe that events have natural parents and that none die childless. Miracles are not simply impossible, but they are unthinkable by any man capable of thinking. Now, an intelligent man cannot believe that a miracle ever was or ever will be performed. Ignorance is the soil in which belief in miracles grows. Let us take another step. While our ancestors filled the darkness with evil spirits, enemies of mankind, they also believed in the existence of good spirits. These good spirits sustained the same relation to God that the evil ones did to the devil. These good spirits protected the faithful from the temptations and snares of the evil one. They took care of those who carried amulets and charms, of those who repeated prayers and counted beads, of those who fasted and performed ceremonies. These good spirits would turn aside the sword and arrow from the breast of the faithful. They made poison harmless. They protected the credulous, and in 1,000 ways defended and rescued the true believer. They drove doubts from the minds of the pious, sowed the seeds of credulity and faith, saved saints from the wiles of women, painted the glories of heaven for those who fasted and prayed, made it possible for the really good to dispense with the pleasures of sense and to hate the devil. These angels watched over infants who had been baptized, over persons who had made holy vows, over priests and nuns and wandering beggars who believed. These spirits were of various kinds. Some had once been men or women, some had never lived in this world, and some had been angels from the commencement. Nobody pretended to know exactly what they were, or exactly how they looked, or in what way they went from place to place, or how they affected or controlled the minds of men. It was believed that the king of all these evil spirits was the devil, and that the king of all the good spirits was God. It was also believed that God was in fact the king of all, and that the devil himself was one of the children of this God. This God and this devil were at war, each trying to secure the souls of men. God offered the rewards of eternal joy and threatened eternal pain. The devil baited his traps with present pleasure, and the gratification of the senses, with the ecstasies of love, and laughed at the joys of heaven and the pangs of hell. With malicious hand he sowed the seeds of doubt, induced men to investigate, to reason, to call for evidence, to rely upon themselves, planted in their hearts the love of liberty, assisted them to break their chains, to escape from their prisons, and besought them to think. In this way he corrupted the children of men. Our fathers believed that they could, by prayer, by sacrifice, by fasting, by performing certain ceremonies, gain the assistance of this God and of these good spirits. They were not quite logical. They did not believe that the devil was the author of all evil. They thought that flood and famine, plague and cyclone, earthquake and war were sometimes sent by God as punishment for unbelief. They fell upon their knees and with white lips prayed the good God to stay his hand. They humbled themselves, confessed their sins, and filled the heavens with their vows and cries. With priests and prayers they tried to stay the plague. They kissed the relics, fell at shrines, besought the Virgin and the saints. But the prayers all died in the heartless air, and the plague swept on to its natural end. Our poor fathers knew nothing of any science. Back of all events they put spirits, good or bad, angels or demons, gods or devils. To them nothing had what we call a natural cause. Everything was the work of spirits. All was done by the supernatural, and everything was done by evil spirits that they could do to ruin, punish, mislead, and damn the children of men. This world was a field of battle, and here the hosts of heaven and hell waged war. Now, no man in whose brain the torch of reason burns, No man who investigates, who really thinks, who is capable of weighing evidence, believes in signs, in lucky or unlucky days, in lucky or unlucky numbers. He knows that Fridays and Thursdays are alike, that 13 is no more deadly than 12. He knows that opals affect the wearer the same as rubies, diamonds, or common glass. He knows that the matrimonial chances of a maiden are not increased or decreased by the number of leaves of a flower or seeds in an apple. He knows that a glance at the moon over the left shoulder is as healthful and lucky as one over the right. He does not care whether the first comer to a theater is cross-eyed or humpbacked, bow-legged, or as well-proportioned as Apollo. He knows that a strange cat could be denied asylum without bringing any misfortune to the family. He knows that an owl does not hoot in the full of the moon because a distinguished man is about to die. He knows that comets and eclipses would come if all the folks were dead. He is not frightened by sun-dogs or the morning of the north when the glittering lances pierce the shield of night. He knows that all these things occur without the slightest reference to the human race. He feels certain that floods would destroy, and cyclones rend, and earthquakes devour, that the stars would shine, that day and night would still pursue each other around the world, that flowers would give their perfume to the air, and light would paint the seven-hued arch upon the dusky bosom of the cloud, if every human being was unconscious dust. A man of thought and sense does not believe in the existence of the devil. He feels certain that imps, goblins, demons, and evil spirits exist only in the imagination of the ignorant and frightened. He knows how these malevolent myths were made. He knows the part they have played in all religions. He knows that for many centuries a belief in these devils, these evil spirits, was substantially universal. He knows that the priest believed as firmly as the peasant. In those days, the best educated and the most ignorant were equal dupes. Kings and courtiers, ladies and clowns, soldiers and artists, slaves and convicts, believed as firmly in the devil as they did in God. Back of this belief there is no evidence, and there never has been. This belief did not rest on any fact. It was supported by mistakes, exaggerations, and lies. The mistakes were natural. The exaggerations were mostly unconscious, and the lies were generally honest. Back of these mistakes, these exaggerations, these lies, was the love of the marvelous. Wonder listened with greedy ears, with wide eyes, and ignorance with open mouth. The man of sense knows the history of this belief, and he knows also that for many centuries its truth was established by the Holy Bible. He knows that the Old Testament is filled with allusions to the devil, to evil spirits, and that the New Testament is the same. He knows that Christ himself was a believer in the devil, in evil spirits, and that his principal business was casting out devils from the bodies of men and women. He knows that Christ himself, according to the New Testament, was not only tempted by the devil, but was carried by his satanic highness to the top of the temple. If the New Testament is the inspired Word of God, then I admit that these devils, these imps, do actually exist, and that they do take possession of human beings. To deny the existence of these evil spirits, to deny the existence of the devil, is to deny the truth of the New Testament. To deny the existence of these imps of darkness is to contradict the words of Jesus Christ. If these devils do not exist, if they do not cause disease, if they do not tempt and mislead their victims, then Christ was an ignorant, superstitious man, insane, an impostor. Or the New Testament is not a true record of what he said and what he pretended to do. If we give up the belief in devils, we must give up the inspiration of the Old and New Testament. We must give up the divinity of Christ. To deny the existence of evil spirits is to utterly destroy the foundation of Christianity. There is no halfway ground. Compromise is impossible. If all the accounts in the New Testament of casting out devils are false, what part of the blessed book is true? As a matter of fact, the success of the devil in the Garden of Eden made the coming of Christ a necessity, laid the foundation for the atonement, crucified the Savior, and gave us the Trinity. If the devil does not exist, the Christian creeds all crumble, and the superstructure known as Christianity, built by the fathers, by popes, by priests and theologians, built with mistakes and falsehoods, with miracles and wonders, with blood and flame, with lies and legends borrowed from the savage world, becomes a shapeless ruin. If we give up the belief in devils and evil spirits, we are compelled to say that a witch never lived. No sensible human being now believes in witchcraft. We know that it was a delusion. We now know that thousands and thousands of innocent men, women, and children were tortured and burned for having been found guilty of an impossible crime. And we also know, if our minds have not been deformed by faith, that all the books in which the existence of witches is taught were written by ignorant and superstitious men. We also know that the Old Testament asserted the existence of witches. According to that holy book, Jehovah was a believer in witchcraft, and said to his chosen people, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." This one commandment, this simple line, demonstrates that Jehovah was not only not God, but that he was a poor, ignorant, superstitious savage. This one line proves, beyond all possible doubt, that the Old Testament was written by men, by barbarians. John Wesley was right when he said that to give up a belief in witchcraft was to give up the Bible. Give up the devil, and what can you do with the book of Job? How will you account for the lying spirits that Jehovah sent to mislead Ahab? Ministers who admit that witchcraft is a superstition will read the story of the Witch of Endor, will read it in a solemn, reverential voice, with a theological voice, and will have the impudence to say that they believe it. It would be delightful to know that angels hover in the air, that they guard the innocent, protect the good, that they bend over the cradles and give health and happy dreams to pallid babes, that they fill the dungeons with the light of their presence, and give hope to the imprisoned, that they follow the fallen, the erring, the outcasts, the friendless, and win them back to virtue, love, and joy. But we have no more evidence of the existence of good spirits than of bad. The angels that visited Abraham and the mother of Samson are as unreal as the ghosts and goblins of the Middle Ages. The angel that stopped the donkey of Balaam, the one who walked in the furnace flames with Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, the one who slew the Assyrians, and the one who, in a dream, removed the suspicions of Joseph, were all created by the imagination of the credulous, by the lovers of the marvelous, and they have been handed down from dotage to infancy, from ignorance to ignorance, through all the years. Except in Catholic countries, no winged citizen of the celestial realm has visited the world for hundreds of years. Only those who are blind to facts can see these beautiful creatures, and only those who reach conclusions without the assistance of evidence can believe in their existence. It is told that the great Angelo, in decorating a church, painted some angels wearing sandals. A cardinal looking at the picture said to the artist, "Who ever saw angels with sandals?" Angelo answered with another question, "Who ever saw an angel barefooted?" The existence of angels has never been established. Of course, we know that millions and millions have believed in seraphim and cherubim, have believed that the angel Gabriel contended with the devil for the body of Moses, that angels shut the mouths of the lions for the protection of Daniel, that angels ministered unto Christ, and that countless angels will accompany the Savior when he comes to take possession of the world. And we know that all these millions believe through blind, unreasoning faith, holding all evidence and all facts in theological contempt. But the angels come no more. They bring no balm to any wounded heart. Long ago they folded their pinions and faded from the earth and air. These winged guardians no longer protect the innocent, no longer cheer the suffering, no longer whisper words of comfort to the helpless. They have become dreams, vanished visions. In the dear old religious days, the earth was flat, a little dishing, if anything, and just above it was Jehovah's house, and just below it was where the devil lived. God and his angels inhabited the third story, the devil and his imps the basement, and the human race the second floor. Then they knew where heaven was. They could almost hear the harps and hallelujahs. They knew where hell was, and they could almost hear the groans and smell of sulphurous fumes. They regarded the volcanoes as chimneys. They were perfectly acquainted with the celestial, the terrestrial, and the infernal. They were quite familiar with the New Jerusalem, with its golden streets and gates of pearl. Then the translation of Enoch seemed reasonable enough, and no one doubted that before the flood the sons of God came down and made love to the daughters of men. The theologians thought that the builders of Babel would have succeeded if God had not come down and caused them to forget the meaning of words. In those blessed days, the priests knew all about heaven and hell. They knew that God governed the world by hope and fear, by promise and threat, by reward and punishment. The reward was to be eternal, and so was the punishment. It was not God's plan to develop the human brain so that men would perceive and comprehend the right and avoid the wrong. He taught ignorance nothing but obedience. For the obedience he offered eternal joy. He loved the submissive, the kneelers and crawlers. He hated the doubters, the investigators, the thinkers, the philosophers. For them he created the eternal prison where he could feed forever the hunger of his hate. He loved the credulous, those who believed without evidence, and for them he prepared a home in the realm of fadeless light. He delighted in the company of the questionless. But where is this heaven, and where is this hell? We now know that heaven is not just above the clouds, and that hell is not just below the earth. The telescope has done away with the ancient heaven, and the revolving world has quenched the flames of the ancient hell. These theological countries, these imagined worlds, have disappeared. No one knows, and no one pretends to know where heaven is, and no one knows, and no one pretends to know the locality of hell. Now the theologians say that hell and heaven are not places, but states of mind, conditions. The belief in gods and devils has been substantially universal. Back of the good, man placed a god. Back of the evil, a devil. Back of health, sunshine, and harvest was a good deity. Back of disease, misfortune, and death, he placed a malicious fiend. Is there any evidence that gods and devils exist? The evidence of the existence of a god and of a devil is substantially the same. Both of these deities are inferences. Each one is a perhaps. They have not been seen. They are invisible. And they have not ventured within the horizon of the senses. The old lady who said there must be a devil, else how could they make pictures that looked exactly like him, reasoned like a trained theologian, like a doctor of divinity? Now, no intelligent man believes in the existence of a devil, no longer fears the leering fiend. Most people who think have given up a personal God, a creative deity. They now talk about the unknown, the infinite energy, but they put Jehovah with Jupiter. They regard them both as broken dolls from the nursery of the past. The men or women who ask for evidence, who desire to know the truth, care nothing for signs, nothing for what are called wonders, nothing for lucky or unlucky jewels, days or numbers, nothing for charms or amulets, nothing for comets or eclipses, and have no belief in good or evil spirits, in gods or devils. They place no reliance on general or special providence, on any power that rescues, protects, and saves the good, or punishes the vile and vicious. They do not believe that in the whole history of mankind a prayer has been answered. They think that all the sacrifices have been wasted, and that all the incense has ascended in vain. They do not believe that the world was created and prepared for man, any more than it was created and prepared for insects. They do not think it probable that whales were invented to supply the Eskimo with blubber, or that flames were created to attract and destroy moths. On every hand there seems to be evidence of design. Design for the accomplishment of good. Design for the accomplishment of evil. On every side are the benevolent and malicious, something toiling to preserve, something laboring to destroy. Everything surrounded by friends and enemies, by the love that protects, by the hate that kills. Design is as apparent in decay as in growth, in failure as in success, in grief as in joy. Nature with one hand building, with one hand tearing down, armed with sword and shield, slaying and protecting but to slay. All life journeying toward death, and all death hastening back to life. Everywhere waste and economy, care and negligence. We watch the flow and ebb of life and death, the great drama that forever holds the stage, where players act their parts and disappear. The great drama in which all must act, ignorant and learned, idiotic and insane, without rehearsal and without the slightest knowledge of a part or of any plot or purpose in the play. The scene shifts, some actors disappear and others come, and again the scene shifts, mystery everywhere. We try to explain, and the explanation of one fact contradicts another. Behind each veil removed another, all things equal in wonder. One drop of water as wonderful as all the seas, one grain of sand as all the world, one moth with painted wings as all the things that live, one egg from which warmth in darkness woos to life an organized and breathing form, a form with sinews, bones, and nerves, with blood and brain, with instincts, passions, thoughts, and wants, as all the stars that wheel in space. The smallest seed that, wrapped in soil, has dreams of April rains and days of June, withholds its secret from the wisest men. The wisdom of the world cannot explain one blade of grass, the faintest motion of the smallest leaf. And yet theologians, popes, priests, parsons, who speechless stand before the wonder of the smallest thing that is, know all about the origin of worlds, know when the beginning was, when the end will be, know all about the God who, with a wish, created all, know what his plan and purpose was, the means he uses, and the end he seeks. To them all mysteries have been revealed, except the mystery of things that touch the senses of a living man. But honest men do not pretend to know. They are candid and sincere. They love the truth. They admit their ignorance, and they say, "We do not know." After all, why should we worship our ignorance? Why should we kneel to the unknown? Why should we prostrate ourselves before a guess? If God exists, how do we know that he is good, that he cares for us? The Christians say that their God has existed from eternity, that he forever has been, and forever will be, infinite, wise, and good. Could this God have avoided being God? Could he have avoided being good? Was he wise and good without his wish or will? Being from eternity, he was not produced. He was back of all cause. What he is, he was and will be, unchanged, unchangeable. He had nothing to do with the making or developing of his character. Nothing to do with the development of his mind. What he was, he is. He has made no progress. What he is, he will be. There can be no change. Why then, I ask, should we praise him? He could not have been different from what he was and is. Why should we pray to him? He cannot change. And yet Christians implore their God not to do wrong. The meanest thing charged against the devil is that he leads the children of men into temptation. And yet, in the Lord's Prayer, God is insultingly asked not to imitate the king of fiends. Lead us not into temptation. Why should God demand praise? He is as lie was. He has never learned anything, has never practiced any self-denial, was never tempted, never touched by fear or hope, and never had a want. Why should he demand our praise? Does anyone know that this God exists, that he ever heard or answered any prayer? Is it known that he governs the world, that he interferes in the affairs of men, that he protects the good or punishes the wicked? Can evidence of this be found in the history of mankind? If God governs the world, why should we credit him for the good and not charge him with the evil? To justify this God, we must say that good is good, and that evil is also good. If all is done by this God, we should make no distinction between his actions, between the actions of the infinitely wise, powerful, and good. If we thank him for sunshine and harvest, we should also thank him for plague and famine. If we thank him for liberty, the slave should raise his chained hands in worship and thank God that he toils unpaid with the lash upon his naked back. If we thank him for victory, we should thank him for defeat. Only a few days ago, our president, by proclamation, thanked God for giving us the victory at Santiago. He did not thank him for sending the yellow fever. To be consistent, the president should have thanked him equally for both. The truth is that good and evil spirits, gods and devils, are beyond the realm of experience, beyond the horizon of our senses, beyond the limits of our thoughts, beyond imagination's utmost flight. Man should think. He should use all his senses. He should examine. He should reason. The man who cannot think is less than a man. The man who will not think is traitor to himself. The man who fears to think is superstition's slave. End of Superstition, Part 1, by Robert G. Ingersoll.